Chapter 251 News from Jazz. Thank you for your tolerance. Can I ask you another question before saying goodbye? Rebecca stared closely at Adams. His expression seemed to suffer. Of course, Ms. Castis, for you, I know everything. Adams answered with a smile. Do you know my father? Sir Castis is the person I respect the most. Adams gathered his smile, and rarely showed a solemn look. You are willing to let me go with Joan because of my father's sake? It's fine to say that. Adams touched his chin, vaguely, as if evading a sensitive topic. Mr. Adams, you are very familiar with my father, right? Excuse me, when and where did you see my father last time? Rebecca's face was eager, and her trembling voice showed that she was too excited to hold herself, so that the sedation bracelet activated on its own, releasing a magic halo to appease the emotions in time, to avoid her long hair mutating due to excessive excitement. Joseph Adams noticed the ripple effect caused by Rebecca's emotional changes. First look at her magic bracelet for a few seconds. After that, her eyes moved to her head and stared at the hair root of the girl until the bright silver color of the hair root faded slowly and turned into a black and bright hair color. From dignified to soft. Ms. Castis, subject to organizational discipline, I cannot answer your question directly. What do you mean by that? Rebecca was excited again because of her disappointment, and asked angrily, how does the discipline of the Son of Freedom relate to my father's whereabouts? Sorry, this issue is also among the prohibited items. Joseph Adams smiled apologetically and said calmly, Miss Casts, I can only give you a small reminder within my terms of reference. If you want to learn about the more than 10 years after Sir Castis left home, come to Midgard. It's not too late to discuss this topic in detail when you arrive in Midgard City. Midgard City, Rebecca murmured, seeming to imagine the magic of the strange land thousands of miles away. Joan frowned slightly as he listened. In today's era when transportation is far from convenient, the vast majority of people have never left their place of residence throughout their lives. The town of Dillon and Leidenport are only 100 miles apart, and the gap between lifestyle and local customs has been so great that Joan has not yet fully adapted to it. The geographic distance between Port Leiden and Midgard City is 10 times greater than the former, not to mention the great setbacks between the trips. Even communications can only rely on cruise ships drifting by sea, as if they are divided into two. The different worlds are so far away. Rebecca, who has never been out of Leiden City since childhood, can really have the courage to embark on a journey to Midgard. Even if she had this courage, how could Miss Martha rest assured that her sister would go alone? Just as Joan was worried about Rebecca's future, Adams came to him with a smile, still holding a letter in his hand. Mr. Joan, Mrs. Wolf and I will leave Snowman tonight, and no accident will cause trouble to the people here in the future. This letter asks you to pass it on to Andrew S. Mr. Connaught. For other things, you and Miss Castis will not bother you. Joan took the letter from Adams and held it in his hand. Adams seemed to see what he was worried about, and said with a smile, I guarantee with my personality, the Son of Freedom will never trouble you again. But then, no one would think that there are too many of his friends, right? You don't mind making this friend of mine? Please take this little souvenir. Adams spread his hands and held 2 bone-carved badges on his palm. The badge was engraved with the emblem of the Son of Freedom Association, a gold-scaled serpent cut into 8 segments from beginning to end. Joan hesitated for a while, and finally accepted the badge and handed one of them to Rebecca. I respect your position of not wanting to join the Children of Freedom, but as long as you show this badge, you can seek help from the members of the Children of Freedom and local branches, such as buying magic items, selling obscure antiques, or inquire about Sumion's whereabouts. Adams smiled and made explicit hints. Rebecca didn't want to collect the badge, so as not to get entangled with the Son of Freedom, but after hearing the last sentence of Joseph Adams, he had to change his mind and tighten the small bone badge. Hold it in your hand. It's not early. It's time to say goodbye. Adams put the crystal ball, candlestick and chessboard on the table into the storage bag, held the hand of Mrs. Wolf, and then raised the beam of light under his feet. Goodbye, young friends, there will be a future. Adams smiled and waved at Joan and Rebecca, sending a beam of light to wrap him and Mrs. Wolf into the sky, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Watching the two leave, Joan's tense nerves finally relaxed, holding Rebecca's hand and saying, "We should go back too." Rebecca nodded and walked with him to the cellar exit. He hung his head down along the way, silently thinking about his thoughts. It wasn't until the two walked out of the cellar and returned to the soft, moonlit garden that Rebecca threw a happy moment and looked up at Joan with apologetic eyes. "You have worked hard today, but unfortunately you end up in a hurry and blame me." "It doesn't matter if you don't make money. You can leave Snow Manor alive tonight. It's worth our thanks to the gods for your protection," Joan said with emotion and sigh of relief. Before leaving Snow Manor, Joan and Rebecca had a disagreement on how to dispose of the letter that Joseph Adams had transmitted. Joan did not want to continue to intervene in this storm involving political struggles, and proposed to hand over the letter to the Snow family's housekeeper and ask him to forward it to Andrew Snow. Rebecca insisted on handing over the letter to the customs chief. She insisted on doing this. First, she was worried that the letter might be lost after the housekeeper changed hands, contrary to Adams's request. Secondly, she wanted to know the contents of the letter. By the way, she would observe how Andrew Snow would react after reading the letter. Joan admires her attitude of strictly fulfilling her promise, but she can't understand why she has to engage in the game between the customs director and the smuggling group. He couldn't see how fun it was for Rebecca, an outsider. Rebecca did not explain this. Joan can only think of her as the father's whereabouts, trying to dig out more news about Sir Castis through the clue Son of Freedom. Joan had no intention of arguing with Rebecca. Since she was not in trouble, she insisted on returning to the city to deliver the letter herself. All she could do was to accompany her to the end. Chapter 252 Faith and Knowledge. The two rode away from Snow Manor and returned to the riverside along the way they came. Joan awakened the sleeping boatman. Rebecca spent double the money before persuading the boatman to fight hard and send them across the river. After going ashore, the two continued to ride, and when they returned to Castis Manor, it was past midnight. The two were sleepy and tired. Under the servant's service, they simply ate something and washed and rested. Joan has a vitro ring. He recovers after 2 hours of sleep, and gets up to study spells before dawn. Rebecca slept lazily until dawn, and went downstairs in pajamas to have breakfast. At this time, Joan and Miss Martha had already eaten breakfast and were chatting over coffee at the table. Joan had briefly told Miss Martha what happened yesterday at Snow Manor. Because he had been asked by Rebecca in advance, he did not explicitly state that Joseph Adams was likely to be related to Sir Castis. For this reason, he was ashamed to see Rebecca coming to the restaurant and hurriedly dumping the pot. "Miss Martha, I couldn't remember what happened at Snow Manor yesterday. If you have any questions, just ask Rebecca." Miss Martha gave him a puzzled look, and seemed to sympathize with his memory loss at a young age, and turned to look at her sister, who was about to ask. Rebecca had a confused look on her face, and murmured to her eyes, "Who am I? Where am I? Oh, my head is so dumb, why can't I remember anything?" "Alas, Martha, you know, I forget things when I don't get enough sleep." "About Snow Manor, let's talk about it another day." "You two devil heads, is it a good negotiation?" "Really can't get you." Miss Martha couldn't help crying and laughing, and simply got up and left the restaurant. As soon as her sister left, Rebecca regained her spirits, lowering her voice and asking Joan, "Did you not talk about the leak?" "Of course not. But I don't want to do this kind of thing in the future," Joan answered angrily. "Okay, I promise this is the last time." "Actually, I don't want to hide Martha, I just don't want her to worry," Rebecca said quietly. "Don't say this, let's eat soon." "Well, we went into the city after breakfast. On the way back to school, we just passed Mr. Snow's mansion. Would you like to accompany me to meet the Director General?" "Not interested," Joan answered flatly. "Then you wait for me in the carriage for a few minutes, Okay, Rebecca said with a prayer in her eyes. Joan nodded helplessly. The next trip is like Rebecca's arrangement. After breakfast, the two of them took the cast's carriage to the city. On the way, they passed the official residence of the customs director. Rebecca got out of the car with the letter. Kiaoning could stay in the carriage. Until novel.com kill time. After waiting for about half an hour, Joan saw Rebecca sent out by a well-dressed middle-aged couple. After a goodbye to each other, Rebecca returned to the car and stretched with relief. It's finally solved. Mr. Snow, read the letter. What did you say? Joan asked casually. A high-ranking official like him, even if he was so angry that he scolded his mother's face, she was quite at ease. How could she be lost in front of me, even if I was just a little girl who knew nothing about them? Rebecca smiled slightly. It's Mrs. Snow, looking a little excited, and it seems that the letter contains threatening words. Joanne was not surprised by the threat in the letter. What really surprised him was Rebecca's attitude. You seem to enjoy it. What do you mean? The whole thing and the complicated interpersonal relationships, power struggles, and interest struggles associated with it, and more or less. Rebecca shrugged and seemed to be 10 years older than she was. What fun can this have? I don't understand. The fun is in the complex interpersonal relationships, power struggles, and interest struggles you just mentioned. If we compare the society we are in to the human body, each person is compared to the smallest unit that constitutes society, and different families, ethnic groups, classes and interest groups represent different tissues and organs of the human body. The dispute between people's emotions and rights is like the driving force that promotes the operation of society. Isn't this law worth our in-depth exploration? Rebecca asked seriously. Just listening to what you say, I find it very troublesome and terrible to deal with these complicated relationships. Joan made no secret of his disgust. If possible, I really want to hide on a desert island away from the crowd, and spontaneously die. Realizing that his tone was too extreme, Joan quickly remedied it. Of course, this is just an impulsive thought. If I really throw me on a desert island, I can't stand the lack of clothes, books and arcane experiment equipment. I will also miss my loved ones and friends and really live there. In this kind of environment, people like me will probably renounce themselves and eventually become a beast. Even a monster. Joan remained silent for a while, but couldn't help but tell the truth. Even if it's just to maintain my humanity and avoid becoming a monster, I have to clean my teeth and stick to living in the crowd, and strive to overcome my personality weaknesses. Just like. What is it like? Joan couldn't find a suitable analogy for a while. It's like a trial. Rebecca continued with his words. It's like the test of the gods drop. Joan nodded in approval. You are more like a seeker than I am, but you are not seeking God's revelation, but the enlightenment brought by knowledge and the liberation of the soul. Rebecca looked at Joan, her eyes became very bright, and suddenly found a soul that was sinking in the dark, only she could redeem. For priests like her, this is undoubtedly a sacred challenge. We have similar blood flowing in our bodies and suffering similar curses. I can understand your plight in general. Joan, you may not like to listen to some words, but I still want to tell you that what really helps you integrate into society is not knowledge but faith. The more profound your knowledge, the more difficult it is to tolerate the foolish and boring fellows around you, such as people like me. If you chose to become a priest at the beginning, and an illegal teacher, your heart will get a sustenance, maybe it will be happier than now. Rebecca's sermon was sincere, but it was not enough to persuade a lonely stubborn boy across from him. Rebecca, I respect the gods, but I can't worship any of them from the bottom of my heart, and I don't want to trust my destiny to others, even if the other person is an omnipotent god. Analyzing his soul in front of the girl embarrassed Joan, and he didn't want to continue this topic. I heard Thomas say that only half of the students who graduated from the seminary are actually engaged in missionary work, and more of them are politicians in robes. Is this true? There are exaggerated ingredients, but it's generally true. Rebecca nodded with a smile. Mother Clara always said to me, theology is politics. If I were a man, I would probably become a politician in the future. Is that so? Joan had mixed tastes in her heart, and she didn't know how to continue this topic. Simply silent. Rebecca didn't speak anymore, and the car fell silent. Chapter 253 Hunting Festival 1. I don't know how long after that, the carriage bumped and then slowly slowed down, and the door of Leiden College appeared outside the window. Before you get off, give you a surprise. Rebecca hid her hands behind her back. Her smile intertwined with mischief and playfulness. What a surprise! Dang 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 dang. Rebecca showed her right hand, holding a beautifully printed note between her fingers, shaking at him. A check, 500 gold coins. This is. Mrs. Snow gave it to me. Anyway, we can also cast the ghost away, and make Snowman back to the clean. I can never let us do anything in vain. I am comfortable with the money. The Snow family is really generous. Joan lamented. As long as you can get out of trouble, the wife of the commissioner is not bad for this little money. Rebecca folded the check in half and stuffed it into Joan's pocket. Keep it well. I'll ask you to help you with the work of exorcism and spirits next time. Then I will accept it. Rebecca, thank you. Joan said gratefully. I should thank you for being right. If you weren't brave by my side yesterday, I'm afraid when I first saw the ghost shadow. Rebecca raised his headband and was about to get off. Joan first jumped off the carriage and turned to help her get off. She wanted to say that she would look better without wearing a headscarf, but after all she didn't mean to speak out. The two waved apart at the school gate. Rebecca returned to the seminary, and Joan returned to his dorm. When Joan went upstairs, Thomas shouted at him, grinning with a smile and asking, I saw you and Rebecca get off the same carriage from the balcony. What stage have you both developed? I do not understand what you're saying. The genius girls are all in your hands. What stupid do you guys pretend to tell you honestly? Have you gone to bed? Neuropathy. Joan glanced angrily at him and walked upstairs. Behind him, Thomas reluctantly asked, Don't go to bed, then always kiss? Don't you tell me that I haven't even touched it. At the very least, do you hold hands? Is there any? Joan turned a deaf ear to the wailing of the color embryo and walked back to the attic, sat at the desk and opened the spell book, quickly immersed in the ocean of knowledge and forgot about things outside him. After returning to school, Joan's life became monotonous and full as before. On weekends, I went to Vernon Mountain to read a book as usual. In the evening, I followed Major Vassar to White House Estate and had dinner with Sister Castis. While chatting, he heard Rebecca say that the customs chief Andrew Snow had given up his plan to crack down on smuggling. Joanne was not surprised by this, and was fully able to understand the concessions made by Mr. Snow's helplessness. However, perhaps because of the cruel side of real society, I really realize that justice may not always be able to defeat evil, and my heart is a bit flustered. In a blink of an eye, 2 weeks later, Joan had mastered the spells he had copied in the library last time. He made a Quran bracelet for Rebecca, plus the income from the Snowman Desoling event. During this time, he made a lot of money and planned to go to the library to copy a few new spells. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory door, Joan saw two familiar figures approaching. Dick, Roger. Long time no see. Joan waved to the Dingle brothers. How did you come in? The doorman still remembers us. Hearing that we have something to find you, he let us in, Dick said with a smile. Wearing a night uniform, it's hard for the guard to remember you. Joan noticed that the girls passing by looked back at the two young knights in handsome military uniforms and couldn't help but laugh. You brothers, what's the matter with me? There are two things. Can we find a quiet place to talk? It's a little uncomfortable to be surrounded by people here. Roger looked around, his eyes burning. In fact, he was not afraid of onlookers. Unfortunately, most of the girls who watched on him were mediocre. No one could compare with Rebecca, who met him last time, which made him quite sorry. My dormitory is too small to entertain you. Joan thought for a while, and then said, go to my instructor's laboratory for a while. There is no class today. There should be no one in the laboratory. It is suitable for chatting. You eat. The cafeteria or nearby restaurants are up to you. Of course, going to the cafeteria, I have long wanted to experience campus life. How carefree it is." Dick grinned. "You got it. Actually, because you can see more young and beautiful student girls in the cafeteria." Roger mercilessly exposes his brother's true thoughts. A group of 3 people laughed and walked into the winding ladder leading to the Rawls laboratory. The elevators driven by the wind element made the Dindal brothers open their eyes. Instructor Rawls is not in the laboratory. Thomas and Edward are still practicing boxing and swordsmanship in the gym. Only the wooden golem Kino guards the laboratory door. Joan walked to Chino and introduced the Dindal brothers to him, and asked him to open the door so that the visitors could visit the laboratory. The wooden golem looked up and down at the 2 visitors, and the light of the detection camp was released in his eyes, confirming that there was no evil breath in the Dindal brothers. And then came to bow and greet. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter the Austrian-law laboratory, but fortunately, the Dindal brothers are not ordinary people. The handsome military uniform, coupled with the knight's badge and righteousness, won them the trust of the wooden golem, not to mention Joan's guarantee. After briefly thinking, Chino opened the door readily and invited the 2 young knights into the house. Joan took 2 old friends around for a brief tour, briefly introduced the various instruments in the laboratory, and told them to only watch and not touch, in case it is not fun to overthrow the highly toxic alchemical compound. Chino brought a tea tray from the kitchen next door and poured water for Joan and Dindal. The 3 of them sat down around Joan's laboratory and chatted while drinking tea. "Joan, we came to you this time. There are 2 things you can help." Roger blew open the foam of milk floating on the surface of the black tea, expressing his intention. "Today is June 20th, another 10 days is the annual hunting festival. This is the most important summer festival in Port Leiden, and the knights will also get a week's holiday by boat." The Wild Boar Island across the strait participated in the hunting contest, and both Dick and I had great expectations for this event. Joan sipped black tea and silently listened to Roger about the hunting festival. Hunting festival is not a traditional festival with a long history. It has been in existence for more than 20 years, and its influence has been limited to Port Leiden and surrounding towns. Speaking of hunting festival, you must mention Wild Boar Island. The island, which covers an area of nearly 300 square miles, is located in Peak Bay, about 200 nautical miles from Port Leiden. The steamer departs from Leiden Port and can cross the Leiden Strait to reach Wild Boar Island in a day and night voyage. This island across the sea from Leiden Port is surrounded by beautiful golden sand beaches dotted with clear lakes and tall coconut trees. When the sun is shining in the middle of summer, the beach around the island will become the city's heart, longing for summer resorts. It is a pity that Wild Boar Island is not just a warm beach and a beautiful sea view. The middle of the island is covered with dense jungle, and the forest is famous for wild boars, and the place name Wild Boar Island is derived from it. According to local folklore, deep in the jungle of the island, there are even monsters far more savage than wild boars. Chapter 254 Hunting Festival 2. Every spring, the weather is getting warmer, and the wild boar family on the island across the strait also has a breeding season. When the midsummer season comes, the wild boar population on the island has already flooded, and tens of thousands of hungry wild boars will almost explode this isolated island. In order to fill the stomach, the ferocious and greedy wild boars are not afraid of attacking all the birds and beasts that live on the island, and even actively besieged the dinosaurs that are larger and stronger than them. As a result, the dinosaurs on the island are becoming scarcer. Compared with the wildly expanding number of wild boars, the space on the island is too small to provide sufficient food for large groups of wild boars. In order to survive, the wild boar on the island has evolved over a long period of time and has mastered the skills of long-distance crossing. Every year in July and August, wild boars on the island will collectively go to the sea and migrate toward the mainland opposite the strait. After a difficult week-long journey, Most wild boars were either washed away by ocean currents and eventually drowned in the sea, or were hunted by sharks. Those wild boars that successfully passed the test of the angry sea and sharks will eventually board the coast and form a large army of thousands of wild boars, migrating downstream along the Effin River into the sea and sweeping the farmland along the way. The places where pigs traveled, like locusts crossing, caused severe damage to agriculture and animal husbandry in the area around Leiden. In order to prevent wild boars from crossing the sea and destroying crops, beginning 20 years ago, on the first day of July every year, Governor Alfheim will host a week-long hunting competition, which rewards people with great rewards and encourages people to go hunting for wild boar on the island. This is the predecessor of the hunting festival. Over time, the hunting activities every summer have developed into a local custom in Port Leiden, and are widely welcomed by the wealthy and leisurely upper-class people. Nobles, officers, manor owners and adventurers in the city actively participated in this activity for different purposes, and jointly made the hunting festival into a very popular entertainment celebration. Today, every hunting festival, celebrities and gentlemen in the city will be surrounded by a large group of domestic servants and hounds to take a boat to the sea, nominally to go to the Wild Boar Island to participate in the hunting competition. In fact, the main purpose is to cool off the summer vacation. In order to ensure that the lords, wives, sons, and young ladies are happy to play on the beach, and at the same time, to ensure that each plantation is protected from wild boars. After all, someone still needs to stick to the original intention of the hunting festival and really go deep into the jungle and devote themselves to thrills, exciting hunting activities. Of course, this includes celebrities and servants who seek excitement, and more are adventurers and professional soldiers hired by the rich and powerful. For example, the apprentice knights like the Dindal brothers. According to the rules of the hunting competition, all hunting teams are composed of 4 people. In addition, 4 hunting dogs can be carried. Usually, a noble is the captain. The team members include at least 1 spellcaster. Every time a hunting team kills a wild boar on the island, it must first cut off its tail as a basis for counting the number of hunting. Next, the casters in the team will also lay a unique secret mark on their prey as a sign. After the 6-day hunting contest ended, all teams returned to the pier to gather, count their loot, and report truthfully to the organizer of the hunting contest. In the process of calculating the loot, pigtail and secret mark must be a netoon correspondence. Otherwise there is a suspicion of cheating. In previous hunting competitions, someone privately bought wild boar tails and secretly brought them to the island, falsely claiming to be the loot they had hunted, causing a scandal. The organizer of the competition calculates the corresponding hunting points based on the number and weight of wild boars hunted by each team. All members of the top 3 teams in the final hunting points will be awarded a gold, silver and bronze medal. In addition to honorary medals, the top 3 hunting teams will also be awarded real prizes. The total prize money of the champion team is up to 3,000 gold dugger. The prize for the runner-up team is 2,000 gold dugger. The third-place team can also get 1,000 gold dugger. Those hunting teams who were not in the top 3 could at least take away the wild boars they hunted. The event organizer provides free freighters and is responsible for sending tens of thousands of wild boars back to the Leiden port terminal. The hunter keeps his own food or sells it to the butcher's shop. The Dindal brothers did not have much interest in wild boar and there was no shortage of bonuses. What they really longed for was to win medals at the hunting conference, and use this honor to start their fame and get enough brick to enter the upper class. The brothers Dick and Roger, like Joan, came from a country town, and their family is of course much better than Joan, but in the final analysis, they were born from a squire family. Their mere dad, considered the number 1 in the country, but when he arrived in the city, compared with the nobles and nobles who had thousands of acres of land and enslaved servants, a village mayor in the countryside was not worth mentioning at all. The Dindal brothers are young people who are pursuing progress, eager to stand out in the city and enter the upper class. However, the strict class barriers, like an invisible wall, block the brothers from the social field of the city's elite circle, and in a high position, with a sense of mockery, examine them, these country gangsters. The Dindal brothers came to the city these days and haven't gotten a little angry. In order to get rid of the nasty label of humpsters, they decided to go to the Wild Boar Island to participate in the annual hunting competition, hoping to make a big hit in the hunting competition and win themselves high social pass. If the goddess of luck is favored, bless our brothers in the limelight at the hunting festival and win medals, and the young masters of the knights who bear the title of nobility will not dare to underestimate us again. Dick's words with a trace of resentment. Every year, thousands of young people go to the Wild Boar Island to participate in the hunting competition. Most of them also dream of becoming famous overnight, but only 3 teams can win medals in the end. The others only get disappointed. Joan looked at the 2 old friends, and his words were frank and almost cruel. Dick, Roger, you are very good, but among the thousands of hunters, you are not the best. Why do you believe you can win the medal? Is it luck? Unfortunately, luck is right. Everyone is fair, and you may not be more fortunate than other contestants. It is precisely because we realize that our strength is insufficient, so we have to seize the time to improve ourselves before the opening of the hunting festival. Roger replied with a smile. Which way do you plan to improve your strength? Joan asked curiously. Dick and Roger are both level 5 fighters, which are pretty good by their age. It is still 10 days away from the hunting festival, and it is difficult to upgrade the professional level in just 10 days. Moreover, even a level increase will not significantly increase their chances of winning medals in hunting competitions. Joan, do you remember what the old dwarf Flint Anvil often said? If you want to carve beautiful and fine patterns on the armor, you must first forge a hard enough carving knife. Roger smiled deeply. This principle also applies to hunters. To catch more wild boars in the game, the first thing we have to do is to build a powerful weapon. Joan, you have to ask for help in this matter. Chapter 255 Hunting Team 1. I see. Joan nodded suddenly. You and Dick came to me today to make me build 2 enchanted weapons for you, right? That's right. Joan, we are iron brothers who grew up together, wouldn't you help? Dick asked earnestly. What do you think? I'm the kind of person who has no loyalty. Joan gave him a white look angrily. But then again, all I can get is the enchanting technique, and the enchanting materials and weapon embryo materials still have to be. You have to find ways to raise your own. Joan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, the cost of low-level enchanted weapons is mainly concentrated on the magic crystal as an enchant stabilizer. Based on our friendship, it is reasonable to say that I should provide you with magic crystals, but I'm so poor that I can't afford the money. Don't you think I'm stingy? Your kid is so poor that he can't afford to pay tuition, and he still has to talk to his brother. Dick gave Joan a punch with a smile. Joan, can't we learn the hypocrisy of the people in the city and die to face and suffer? We are bringing half a pound of magic crystals. Is it enough to enchant 2 weapons? Roger asked uncomfortably. Enough. Joan took the tin box from Roger, opened it and looked at the magic crystal particles with ice blue luster, and nodded with satisfaction. Good condition. Where can I buy it? The Knight's Quartermaster. This thing is really expensive. It costs 640 gold dugor for an ounce. Roger grinned as his teeth hurt. Although he is also a squire master and has a lot of assets in his family, the purchase of these magic crystals is also a considerable expense. If you need a magic crystal in the future, I will help you purchase, and you can save 40 gold dugor per ounce. At Yangbo, Joan can buy the cheapest magic crystal in the city. In fact, he always suspected that the magic crystals sold in Mr. Havel's shop were obtained through smuggling channels. Yangbos allegedly secretly assisted smuggling gangs in selling stolen goods. This is evidenced by Mr. Havel's close relationship with Xiaomiao and others. Even Havel himself is likely to be a member of the Children of Freedom Association. Joan does not intend to ask Mr. Havel this matter. After all, Everyone has their own privacy and way of doing things. Joan is very grateful to Mr. Javier and Xiaomiao for taking care of themselves, and their attitude towards the Children's Association of Freedom has become complicated. Although he is unwilling to join this illegal organization, he does not exclude maintaining proper cooperation with it. With enough magic crystals, the next enchanting process is just a piece of cake for Joanne. Dick used a battle axe, and Roger was good at magic crystal shotguns. Both of these weapons are fine products and are suitable as enchanted embryo materials. Roger is enthusiastic and cheerful, advocating melee combat, and hopes that Joan can help him improve the lethality of Tomahawk. Obviously, the most suitable for him is the fire enchantment special effects. Dick is more calm and sensible than his elder brother. He is good at long-range snipers. The destructive power of the magic crystal shotgun is enough for him. Roger is more inclined to enhance the pinch effect of weapons. The ice enchantment just meets his needs. After studying at Leiden College for more than 3 months, under the careful guidance of Master Rolls, Joan's enchanting technique has made great progress. Coupled with frequent hands-on practice of enchanting skills, he has successfully produced many pieces from conception, design to craftsmanship. They are all good quality magic guides, and it is not too easy to help the Dingle brothers to make these basic enchanted weapons. While Joan set about enchanting, he also chatted with the Dingle brothers and got both enchanted weapons in less than an hour. Dick's whiteboard tomahawk was upgraded to +1 blazing tomahawk by Joan. The axe blade glowed with fiery red light, emitting a scorching breath, and added an additional magic level 1 degree of fire damage when hitting the target. Dick's shotgun was upgraded to +1 frost magic crystal gun by Joan. The surface of the barrel seems to be condensed with a layer of frost that never melts, and the bullets that are fired have an additional 1 degree of ice energy damage. Prey hit by this enchanted bullet will become dull and stiff due to the cold entering the body. The Dingle brothers were very satisfied with their new weapons, and they waited for a long time before putting them away, and then made a second request to Joan. The two brothers want to win the medal in the hunting competition. It is not enough to have powerful enchanting weapons, but also to form a strong hunting team. According to the rules of the tournament, each hunting team consists of 4 people, the most critical role of which is the caster. If there is no accompanying spellcaster, after the wild boar is hunted, the secret law mark cannot be made, and the statistics of loot are not counted, which is completely in vain. Not to mention that on the densely wooded island, many times you can only rely on spells to track prey or early warning. The caster is undoubtedly the indispensable tactical core of the hunting team. When the Dingle brothers entered the city, the days were short, and they rarely had the opportunity to leave the barracks. For them, the only caster that could be regarded as friends in the entire Leiden port was only Joan. Of course, they wanted to invite Joan to join their hunting team. Joan did not immediately respond to the invitation of the Dingle brothers, and fell into a long period of thought. He really wanted to help these two friends, but the hunting contest took a week from opening to awarding, and he had to take a boat to Boar Island, which was too much trouble. Not counting the weekend, this trip will take at least a week off, and he really does not know how to speak to Rolls. Think about it, change yourself to be a tutor, learn that your students are not focused on their studies, and actually want to absent from school for a week to go to Boar Island for a vacation, even if they are barely allowed to leave. I am probably not very happy. While hesitating, the door opened, and Thomas Chap walked in with a big swing, and smiled immediately when he saw Joan's presence. "Great. I'm looking for you everywhere." "What's the matter with me?" Kian asked in surprise. "Do you know the hunting festival? This year's hunting conference has already started registration. I plan to form a team to participate in the competition." Thomas rubbed his hands and was full of fighting spirit. "Good brother, it's time to show your talents. Help me win the gold medal, and the prize money will be yours." "How?" Joan shook his head silently and turned to grin at the Dingle brothers. "I originally thought that your goal was too high. Compared with Thomas, I found that there are more unreliable guys." "Can't say that, If people don't have dreams, what's the difference with salted fish? Thomas plausibly argued, the goal is set a little higher. Even if you finally can't get what you want, at least you don't lose to others. Dick was infected by Thomas' brave words and said aloud, this gentleman said it well. If there is no ambition to compete for the championship, if the game is not started, then lose half, then what is the point? Chapter 256 Hunting Team 2 Joan doesn't completely agree with Thomas and Dick's views, but is also somewhat moved by their optimistic and confident attitude. After introducing both sides, he made a suggestion. Dick, Roger, aren't you looking for the mage teammates? Since Thomas also wants to participate in the hunting competition, the three of you are the right team. Thomas has a good impression of the Dingle brothers. Through Joan's introduction, he is very satisfied with the strength of the two brothers and readily accepts the team proposal. The Dingle brothers are also very happy to team up with the talented mages of Leiden College, but the two lacked understanding of Thomas and still hoped that Joan would also join. The hunting team has 4 places, and we are still short of a partner. Joan, Mr. Chap has agreed to form a team. What else do you have to quit? Dick tried to persuade Joan to join. There is one more mage in the team, and our chances of winning medals are also greater. Anyway, Dick and Mr. Chap only care about medals. As long as you are willing to help, the prize money won by the game belongs to you. Roger tried to lure Joan couldn't help crying or laughing. Before the hunting game started, the 3 guys felt that they were holding the medals steadily and writing empty checks indiscriminately. Of course, he just vomited in his heart and did not intend to openly question. Otherwise it would lead to a lot of chicken soup words such as dream and struggle. As the youngest of the 4, Joan's mentality is the most mature and stable. He may not fully agree with the slightly naive and positive optimism of the Thomas and Dingle brothers, but he appreciates it from the heart, because this is the vitality of youth and youth. Under the gaze of the 3 friends with anticipation, Joanne finally had to make concessions. It's okay for me, but it takes at least a week to participate in the hunting competition, and I must get the consent of Roll's mentor in advance. Joan told Thomas, don't worry about asking for leave, even if it's wrapped in me. Thomas patted his chest with confidence, suddenly remembering another thing. Joan, will you do the 0-ring trick secret mark? When we arrive at the Wild Boar Island, we need to use this spell frequently to stamp the wild boars we have captured. I haven't learned this spell, but it's too late to go to the library to copy it. With Joan's current knowledge accumulation and learning ability, self-learning a 0-loop trick is no more difficult than reading a popular novel, and it takes a long time to master it. It's not necessary to go to the library to transcribe. I have the secret mark scroll here. You can take it. Thomas opened the storage bag and turned over a large bundle of reels. I recently learned a few new 1st-level spells. You can take a look and copy them if you need them. How much can I save? Joan was in need of copying new spells. Thomas offered the spell scroll to him to copy. He could not take advantage of other people's pockets. He also opened his storage bag and took out all 1 ring of spell scrolls to communicate with Thomas. In addition to the 0-ring trick secret mark, Joan also found 6 1-ring spells that he had never been exposed to, namely stone boxing, human magnification, human shrinkage, and fade ray. Kill the enemy first and precise casting. Stone boxing can temporarily cast the caster's hands as hard as rocks and act as a weapon against the enemy. Thomas learned boxing skills from an early age and is the first boxer of the Austrian law school. Although it is said that the practice of boxing is a little bit of business, after all, it is also a skill. Especially when the enemy is close, they will use two-handed fist. At least not to sit and wait for beating. Thomas' stone boxing can exactly match his boxing expertise, and can greatly improve the lethality of fists. Joan knows nothing about boxing, and stone boxing is of little use to him. In contrast, the last 5 spells are much more practical. Human magnification can temporarily double the size of a humanoid and increase its weight by 8 times. As the body grows larger, the strength attribute also gains 2 points, and accordingly, the agility attribute decreases by 2 points. Another advantage of the growing technique is that the equipment and weapons of the recipient will also increase with the size of the body, and the larger size and weight of the weapon means a farther attack range and greater damage. The effect of reduction technique is the opposite of enlargement technique, which can reduce the size of a humanoid to half of its normal form. After the body shrinks, its strength weakens, but its agility increases, it becomes more flexible, and it can also penetrate into the narrow space that was originally inaccessible. It can be used to escape the enemy's pursuit at a critical moment. Shrinkage can also be used to weaken strong enemies. For example, when you hit a powerful orc robber, you can instantly turn the opponent into a thin dwarf. The fourth scroll, which describes a ring of necromantic arcane debilitating rays. This spell, if not the most powerful and practical one of all 1st level spells, is at least one of them. The function of weakness ray is to weaken the power attribute of the enemy target. The higher the cast level, the more obvious the weakening effect, especially for the powerful and powerful beasts. Take the hunting target of the hunting contest wild boar for example. The rough skin is thick and fierce and strong. If an offensive spell is released on it, with the poor lethality of a ring of spell positions, all the spell positions will be used up. It may not be able to kill the wild boar. However, just by shooting a debilitating ray, the ferocious wild boar immediately languished as if it had just exhausted its energy on the sow. Both the desire to attack and the combat effectiveness were greatly weakened, and it was much easier to deal with. The last 2 reels, which record kill the enemy first and precise casting. These 2 1st level prophecy spells are both practical and have similarities. Keeping the enemy first will enable the victim's next attack, whether it's melee, long range, or spell attack, to almost certainly hit. It is useful for enemies like thieves who are flexible and good at dodge. Precise casting can make the next magic attack of the subject easier to penetrate the target's spell resistance, specifically used to deal with those enemies with magic resistance, such as devil, demon and dark elf. So far, Joan has not had a head-on conflict with magically resistant monsters. However, based on his experience of reading the Vare's monster book, he knows that monsters with magic resistance hardly have the weak, and they are difficult to match one by one. If you want to break through the opponent's magic resistance, either luck blows the tent, or the wizard level is high enough to crush the enemy, and in the case that the above 2 conditions are not met, you can only rely on such spells as precise casting to restrain the enemy. Chapter 257 Test Joan briefly looked at the magic scrolls provided by Thomas and then stuffed them into the storage bag as the focus of the next stage of learning. Thomas also picked up 5 interesting spell scrolls from him, and then said goodbye to Joan and the Dindle brothers. He rushed to the role's instructor to ask for leave, and he also asked Joan to take 7 days off. The purpose of the Dindle brothers' trip has been achieved, and he happily followed Joan out of the laboratory and went to the dining hall of Leiden College. The brothers' minds were not on the food, and they kept looking away, looking at the girls in and out of the cafeteria, sometimes whispering and talking, and making a frivolous laughter, which attracted the girls' surprise or contempt. Joan was cheeky and accompanied the brothers in the cafeteria for half an hour, and then sent them out of the school and returned to the dorm alone. As soon as he arrived at the door of the dormitory, he saw Thomas back and ran a few steps to catch up, asking him if the role's instructor was on leave. The leave is down. Unfortunately, I didn't happen to go today. Edward was also at the tutor's house, and he also went to leave. As a result, the role's instructor took Edward as a benchmark and beat me hard. It's really bad. Thomas threw himself into the soft sofa in the living room on the 2nd floor, complaining bitterly. What did the tutor say? It's not the same stereotype, criticizing me for being too playful and not focusing all my energy on my studies. That's the truth. Joanne smiled appreciatively. But Edward doesn't take time off to participate in the hunting convention. Why didn't the tutor say him? Thomas complained disappointedly. Probably because Edward's mage rank is higher than you. Joan guessed. The result really got him right. The mentor said that Edward, as a level 3 mage, is qualified to go on vacation to relax, but my talent is not worse than that of Edward, and now he is only a small level 2 mage and should be ashamed. Thomas sighed and apologized. I'm sorry, Joanne, I couldn't keep up at the time. I couldn't help but drag you into the water. What does this matter to me? Kiawan asked in surprise. I said to the mentor, your talent is better than me and Edward, and work harder, and now it is only a tuned level master. You are not in a hurry. I have nothing to worry about. As a result, I don't say this is okay. When I mentioned you, Tutor Rawls was even more angry. The mentor also said that I am not qualified to compare with you. If you have such good family conditions as me, you have received systematic arcane education since childhood, and now you should study at Mage Joan University. The achievement is more than a small second-level mage. Thomas recounted the praise of Rawls' mentor to Joan, patting his shoulder and pretending to have a serious expression. Joan, everyone can see that among you, me and Edward, the Rawls mentor has the greatest expectation of you. You can work hard and don't let the mentor down. I will work hard, but you wait. How did the topic get to me? Shouldn't you work harder yourself? Joan asked angrily. Of course I will cheer, but I can't spend my youth just to learn. Thomas Hippie smiled and cheered. Appropriate leisure and entertainment are good for relieving fatigue. You need to rest enough to study hard. Dare you say that to Rawls? Joan stared at him suspiciously. Of course not dare. Thomas scratched his head and smiled bitterly around Joan's shoulder. Mr. Rawls has already set the conditions. If he can't be promoted to the level 3 mage before July 1st, he won't allow us to attend the hunting conference. Today is the 20th, leaving us only 10 days left. Joan, are you sure? It should be too late. Joan is quite sure to upgrade the mage level before the end of the month, but out of personal habits, he has never said too much. That's good. It seems I have to work harder. Thomas rarely showed self-motivatedness. Come on, I'll go upstairs first. Joan returned to the attic, first placed the arcane scroll code exchanged with Thomas on the desk, lit the oil lamp, spread out the spell book, dipped the pen and dipped it in the ink, and transcribed it. It wasn't until the early morning bell sounded outside the window that Kiawan transcribed 6 1st-level spells on the spellbook and got up to move his hands and feet. Passing the stairs, he accidentally found that the second floor was still lit. Through the door slit, the rustling of the pen tip across the paper could be heard faintly. It seems that Thomas not only talked about it, but did put more energy in his studies than usual. After more than 3 months of getting along, Joan had a deeper understanding of Thomas. This rich man is very smart, but he is too playful and he has not invested all his energy in his studies. In fact, this cannot blame Thomas. If Joan, like him, was born with a golden spoon and is the heir to an 80,000 mu plantation, he would not have to do anything in this life, and he would have countless money for himself to eat, drink and have fun. Enjoy life as much as possible. How many power-focused spells are left? Thinking further, what is the purpose of learning spells? If you just want to change your poverty and live a prosperous life with clothes and food, then Thomas Chap has already achieved this goal without studying spells. Why waste his youth and study hard? Even if he succeeds in learning, how much can he improve his quality of life? Is it worth the effort compared to the reward? As far as Joan is concerned, of course, changing the economic dilemma is one of the motivations for learning magic, but it is not the main motivation, and the knowledge itself is his greatest pleasure. By studying magic, he was able to understand the world he lives in more clearly, and at the same time, he improved his survivability and gained capital to further explore the world and even all planes. When he thought that there are so many unsolved mysteries in the world waiting for him to reveal, and there are so many secret beasts waiting for him to explore, Joan feels excited and full of anticipation for every day in the future. He did not know what motivated Thomas to study. From the perspective of daily communication, the elders of the Chap family did not seem to fully support Thomas in choosing the profession of master. At first, The family hoped that he would study law and lay the foundation for the future to enter the political arena. Since Thomas violated the expectations of his elders and insisted on choosing an arcane major, Joan could only think that the rich master was as fascinated by magic as he was, and had a strong desire for knowledge. The difference between the two of them is that Joan was born in poverty, suffered too much from childhood, plus he had a peculiar pedigree, and was mentally tortured by disease. Learning magic is his only way to get rid of life and mental pain. It can even be said to be more extreme. If Joan is not allowed to learn magic, he will lose his motivation to live. If there is only 1 minute left in life, Joan hopes to use this last minute to study spells. Thomas' interest in magic is far less enthusiastic than Joan. He certainly loves magic, but he also loves food, wine, beauty, boxing, dancing, horse racing, hunting and many other exciting things. Magic is not the only pursuit in Thomas' life. Chapter 258 Spiritual Thoughts 1 After all, one's energy is limited. Thomas' interests are too broad, and there is not much energy left for his studies. Roll's tutor compares the efforts of these two students, and it is inevitable that Thomas is playful and does not want to make progress. In fact, as long as Thomas is motivated, he will be beaten from time to time, forcing him to concentrate all his energy on learning. For example, as he is now, if he cannot upgrade his level within 10 days, he will not be allowed to participate in the hunting festival. The potential of this will be terrible. Joan has no doubt that Thomas can meet the requirements of the role's mentor before the deadline. Now he needs to spend some time to meditate and strive to upgrade his mage level to level 3. Joan took off his boots, sat cross-legged on the bed, and followed the guidance of the role's instructor to enter the state of meditation. The mage's meditation is actually almost the same as the spell focusing trick. The difference is that the focus of spellcasting is to concentrate the mental power on a specific spell configuration. Meditation does not target specific spells, but condenses the mental power into an invisible probe. Consciously manipulates this root spirit probe to contact the magic net to explore the deep mysteries of the magic net. Before Joan came to Leiden College to study, he had no systematic training in mage training, but only learned magic through a set of methods he found out. He didn't know much about meditation, and he didn't even understand the meaning of spiritual meditation. It is because the foundation is too weak that Joan's first 2 levels of upgrades were indistinctly complete, an inexplicable upgrade upon awakening. This kind of natural and passive upgrade practice cannot be said to be bad, but the efficiency is too low, and knowing what it does not know why is ultimately not the right way to seek knowledge. After coming to Leiden College, Joan finally received the guidance of a mentor and mastered the perfect meditation secrets under the careful teaching of Master Rolls. The bigger gain is that he understands that meditation is indispensable for the practice of arcane practice component. Through deep meditation, Joan consciously drives his spiritual power to touch the magic net, and then has a deeper understanding of the magnet. Under the exploration of spiritual power, the overall shape of the magic net is very interesting. Like a stack of neatly arranged breads, there are 11 breads from top to bottom, corresponding to rings 09, plus legendary spell slots. Among them, the thickness of the bread magic net corresponding to the 19 ring spell position increases gradually, and the thicker the bi-magic level is, the higher the corresponding spell position is. Regardless of thickness, these 9 cakes can be divided into 2 parts, surface layer and inner layer. The caster initially only touches the surface of a ring-shaped magic net. After the level is increased, he can contact the inner layer. If he continues to upgrade the level, he can penetrate the current heavy magic net and explore the surface of the higher level magic net. And so on, going deeper and deeper, constantly improving your mana. However, the first heavy magic net corresponding to the 0th level spell slot and the 11th heavy magic net corresponding to the legendary spell slot are special cases. If you want to compare the 2 layers of magic net to a pie, then the thickness of the pie corresponding to the 0 level spell position is almost 0, there is no difference between the inside and the outside. and the thickness of the pie corresponding to the legendary spell position is almost endless, and there is no the difference between inside and outside. This means that there is no upper limit to the magic energy level of the legendary spell, and it can even reach the point of fighting against the true god. After understanding the basic structure of the magic net, Joan went back to examine his practice experience, and many problems that once puzzled him were solved. For example, when he first came into contact with magic 2 years ago, with perseverance and good luck, he learned the first zero loop trick, the Master's Hand, and became a master apprentice. If he mastered the systematic meditation method at that time, he could use his spiritual power to reach the zero loop magic net, which is the level where the zero loop spell position is located. With the deepening of learning, Joan accidentally upgraded the Mage's Hand to higher Mage's Hand, which means that his mage level has been increased to level 1, and he can access the first ring of magic net's surface area. When Joan was promoted to the second level wizard, his spiritual strength reached the inner layer of the first ring of magic nets, but he has not yet truly broken through the first ring of magic nets, so he can only get a maximum of 1 magic spell position. It's just that the understanding of the magic net has been deepened, the use of magic is more skillful, and an additional 1 spell slot is added. Now, what Joan needs to do is to concentrate his mental strength and use it as a probe to continue to explore the magic net in depth, try to break through the first ring of magic net, and touch the surface of the second ring of magic net. If he can achieve this goal, it means that he has the ability to explore the mysteries of the magic ring of the second ring, and the next day he can obtain the magic ring of the second ring and be promoted to the level 3 mage. This is the brief process of using spiritual thoughts to actively increase the cast level. During the 2-hour meditation period, Joan's probe formed by his spiritual power continued to drill deep into the first ring of magic nets, and only a layer of film was left to achieve breakthrough. Encountered the surface of the second ring of magic web. It is a pity that his will can no longer maintain his concentration, and the probe with his mental strength has broken apart inch by inch, and his headache has become stronger, forcing him to stop meditation. Joan opened his eyes and yawned wearily, massaging his eyes and temples on both sides in accordance with the method taught by Master Rolls to relieve headaches. This attempt to break through the realm fell short of success, but Joan's efforts were not in vain. Compared with yesterday's meditation, his mental strength detected a deeper position in the first ring of magic nets. One of the great benefits of spiritual thinking is its continuity. If a certain depth was detected yesterday, then tomorrow's meditation will reach the same depth without much effort. This is like digging a pit. It was 3 feet deep yesterday. During the shutdown, the cave was filled again. At first glance, it seemed that yesterday's efforts were all wasted. In fact, the cave is filled with a layer of soft floating soil, which can be easily re-excavated. Until it reaches the depth of 3 feet again, it will no longer be floating soil, but solid clay or even rock, and the deeper the digging, the harder it will be. Joan wrote down the progress of meditation today in a notebook and compared it with the data recorded a few days ago. After a series of statistical processing, he transformed the data into a fitted curve on the coordinate system. The horizontal axis is the number of meditations, and the vertical axis is the progress made. Observing this upward convex curve, it is not difficult to find that it gradually decreases, that is, the progress made in a single meditation gradually decreases. The characteristics of the curve are completely consistent with people's general consensus. The higher the professional level, the slower the promotion level. To put it bluntly, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. Chapter 259 Spiritual Thoughts 2. The learning curve drawn by Joan is of reference value only to him, because the key parameter that determines the direction and curvature of this curve is his own intellectual properties, and people with different levels of intelligence have different learning curves. According to the existing statistics, Joan can try to summarize the analytical function of the approximate function of the learning curve, bring in the boundary conditions, and then calculate that he still needs 3 to 5 meditations before he can reach the surface of the second ring of magic nets. Of course, these projections are based on the current boundary conditions, without considering unexpected factors, such as sudden illness, taking some kind of intelligence-enhancing medicine, or suddenly arousing a flash of light. Joan's current mathematical knowledge can only deal with linear behavior, and he cannot yet incorporate the chaotic phenomenon of inspiration into his calculations. Most of the time in a person's life is a step-by-step linear behavior. Surprise and fright are small probability events. This is the case for people with simpler lives. Joan's life is very simple, just like a formula, and this is his own choice. There is no surprise, no fright, no accident. This is his ideal way of life. This kind of life may be tedious, but it has a great advantage for Joan. That is, the linear deduction of the future has a very good fit with real life. As Joan calculated, 3 days later, he made a breakthrough in his routine spiritual meditation every night. He was first contacted with the 2-ring magic net and successfully promoted to level 3 mage. Since all this was expected, Joan didn't even feel the slightest surprise after the breakthrough, and as usual, he got into the bed and fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. The next day was Thursday. When Joan got up and performed endoscopy to check his physical condition, rows of mentally powerful data came into view. Status: Basic Health, Right Eye Disability. Level: Master 3 Myth Archer 1. Current spell slot: 0 ring Infinite, 1 ring 4 Intellect Attribute bonus +2, 2 rings 3 Intellect Attribute bonus +2. Tower Stability: Mythic Archmage, Mythic Power 5 days. Wild Arcane, Mythical Spellcasting, Energy Replacement. Attributes: Strength 10, Dexterity 12, Constitution 10, Intelligence 22, Wisdom Spring +5, Tears of God +4, Wisdom 14, Charisma 16. With insight, Joan confirmed that he had been promoted to a 3-rod level wizard and obtained a total of 3 2-ring spell slots. In addition, the energy stored in his mythical power and even the Tears of Gods also increased simultaneously. From now on, he can use these mythical energies to simulate the tuned level spell slot. Joan nodded in satisfaction, cancelled endoscopy, and got up to wash and eat. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Joanna arrived at Roll's instructor's laboratory on time. Soon afterwards, Edward, Thomas, and the mentor himself came one after another, and they all looked surprised when they saw Joan. Especially Edward. After shock, his face became quite ugly. "Joan, congratulations on your promotion to level 3 master." Master Rolls smiled and congratulated the students he valued most. His eyes were filled with relief. "Teacher, can I take time off to attend the hunting convention?" Joanne asked embarrassedly. "Yes, of course." "For you, hard work does not require others to urge, but instead needs my mentor to occasionally remind you to put down your books and go away, so as not to overwork." "Teacher, you are right." Thomas jumped up and applauded excitedly. "For example, I am very focused on the combination of work and rest. I am deeply aware that blindly immersing myself in hard work will do more harm than good. You should put aside all your worries and have fun when you are playing. Do you think it makes sense?" "Shut up for me." Tutor Rolls snatched the broom in Chino's hand and was so angry that he would beat Thomas' ass. "You slacker, what kind of a combination of work and rest? Are you not eating, drinking and playing all day?" "Edward and Joan, add luster to my mentor. Hello, you know all day long that you are molesting the little campus, and the mentor came to me to sue. My old face was lost by your little rogue. I already knew that your kid was so upset that I shouldn't have accepted you. You stopped me." Thomas hid his head and hid eastward in Tibet. In the end, he couldn't hide it. So Master Rolls raised his broom and pumped twice on his plump ass. "Dear mentor, you can get rid of it. Can't I admit it wrong?" Thomas rubbed his and gritted his teeth with a grin. "Starting today, I promise to work hard and never lose face to your old man. Let's talk less beautifully and still follow the old rules. Unless you can be promoted to level 3 mage before July 1st, don't think about going to the hunting contest. Joan and Edward can go hunting on the island to relax. When they come back, Remember to bring Thomas a wild boar tail as a souvenir. Who makes him always the tail of the crane in the class? Tutor Alls dropped the broom and turned to the podium. The joke ends here, now we start the class. At the end of the day, the time has come to the afternoon. According to past habits, Joan always goes to the swordsmanship hall for an hour before dinner. During this period, Edward will also come to practice swordsmanship and give him a few tips. Going outside the gate of the Swordsmanship Museum and seeing Edward's back through the glass window, Joan recalled his gloomy attitude in class, and he couldn't help but hesitate. Of course, Joanne could see that Edward was in a bad mood all day, but he could not determine to what extent Edward's bad mood was because he upgraded his mage level today, causing Edward to lose his sense of superiority, and then become unbalanced and unhappy. Joanne knew that he should not be approaching Edward at this sensitive moment. However, Joan couldn't help but figure out whether Edward was really like Thomas had predicted. Only when he was weaker than him could he get his friendship and care, and when the strength of both sides was reversed, Edward's attitude would also be suddenly. The friendship between the two parties broke down and the relationship became tense. Recalling the scene of his relationship with Edward in the past 2 months, Joan couldn't believe it. A friend who had guided his fencing skills without reservation yesterday, suddenly turned over and became hostile to himself. To prove that Edward was not the kind of person Thomas said, Joan finally entered the gate of the swordsmanship hall. He put on his fencing uniform, walked to Edward, and waved his hand to say hello. Edward glanced back at Joan, his face uncertain, and he seemed to hesitate to respond to his greeting. After hesitating for a few seconds, the son of the general reluctantly nodded at him, counted as a hello, and walked past him in a hurry, leaving only a cold word. I still have things. Practice it yourself. Chapter 260 Encounter Edward. Please wait. Edward. Joan chased out 2 steps and found that the other party did not mean to look back, but accelerated his pace and had to give up chasing. Joan stood on the side of the field, with a complicated mood, watching Edward's back quickly go away, as if running away. Hurriedly left the swordsmanship hall. Recalling the experience just now, he was very unhappy. Facts have proved that Thomas has a deeper view of Edward than he is. Edward's attitude has indeed changed significantly. The root cause of this change is that Joan's mage level has been raised to the same level as him. Joan was stunned for a long time, but still couldn't figure out why Edward had such a strong sense of competition. This is beyond the scope of competition and is almost morbid. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply breathed a sigh of relief, gave up trying to understand the other party's mentality, and tried to throw Edward's confusion out of his mind. Lifting the thin sword, he turned to face the human-shaped sword target standing against the wall, struggling to stab it out. Just a week after Joan was promoted to the level 3 mage, Thomas Chap finally fulfilled the haiku he boasted, successfully broke through the practice bottleneck, and became the 3rd level 3 mage under Master Alls. It was already June 29th, and there was only 1 day left before the opening of the hunting festival. Although Thomas successfully upgraded, he did not have enough time for him to learn the 2nd ring spell. Joan's situation is slightly better than Thomas. After a week of special research, he not only mastered the 6 one-ring spells exchanged with Thomas, but also had little experience in the study of the 2-ring stealth, and the casting success rate was not less than 50%. Because the tuned level spells are generally more difficult, it takes too much time and energy to specialize, and with the same amount of time and energy, Joan can learn more and more practical ones to level spells. Considering that the hunting competition is imminent, there are very few days left for me to study the spells. In addition to invisibility, Joan has no other 2-ring spells for the time being. After the hunting contest is over, spare no effort to learn the 2-ring spells systematically. It's not too late. On June 30th, Friday, Joan took the time to go to the Yangbo business and bought the 2 magic guides specially reserved for him by Mr. Havel: Campfire Rosary and Endless Water Bag. Campfire Rosary looks like a transparent glass bead the size of a dove egg, placed on the ground to recite the start mantra can become a burning bonfire, burning for up to 8 hours. After running out of magic power, change back warm glass beads. It takes another 8 hours to become full of magic and turn into a bonfire again. Campfire rosary does not require additional fuel during the burning period, even in the snow. It can maintain the combustion, providing a source of fire for heating and baking food for the campers in the wild. In addition, the campfire rosary has another advantage that is different from other open flames, and does not produce smoke during the combustion process. There is no need to worry about choking people when igniting in a cave or indoors, and when the fire is fired in the wild, it will not be exposed due to the rise of smoke, which will lead to attacks by beasts or bandits. Endless water bag. The appearance looks flat and unobtrusive, and the black skin sac seems to be made from the skin of lizard or toad, with a soft and moist touch. The water bag weighs about 1 pound and can be filled with pure water by itself after 4 hours of storage. The maximum capacity is 16 pounds. When the clean water in the bladder is drained, new water will be generated automatically in the following time. After 4 hours of savings, the skin sac can be refilled with 16 pounds of cool pure water. 2 pieces of magic guides. The total price is 2,000 gold duga. This is Mr. Havil sold to Joan according to the purchase price. A copper plate did not earn. The reason why Joan was willing to spend a lot of money to buy these 2 magic guides is not only because he is about to embark on a wild hunting trip, but also needs to use campfire rosary and endless water bag, but also because these 2 magic guides can only made with divine magic. Joan cannot resolve the spells attached to it, nor can he copy it himself, and can only buy it for money. Since it will be bought sooner or later, of course it is to take advantage of the money on hand and buy early to benefit. In addition to buying the campfire rosary and infinite water bag, Joan also paid back 500 gold duga. In this way, he helped Rebecca to make the 2,000 gold duga earned by the soothing bracelet and the 500 gold duga earned at the snow manor, all spent brilliantly. Looking at the shriveled purse, Kian was lost. Originally, he was not very enthusiastic about the hunting competition, just to help the Thomas and Dindal brothers to make up the number of teams, and did not expect to win any medals. However, considering his economic situation, which has become very tight, and considering that he has invested a lot of money in this hunting trip to buy 2 magic devices, Joan's mentality has also undergone a subtle change. Now he feels he should go all out and try his best to get good results. If you can break into the top 3, you can win at least 1,000 gold duga bonus. For him, it is a considerable income. At 8 o'clock on the morning of July 1st, Joan and Thomas were at the school gate with the Brotherhood of Dindale. All 4 were carrying their bags and prepared to travel. Thomas Bobby, Thomas' personal servant, also brought 4 brave and strong hounds from his home. Everyone greeted each other and boarded the chap's carriage one after another. Bobby was in charge of driving, and 4 humane hounds trot all the way, following closely behind the carriage. Near 9 o'clock, the carriage stopped near the dock. Joan looked out through the car window, and all the horses and carriages were out of sight. Sometimes people got out of the car and walked towards the dock in droves. Men and women are dressed in neat hunting outfits, carrying crossbow swords and even magic crystal guns, all dressed up for hunting. Joan, they got off the bus one after another, and followed the crowd to the dock. A loud whistle came from across the trestle. A huge steamer came slowly. The main mast held up the white sails in the wind, and the high bridge had 6 floors, just like a big hotel built on the deck. Look, that's the New World, the largest magic crystal steamship in Port Leiden. Wow, it's really big. It's like a castle floating on the sea. Joan heard the familiar conversation behind him, and looked back. It turned out to be 3 familiar faces. Sister Meow, Uki, Teacher Benny. Good morning. Joan raised his voice to say hello, while waving to the Catwoman, White Ratman, and Kobold in the opposite stream to attract the attention of the other party. Yo, this is not Joan, what a coincidence. Xiao Meow shook her tail and came over with a smile. You are going to the Wild Boar Island to participate in the hunting competition? Joan nodded and introduced his companion to Xiao Meow. Sister Meow, did you also go to the hunting competition? Thomas was very familiar with Xiao Meow. You only have 3 people, and you don't have a hound. You don't look like an experienced hunter. Chapter 261 New World 1 We are not hunters. Xiao Meow answered with a smile. Actually, the 3 of us were appointed by the editor-in-chief of the Leiden Post to go to the Wild Boar Island to report on the grand occasion of the hunting festival. One of the most important missions is to follow the hunting team into the jungle and write about what happened during the hunting process. Anecdote. Of course, the more thrilling the better. Which hunting teams are you going to track and interview? Roger leaned in curiously and asked. This is not necessarily, in principle. Those teams that seem to be stronger are preferred, because the probability of winning a medal is also greater. Xiao Meow answered. The last day of the hunting conference, we have to interview the 3 teams that won the medals. It is necessary to establish a good relationship in advance. As I said, then you don't need to find someone else. And tracking our team can't be wrong. Dick patted his chest to pack the ticket. The 4 young hunters standing in front of you at this moment are destined to be on the podium of the hunting contest in 7 days. Dick Cowhide was blowing too loudly, attracting passers-by to look around. Countless scornful eyes came, and there was also a noise of laughter. Xiao Meow glanced at Arkai and Miss Banny, and they all burst into laughter. Joan, your companion is really interesting. Sorry, Teacher Benny, Dick is just kidding. Joan's face was flushed and he really wanted to find a hole in it. It's a good thing for young people to be motivated. There is no need to be shy about it, Teacher Benny said with a smile. Joan, I'm really optimistic about you. Come on, I wish you a medal. Joan scratched her head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond to Teacher Benny's encouragement. A familiar voice came from behind, as if someone was calling his name. Joan turned around and saw Major Vasa and Miss Martha in the distance, waving at him with a smile. Philip Downs, the steward of the casts, in a uniform, guarding behind the mistress. Strangely, Rebecca was clearly beside her sister, but turned a blind eye to Joanne, and turned her head to the side deliberately. The old man with a pouting mouth and a sullen look on his face seemed to be angry with anyone. Joan squeezed out the crowd and finally walked to Miss Martha and Major Vasa and asked, You also want to attend the hunting conference? Major Vasa nodded with a smile, and gave him a meaningful look. Joan didn't realize his intention for a while, and turned to say hello to Sister Castis. Miss Martha responded cordially, but she smiled happily. As for Rebecca, instead of ignoring him, he snorted heavily and shook his head to the other side. Joan, even if he was dull, could understand it now. It turned out that Rebecca deliberately looked at him. Rebecca, are you mad at me? Are you sorry to ask? Rebecca has been waiting for you to invite her to participate in the hunting competition these days, but I didn't see you until the end. Instead, I heard that you have teamed up with a few boys and changed to be you, Rebecca, left behind by your best friend. Can you not be angry? Ms. Martha deliberately scolded Joan with a cold face. I thought the girl was not interested in playing wild boars, so I was not embarrassed to mention this to her. Joan touched his head, ashamed. This is your fault. No matter whether Rebecca is interested, you should take the initiative to invite her. It is up to her to accept or reject. Major Vasa's long-term focus on this incomprehensible boy. Joan blushed to accept criticism, stepped closer to Rebecca, and whispered him sorry. Seeing his guilt, Rebecca turned away most of her grievances, turned around, and said flatly, Why do you say I'm sorry? I already have my own hunting team. Martha, George and Mr. Downs are all my good helpers. When we arrive on the island, we become competitors. No matter what, I wish you good luck. Then, I also wish you good luck, Joan answered in a mixed mood. After saying goodbye to Major Vasa and Sister Castis, Joan turned back and crossed the crowd, trying to return to his companions. On the way, I accidentally saw 2 familiar faces in the crowd, Edward Chapp and his hunting partner Martin Smith. Behind Edward, Two tall and strong young men followed. Judging from the uniforms they wore, most of them were elite guards under General Gates, who were specially sent to assist his son in the hunting competition. Joan waved to Edward across the crowd, but unfortunately the other party turned a blind eye and turned his head blankly, making him bored. Martin Smith was very sympathetic, and when he saw his embarrassment, he stopped and smiled and took off his hat to greet him. Joan couldn't help but feel grateful, and added a bit of gratitude to the old senior. When Joan returned to the Thomas and Dindal brothers, the giant cruise ship named New World was already docked at the port berth. On the side of the ship near the pier, put down 30 parallel springboards with guardrails, as if opening a pair of folding combs to connect the deck to the pier. The bustling crowd on the pier immediately rushed towards the nearest springboard, like 30 black creeks converging towards the broad flat deck. At the end of the springboard were uniformed ticket inspectors, who were the busiest people in the entire port of Leiden at the moment. This cruise ship named New World is affiliated with the shipping company Alfheim. It is the largest and most luxurious tonnage of Leiden port and the most advanced design technology of the magic crystal steam engine sail ship. The construction of the New World cruise ship began in 1606. And it took 7 years to complete the launch. The hull is 120 yards long, about 20 yards wide, with a maximum draft of 8 yards, a displacement of 12,700 tons, a rated capacity of 2,600 tourists, and an operating rate of 10 knots. A total of 3 sets of propulsion devices power the 10,000-ton cruise ship, including 2 side paddle wheels, a stern propeller, and 6 masts for sailing. The New World has been in operation for 8 years. There have been no accidents during the period. The entire New World is a small and famous maritime playground, which attracts tens of thousands of tourists from all over the New World every year. Over the years, Alfheim Shipping Company has contracted the transportation and entertainment business during the hunting festival. Every year on the first day of July, the company's best cruise ship New World will be sent to Leiden port, forming a billboard of the same activity, to entice people to board the ship to enjoy a week-long holiday trip. Over time, the people of Port Leiden have also become accustomed to this rather lavish holiday. Most affluent citizens will choose to take this luxury cruise ship to cross the sea to Wild Boar Island to participate in the hunting festival. Chapter 262 New World. 2 Leiden ports and the Wild Boar Island across the strait are not too far apart. The cruise liner departs on the morning of July 1st, sailing for a day and night on the way, and is expected to arrive at its destination tomorrow afternoon. From the perspective of the voyage alone, it seems impossible to buy expensive ferry tickets for a 2-day round trip. However, the role of cruise ships in this short journey is not just a means of transportation. The ship provides a variety of meals, various wines, chess and card gambling, and even entertainment activities such as singing and dancing, drama, magic, circus, concerts, etc. At the same time, it is also a large social venue for meeting high-class people. Even after arriving on the island, the cruise ship still provides all the above services for tourists during the 6-day mooring period, which is equivalent to a large hotel moored by the pier. Tourists returning from hunting in the woods, or tired of playing on the beach, can return to their cabins to sleep, and enjoy a seafood dinner cooked by top celebrities. After a meal, holding a glass of red wine, board the deck, take a leisurely walk in the cool sea breeze, and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the rippling sea and sky, which is undoubtedly the ultimate enjoyment. Cruise ships provide such a thoughtful and luxurious service, and of course the charges are not cheap, which can be seen from the price of the ticket. The tickets sold by the New World cruise ship are divided into 4 grades. One of the most expensive first class, the fare is 200 gold dugger, provides a luxurious sea view suite, can accommodate a family of 4. The second class cabin fare is 100 gin duga, and the cabins can also enjoy beautiful sea views, but the space is narrower than the suite, with 2 bunks, suitable for couples or couples. The third-class cabin fare is 50 Jinduga, and provides an inner cabin. The space is similar to the second-class cabin, but it is in the middle of the hull. There is no window, and the sea view cannot be seen, which is slightly suffocating. The third-class cabin has 2 canopy beds, and the upper and lower bunks can accommodate 4 people. This is the cabin of choice for most well-off tourists. It has the highest cost performance. The last-class boat ticket, as long as 10 gold coins, is commonly known as the system cabin, located at the bottom of the cabin. The light is dim and the air is dirty. All berths in the cabin are set on the lower deck, and only a hammock is provided, and the boat will sway continuously when it is opened. Passengers who lack nautical experience will find it difficult to fall asleep in this bed, and even worse, it can easily cause seasickness. Therefore, it is not surprising that the smell of all kinds of vomit is filled in the cabin all day. The passengers in the cabin are in the same situation as prisoners, and they can let off the air on the deck, but they are not allowed to enter the high-end places such as the onboard restaurants, theaters, and casinos. For example, a typical unified dinner recipe includes a glass of water, a pound of black bread, a piece of moldy salty cheese, and occasionally a lemon or tomato as a table fruit. Tourists who pretend to be decent people will certainly not condescend to buy a ticket for a unified cabin. In fact, the cabin is reserved for the servants and hounds of the gentleman husband. After all, the servants are also indispensable during the holiday. Hound dogs are needed to participate in the hunting competitions, so they have to give them a place to stay. If the cabins where livestock and servants live are excluded, the difference in ticket prices for the same cruise ship is mainly reflected in the living conditions of the different cabins. Other entertainment and catering treatments are basically the same. Only individual clubs and salon-style special services are not open to passengers under the second class. Thomas was rich and wealthy and took the initiative to cover all the expenses of all his companions during the trip. Considering that the mage needed a quiet environment for meditation, and at the same time it was not good for the Joan and the Dindal brothers, Thomas simply booked 4 first-class cabins, each with 4 people, which was simply extravagant and inhumane. In addition, Thomas also ordered a second-class cabin for his personal servant, Bobby, to take care of the 4 excellent bloodhounds. The treatment of a dog in the Grand Master's family is even higher than most passengers on board. Joan saw that Thomas' extravagant luxury did not blink, and he could not help but secretly sigh. Rich can really do whatever he wants. Master Thomas Chap is a tried and tested hedonist who believes in life is short and who does not know how to play in time is a fool. In this regard, Joan is the fool and Thomas Ison the cruise, actually thinking of returning to the cabin to read. The Dindal brothers fully agree with Thomas' concept. Rarely have the opportunity to take a luxury cruise. Of course, we must put aside the rules and regulations in daily life and enjoy the depraved pleasure of a drunken fan. Helpless, these 2 brothers are country gangsters, and they don't know what fun places are on the cruise. Of course, they have to ask Thomas, who has many cruise experience. Young people's most passionate entertainment is nothing more than alcohol and gambling. Thomas first led the Joan and Dindal brothers to the high-end restaurant located at the top of the cruise bridge. Through the window, you can enjoy the sunset over the sea while enjoying the dinner of famous chefs. The waiter in the restaurant sent a thick wine list with beautifully decorated wine list, and recommended to them the table wine. Thomas waved his hands impatiently, reporting a string of wine names by himself. Joan listened to him telling the origin and vintage of a certain wine, and he doubted that he was so skilled in chanting spells. The wine selected by Thomas is indeed worthy of the price, and the taste is delicious. The dinner was very enjoyable, and the 4 were more or less intoxicated. While Juxing walked out of the restaurant, Thomas suggested changing to another place to drink and watch the show. Joan is the only one among the 4 who is still sober, noting that Thomas said a trivial smile when he went to the show, vaguely guessing that it might not be a serious place. He didn't want to go, and he didn't want to sweep his friend's interest, so he had to follow the Thomas and Dindal brothers into a nightclub. As soon as he entered the door, Joan was dazzled by the colorful magical rainbow. He finally squeezed through the crowd and sat down in front of the bar. Thomas hurriedly ordered 4 glasses of beer and glared at his companion. Joan looked in the direction he suggested. The stage opposite the bar was dimly lit, and there was a faint sound of temptation, and he heard his scalp numb. Looking closely, it turned out to be a girl who was dancing around a steel tube on the stage, making all kinds of provocative movements, seduce the audience to yell. No wonder the whole bar is full of male hormones. The dancer on the stage seemed to be inspired by the applause of the audience, and suddenly turned to take off her short, narrow top, then crossed her arms to cover her chest, and slowly turned back. The audience exclaimed in unison, heavy breathing and swallowing hard. The dancer's cheeky face showed a sly smile and slowly moved away, the arm covering her chest. A peach-shaped tape is attached to the top of the chest to cover the sensitive parts, looming, but rather provocative. Chapter 263 Cruise Casino. A laugh broke out around the stage, mixed with rude curses. With his fingers, Thomas blew a sharp whistle, and then took out a handful of gold coins and scattered them on the stage. The audience around saw the generously squandering money, and immediately rallied collectively in response to applause and warm applause. The dancing the stage threw a kiss to Thomas, turned her back to pull the cloth covering the chest, and then slowly turned around, showing a well-trained shy expression on her face. The audience finally got what they wanted, and the cheers almost lifted the roof. The dancing girl threw a meaningful wink at Thomas as if to say that this was a special performance for him alone. Thomas got up with a smile, looked around the people toasting and toasting. His face glowed and his spirits fluttered. Seeing that he was in the limelight, the Dindal brothers also toasted and joined the ranks of Carnival. Joan admits that the fancy performances on the stage are tempting, but he can't stand the madness. The foul air and noisy noise made him feel a headache. Every minute of staying here, he was suffering miserably. Finally, Joan couldn't bear it until the striptease show was over, and he persuaded Thomas and Dindal brothers out of the bar with a little persuasion. Back on the open deck, breathing fresh air against the sea breeze, the headache and irritability gradually subsided. Thomas drained the beer from the glass, threw the glass into the rolling sea, and announced with great interest, "Guys, the next stop, the Big Regal Club walks." The Big Regal Club is the casino with the highest specifications on the cruise. It is only open to first-class customers, and at least 200 gold Dugger chips must be exchanged when entering. Of course, this is not a problem for the young Thomas and the Dindal brothers, who have a solid family. The 3 people exchanged 1,000 gold coins. Joan only exchanges a minimum of 200 gold coins. He did not intend to participate in the gambling, just use the chips as a deposit to enter the casino. Thomas led 3 companions into the crowded casino lobby, first to go to the most lively roulette to try his hand. Within 10 minutes, the chips worth 100 gold coins floated on the rotating gaming table. Thomas didn't care, and took the Dindal brothers to the next table to sit down, accompanied by a beautiful dealer, and played a more exciting card game. Joan wandered around alone, walked upstairs and downstairs, and saw many new and interesting gambling methods, especially the gambling games with violent colors such as fighting, dog fighting and even irregular fighting. The audience outside the court, whether betting or not, looked intoxicated, yelled and mad. Joan walked around in the casino and felt his eyes wide open, but none of the gambling games he saw had stimulated his interest in participation. He is not a moral gentleman who hates gambling. The reason he is not interested in gambling is purely rational thinking. It is not difficult to find that through simple probability calculations, after the share of the casino pumping is over, there is no gambling method that is fair competition for gamblers. Luck might make a lot of money, but in the long run, everyone's luck is about the same. The factors that determine winning or losing are mainly skills and rules, and the weight of rules is much greater than skills. So from a mathematical point of view, even professional gamblers with high gambling skills will lose more and win less in the long run. not to mention that most gamblers can't talk about any technology at all. It is just a matter of luck. In this splendid casino, the only one who can ensure long-term profit is the casino operator. Of course, the premise is that the casino can continue to attract tourists and come in to participate in gambling. Joan firmly believes that luck is elusive, but mathematics never lies. Now that he knew that the mathematical expectation of participating in the game was negative, Joan lost interest in these unfair games. He turned back to the table where Thomas and the Dingle brothers sat, and looked at the table. After a little observation, they saw that they were playing blackjack, and his lips raised slightly. In Joan's view, of all the gambling methods offered by casinos, the relatively 21 points is the most fair to players. If you have several partners who are proficient at counting cards and cooperate with each other, they can even beat the dealer under certain circumstances. Of course, in the long run, there is still no advantage, and regular casinos have an unwritten rule: once they find someone counting cards, they please the other party out of the game, and even do not rule out the use of violent means. The Thomas and Dingle brothers have been playing for a while. Thomas' playing skills are very good. Roger's luck is good. From the stack of chips on the table, both of them have won a small sum. Dick has poor skills and bad luck. 1,000 gold coins have already lost 780, and his face is very ugly. Obviously, he has lost anxiously. Joan stood behind Dick and watched the two games, worried that he would lose all his chips if he continued to play. Just lose money. He is more worried about Dick losing red eyes, doing irrational things in order to turn back the book. After a little thought, Joan patted Dick's shoulder and whispered, "Go drink something, calm down. I will play too for you. Will you play cards?" Dick reluctantly gave up the chair. "Slightly understand." Joan sat at the table and called skillfully, "It's okay to change it. My luck tonight is really bad. I hope your luck is better than mine." Dick turned to summon the waiter, demanding a glass of beer, and toasting. The refreshing syrup slipped across his throat, dispelling the heat of his heart, which made him feel refreshed. When Dick returned to the table, he found that Joan had at least twice as many chips in front of him as he just whistled in surprise. Joan looked at the dealer's cards to him and smiled at Thomas. Thomas glanced at him and touched his nose intentionally. The still feminine female dealer raised her head, gave the two a vigilant glance, and then continued to deal cards. Roger looked at Joan and looked at Thomas, vaguely finding out that the two young mages with IQ bursts appeared to be secretly signing. However, he had never heard the two men discuss the secret code, nor could they see any information exchanged between them. Dick vaguely had a hunch. In this game, the banker would have to deflate. As expected, Joan once again pushed all the chips up and doubled back. In the next few games, Joan and Thomas seem to be casually talking and laughing at the table, and overall the results are mixed. But Roger, Dick, and the dealers in the bank all noticed that Joan and Thomas won more when they made a heavy bet, and lost little money. The card game lasted for an hour. Not only did Joan win all the chips that Dick had lost before, he also earned an extra 100 duga, and Thomas and Roger also made a small profit. Chapter 264 Song of the Sailor. The dealer who sat down suddenly stopped the deal. She snapped her fingers and summoned a waitress with a naked figure, pointing at Joan, smiling. "Give this gentleman a fruit plate and count me as a treat." "Okay, ma'am." The waitress quickly brought a plate of cut honeydew melons and placed them at Joan's table. Dick took a piece of honeydew and took a bite. He continued to admire the sweetness, and leaned into Joan's ear to lower his voice and laughed. "Has the dealer's elder sister taken your fancy?" "Actually, she looks pretty good, but unfortunately she is a bit older." Joan ignored his ridicule, deliberately called himself to explode, lost this game, apologized to the dealer, then stood up and said lightly, "No more." The dealer said two reserved polite words, but her eyes showed that she actually relieved herself secretly. "I'm feeling lucky, why not keep playing?" Dick was surprised. Joan shook his head and took the chips on the table into his hands, whispering, "Come on, go out and say." Dick was still unclear, but both Thomas and Roger realized that the dealer had seen Joan counting cards, and the gift of fruit trays actually implied that he was adequate. If Joanne did not heed the warning and did not stop, then there would be no good fruit to eat. The four people left the table and exchanged their chips for cash. Excluding the casino pumping, the four people evenly divided and earned less than 100 gold dugger. "We shouldn't go. We have a good luck and could have won more," Dick said regretfully. "Don't be too greedy as a human being. You would have lost all your money." "Thanks to Joan for helping you win back your capital. What else is not enough?" Roger counted his brother angrily. "Joan is right when he sees it. If we continue to play, we will have to lose it sooner or later. Although it won't win much, it's a jackpot anyway." Thomas didn't smile deeply. "If we didn't close the game in time just now and lose all the chips, we still have to be sacked by the gloves of the casino and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks." "Ah, it's such an exaggeration." Dick scared out his cold sweat. "We didn't cheat again. Why did the casino target us?" "Ha ha. This is complicated." Thomas leaned against the fence on the fourth floor of the bridge and explained to Dick the details of using the card-counting technique and playing secret codes to win the game. The simple-minded Dick, who was stunned, didn't expect this kind of playing card skills in the world. "Smart people are terrible." Joan supported the fence with both hands, looking out at the sea glowing with moonlight under the night. The humid and cool sea breeze greeted us, and the wind was mixed with the bold singing of the semi-drunk sailors. In Port Leyden, there was a group of sailors singing those haunting dreams, wandering in the wide port of Leyden. In Port Leyden, there was a group of sailors sleeping soundly, like a stream of flags extends to the bleak coast. In Port Leyden, a group of sailors passed away quietly, with full beer and tragedy, disappeared at dawn. In Port Leyden, there are also a group of sailors about to be born. On the monotonous ocean, in the endless heat wave, there is a group of sailors. On that white tablecloth, fresh sea fish on display. Sailors show their teeth, crumbling fate, gnawing the full moon, worn rope in their favorite fries, also mixed with the aroma of cod. They danced thick palms, as if asking for more. Then the sailors laughed out loud, get up in thunderous noise, pull on the pants placket, burp away. In Port Leyden, a group of sailors danced passionately, belly rubbing belly, flirting with women. They spin and dance, like the sun blowing thin flames. Violin out of tune, play a harsh melody. They twisted their necks so that you can hear each other laughing, until sudden violin stop. They pose solemnly. They show proud eyes. Leave with the dancing woman. Happy until dawn. In Port Leyden, there is a group of sailors. They drank one after another, empty the cup and fill it again. They toast to health. Cheers for prostitutes too. Sailors who drink enough wine. Turn your nose towards the night sky. Throw your nose to the stars. Peeing towards an unfaithful woman, as if she had shed tears for them. After a smooth day and night sailing, the cruise ship New World successfully arrived at the Wild Boar Island terminal at dusk on July 2nd. The cruise liner slowly entered the berth. During this period, including Joan and his party, most of the passengers on the boat couldn't wait to get on the deck and looked at the resort island surrounded by sandy beaches and lush jungle under the sunset. Looking from the port side, Wild Boar Island not only has unforgettable natural scenery, but also has a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. It is worthy of being the leading resort in the Alfheim region. It is hard for Joan to imagine that the peaceful woods are inhabited by tens of thousands of feral wild boars, which poses a great threat to the farmland and pastures across the strait. When he turned his eyes, he immediately noticed the outer wall of the pier, which was made of rock and was more than 3 yards high. The outer surface of the wall is covered with rusty barbed wire, and a wide trench is dug further away, like a dazzling scar, separating the beach near the pier from the inland of the island. This wall made Joan no longer doubt the danger of the depths of the island. Wild Boar Island attracts a large number of tourists every summer for sightseeing and vacation. Building a fence around the pier and digging trenches not only costs a lot of money, but also destroys the natural scenery of the island and gives tourists a negative impression. There is no fool on the board of directors of the Alfheim Shipping Company responsible for the operation of this tourist resort, and it will never do such unsuccessful things unless it is absolutely necessary. It can be seen that not only are there large groups of wild boars on the island, but they are indeed flooding as rumored. The wild boars on the island often invade the docks in clusters, posing a serious threat to local tourism practitioners and even tourists coming on vacation. They have to build up strict fortifications to ensure the safety of personnel. From this point of view, it is not difficult for Joan to understand why Alfheim Shipping Company actively sponsors the annual hunting festival, and actively provides thoughtful services, even medals and bonuses for the event. Over the years, the shipping company Alfheim has heavily funded the hunting contest, but it is not purely doing good deeds as they themselves advertise. With a small amount of money, thousands of hunters can fling the island to spontaneously hunt wild boars, greatly reducing the size of the wild boar population. Without knowing it, he passed on the safety pressure that should be borne by the company's security personnel to the tourists. Incidentally, it can also stimulate the tourism industry and bring a steady stream of customers and profits to the company, which is a perfect marketing strategy. Chapter 265 Wild Boar Island. Just as Joan was thinking about it, the crowd suddenly fell silent, looking back at the cruise bridge one after another. Joan, aware of this abnormal sign, turned around and looked over with the flow of people. On the open-air balcony on the third floor of the bridge, 3 men stood by the railings. From the perspective of dress and manners, they were all big men with high weights. Joan carefully looked at the 3 gentlemen who made the more than 2,000 tourists respectful, and only recognized the middle-aged man standing on the far left, the owner of the manor where the haunted incident happened recently. Director of Customs Andrew Snow. Judging from the expressions of the 3 gentlemen during the conversation, Andrew Snow's position is clearly 1 grade lower than the other 2. From this perspective, the identity of the other 2 people is self-evident. Isn't that skinny tall man in military uniform a bit familiar? Thomas whispered next to Joan's ear. He is Edward's dad, General Charles Gates, Portland Garrison Commander. He turned out to be General Gates. No wonder he looks similar to Edward. Joan nodded suddenly, and then asked Thomas. The gentleman with a beard standing between the Director of Customs and General Gates is His Excellency the Governor? Yes, that respectable gentleman is our Governor-General of Alfheim, Sir John Norfolk, and also the Chairman of the Hunting Competition Organizing Committee. Thomas nodded with a smile. Master Governor, next the rules of this year's competition are about to be announced, which is estimated to be similar to previous years. Joan raised his ears curiously, focusing on listening to the governor's speech. Governor Norfolk stood on the terrace of the tall shipbuilding, and did not raise his voice deliberately, but each word was clearly conveyed to the listeners on the deck. It can be seen that either the Governor-General has extraordinary strength, or secretly uses magic to increase his volume. Norfolk's speech is nothing new. The first few sentences are nothing more than routine. I wish you all a good time, and tell the people who participate in hunting to be safe. Next, the governor's conversation turned to the key point, the announcement of the points rules of this hunting competition. The first is the rules that Joanne already knows. The competition schedule starts from sunrise on July 3rd and lasts until sunset on July 7th. It is a total of 5 days and 5 nights. Each hunting team consists of 4 people, in addition to up to 4 hunting dogs. The following statistical integration rules are somewhat complicated, and are divided into 4 grades according to the types of wild boars that are captured. Hunt a common wild boar and earn 1 hunting point. Hunted a violent wild boar and scored 5 points. Hunted a razor boar and scored 10 points. Finally, Governor Norfolk smiled and said in a slightly exaggerated tone, if someone is blessed by the gods, and he successfully hunts the famous wild boar Lord Prince Razor, he can get 200 hunting points. People on the deck heard this and immediately burst into a loud noise. The rookies who participated in the hunting festival for the first time, such as Joan, were mostly dazed. They asked someone privately to ask what monster Prince Razor was. Why is it worth so many hunting points? It is equivalent to 200 ordinary wild boars. Awesome. Either rooting their brothers, without realizing the details of Prince of Razor, he had a beautiful dream, and he said to Joan with longing, "If we meet that wild boar prince, we must kill it, then 200 points. With 200 points in hand, we can secure a medal without hunting other wild boars." Joan smiled bitterly at the brothers' unrealistic fantasies and turned to ask Thomas, "What kind of monster is Prince Razor?" "Actually, I have only heard some rumors, and I can't say how deep I understand." Thomas rubbed his chin, his face surprisingly dignified. "Prince Razor is said to be the emperor of all wild boars on the island, who is awe-inspiring. There is no doubt about this. This guy is too big, too horrible, so strong that it's abnormal. It's hard to say whether it's a wild boar. In fact, those who once participated in the hunt for Prince of Razor and survived by chance, generally believe that Prince of Razor has mutated into a new species, a magical beast unique in the world." "The Prince of Razor is so powerful?" Roger asked doubtfully. "If it is not so powerful, why did the governor give him a hunting point of up to 200? Thomas asked angrily. "Prince Razor has been active on the Wild Boar Island for more than 10 years now. Every year at the hunting festival, there is a hairy kid like you who claims to kill the Prince Razor. Those hunters who utter rants, if they have better luck, they haven't met the Prince of Razor at all. But the luck is not so good. Either the bones of the belt have been swallowed by the Prince of Razor, or since then, never again. Don't dare to brag." "Okay, these 200 points are too difficult. Let's not provoke the Prince of Razor." "So what is the monster of the Razor Boar worth 10 hunting points?" "Sounds like a relative of the Prince of Razor," Dick asked Thomas. "Razor Boar is the heirloom heir produced by the mating of the Prince of Razor and the female ferocious boar on the island. The size of this wild boar is similar to that of a fierce wild boar, but like their father, they are covered with red bristles, which is more difficult to deal with than the average fierce wild boar. In fact, 10 hunting points are underestimated. Razor wild boar." Joan hasn't seen a lively violent wild boar, but he has seen illustrations and textual descriptions of such creatures in the Vairs monster illustration, and has encountered a violent badger. Knowing any beasts once prefixed with violent, it means all-round strengthening, and the desire to attack is even more crazy than ever. According to the description in the Vairs monster book, the ferocious wild boar is 4 to 8 times larger than the ordinary wild boar, and its size and weight are comparable to the adult bison. Once the fierce wild boar attacks, it will not be afraid of death. Even the lions and tigers dare not easily provoke the violent wild boar. It has already been called the most difficult beast in nature. "Thomas, you just said that Razor wild boar is more powerful than fierce wild boar, so where is it strong?" Joan asked curiously. "The latest revised edition of the Monster Book of Vales was published 7 years ago, and at that time, the murderous name of Prince of Razor had not yet spread outside the port of Leiden. Because it was not universal, it had not been revenue from the editorial board of this series. The birth of Razor Boar is shorter, and of course it has not been included in the series, so Joan lacks a minimum understanding of this creature. The powerful and mysterious unknown creature always arouses his curiosity. Chapter 266 Beach Banquet 1. To put it this way, you think the ferocious wild boar is very powerful, right? The fierce wild boar is thick and rough, and it will hurt and bleed when it is hit by a knife and a gun. Moreover, no matter how fierce the wild boar is, it is a stupid beast. We use the magic of control and control. But, Joanne, if you deal with Razor Boar with the same thoughts, it will be very bad. Thomas emphasized seriously. Are you exaggerating to say that? Dick chuckled and questioned. Don't the Razor Boar be so thick that it's invulnerable? Thomas nodded solemnly. My dear friends, please remember the fact that Razor Boar has the blood power of Prince Razor. They are no longer ordinary beasts, but terrible magic beasts. Razor Boar is born with the supernatural power to resist swords, guns and even magic. The weapons cast by iron can hardly kill the razor wild boar. Only enchanted weapons can tear their tough skin and cause real damage. As for magic, accurately speaking, most of the magic will be disturbed by the invisible anti-magic field on the surface of the razor boar skin. Even if we successfully release the spell, it may not have the expected impact on them. Joan, if we really encounter razor boar during the hunting process, it is best to bless precision casting before casting to ensure that the razor boar breaks through the magic field. After listening to Thomas' admonishment, Joan and the Dingle brothers didn't have a smile on their faces. They were more worried about the prospect of the hunting competition. Considering the possibility of encountering razor boar and even razor prince, the medal can be won in this trip. The most important thing is to save your life and return to the boat intact. Judging from the average casualty rate of 20% in previous hunting conferences, living in the jungle for 5 days and 5 nights and ensuring your own safety is not a small goal that can be easily achieved. When Sir John Norfolk concluded his speech, half of the face of the sunset had already sunk to sea level. People who drifted for 2 days at sea left the deck one after another and went for a walk on the beach. Shrouded in twilight, the golden fine sand was warmed by the summer sun, and it was very comfortable to step on barefoot. And when the tide flows, the coolness that flows over the soles of the feet refreshes the mind and dispels the boredom. As the twilight deepened, a bonfire started on the beach. According to the customs gradually formed in Leiden Harbour in recent years, tourists always hold a grand bonfire party on the first night of landing on Boar Island to celebrate the opening ceremony of Hunting Festival. The celebration ceremony also has a certain degree of religious flavor: barbecue, seafood, fine wine, singing and dancing, and overnight carnivals are dedicated to the gods who are in charge of the ocean, jungle and hunting. They pray for the gods to bless themselves and relatives and friends while hunting the game returned with full load. The campfire was originally for tourists' self-entertainment. Later, employees of tourism companies and fishermen living near the pier discovered business opportunities from it. Every time a cruise liner docked, a wheelbarrow was always pushed to sell fresh fish and shrimp and picnic utensils. Joan and his team disembarked and came to the beach. After waiting for about 10 minutes, they saw Thomas' personal servant Bobby lead the 4 hounds. "Master, Bobby is at your command." The little male servant bowed to Thomas respectfully. "It's getting late and everyone is hungry. Let's go to the market near the pier first, buy some fish, shrimp, spirits and firewood, turn back the bonfire, and let Bobby make a barbecue for us." Thomas cast his eyes on Joan and Dindale for consultation. Of course none of the 3 disagreed. "Then that's the decision." Thomas turned around and told Bobby, "You are waiting for us with a dog here. If you have anything to buy, tell me in advance. There are some fresh fish and shrimps in the market, and the young people like to eat whatever they want. By the way, they buy 2 bundles of firewood. I will bring them with flint, seasonings, butter, grills and pans." "I don't need to buy them," Bobby seriously advised his young master. "Okay, see you later." Thomas Chong Bobby waved his hand and turned towards the open-air market. The Joan and Dindle brothers also followed to help. The 4 squeezed into the aquatic market surrounded by tourists and bought 4 fresh cods, 2 pairs of large lobsters, plus 3 dozen scallops as large as slaps. With so much seafood, it took less than 8 kindugu in total. The fishmonger also included a wooden barrel, which was specially used to hold the seafood they bought. It was really affordable. Thomas carried the barrel out of the crowd, remembering Bobby's advice, and went to the grocery store to buy firewood. "Uncle, am I teasing me? You dare to offer 2 gold coins for such a small bundle of firewood?" Roger stared in disbelief at the old man who sold firewood. "Firewood is very rare on this island. You can buy it everywhere at this price." "If you don't believe it, you will find out." The old man was holding a pipe and answered slowly, "I don't understand this. You want to say what is rare? It's no surprise that it's expensive. The woods on the island are endless. There is no shortage of firewood. What makes a bundle of firewood so expensive?" Roger rebutted disapprovingly. The old man spit out a string of smoke rings and shook his head with a smile. Young people, you are probably visiting Wild Boar Island for the first time and don't understand the situation here. Yes, there are trees on the island. At first glance, there is no shortage of firewood, but how many people dare to leave the guard area and go to the woods outside the wall to cut wood? You know, wild boars in the forest are in groups, and they break in alone. Old man, you can't fool us. Since we came to the island to participate in the hunting competition, it is enough to show that we are not afraid of wild boar, Dick said loudly. Oh, boy, don't be so angry. Listen to me and tell you slowly. There are at least 2,000 people on this boat you are riding. Tomorrow morning, you will bring your arms, take the hounds, and leave the dock security zone together, cross the fence and the trench to enter the jungle, right? There are more than 2,000 armed hunters around you, and of course you don't need to be afraid of wild boar attacks. A sly smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. But the situation is different now. The night is already deep. Without the companionship of 80 and 80, do you dare to leave the security zone and dare to enter the forest surrounded by night and wild boars to cut wood? This is not a question of daring. But we simply don't need to take such risks in order to bet on you. Roger replied angrily. That's what it is, Master. Instead of betting with me, spending a lot of time looking for someone to cut wood, it is time-consuming and laborious. It is better to spend a few gold coins to buy ready-made firewood with me. You are all children of the rich family. Anyway, these money is not bad. Why bother with me, poor old man? Think about it. Is this the truth? The old man smiled and asked Roger. Obviously, only 2 pieces of copper firewood are sold for 100 times the price. Old man, you are really treacherous. Dick couldn't swallow this breath. It's worth the price. It depends on when, where, and to whom. The old man Zen rebutted. Boy, don't tell you. I'm counting on making some money tonight. If you tomorrow come in the morning to buy firewood, a bundle of 2 copper coins, and I will give you a bundle when I buy 2 bundles. You got it? I want firewood and a fart tomorrow. Dick shouted angrily. That's it. The old man chuckled with the pipe. Dick heard the ridicule in the old man's laughter and felt more and more angry. Thomas raised his hand to stop Dick from losing his temper and grinned roundly. What the old man said makes sense. If you are expensive, whoever wants us to have our 2 bundles of firewood for dinner? That's not necessarily true. Joan interjected suddenly. Thomas, let's go back. Chapter 267 Beach Banquet 2. Thomas looked at Joan confusedly. What about firewood? Don't you buy it? Not buying. I have a way to make a fire. Joan turned and left. Thomas and Dindal brothers looked at each other. Although he couldn't figure out Joan's plan, he followed him. The old man who sold firewood shrugged, not caring about their departure. On this night when more than 2,000 tourists landed on the beach, everyone wanted to have a bonfire of their own. He didn't worry about finding a buyer. Joan, they are reluctant to spend 2 gold coins to buy a bundle of firewood, and other tourists who can afford it can afford it. Joan and his party returned to the beach. Bobby ran over to pick up the wooden bucket carried by the little master, looked at the fresh fish, shrimp and scallops in the bucket, and showed a satisfied smile, and immediately began to prepare dinner. Master, haven't you forgotten to buy firewood? It's time to start a bonfire. Bobby was busy on the side and asked Thomas uneasy. Thomas shrugged his hands and turned to look at Joan. Joan silently opened the storage bag, took out a pigeon egg-sized crystal bead, placed it in the middle of a sand pit, and chanted elven mantras softly. Yeah. With the activation of the mantra, the crystal beads emerged with magical brilliance and became bright red, and then burst into a large flame, gathering into a burning bonfire. Wow! It's amazing. Thomas' eyes were shining, and he couldn't help applauding. No wonder your kid ignored the treacherous old man who sold firewood, because he had such a good thing in his hand. Joan, where can I buy this magic weapon that can be turned into a campfire? How long can it continue to burn? It's not a problem to burn all night. Kian answered truthfully and helped Yangbo to advertise. Seeing the flames rise, Bobby was finally relieved. The 4 fat cods were chopped up in a brisk manner, leaving only the pure white meat, the spine, offal and head and tail removed to the hound as a snack. Large lobsters more than 1 foot long. Open the back one by one, remove the shrimp line and offal. White and tender shrimp seasoned with garlic and salty cream. After packing up the ingredients, Bobby stretches the grill above the campfire, lays a wire braided wire mesh, first puts 2 pairs of processed lobsters on the hot wire mesh, and then puts the cleaned scallops in rows on the grill on line. Finally, pick up the pan and put it on the campfire. Cut 2 pieces of butter and throw it into the pan to dissolve. Then drain the cod meat in the pan and fry slowly. Fry until the fish skin is golden, turn over and continue to fry. Sprinkle with Shanghai salt and pepper to taste. Sprinkle with rosemary and grated cheese before leaving the pot. The aroma is fragrant. Bobby will distribute the cooked food to the little master and his companions. Everyone, including Joanne, was full of praise. Thomas wields his dagger skillfully, chopping the roasted scallop meat just before the heat, and swallowing it with the delicious gravy. Sucking his lips with satisfaction, when he saw someone pushing a wheelbarrow to sell alcohol, he waved to the hawker and bought 4 bottles of cold rum, plus a large glass of beer with a white, delicate foam. With good wine, this sumptuous seafood barbecue dinner is truly perfect. With a sip of wine and a dish of food, Joanne was having an enjoyable meal, and suddenly a familiar laugh came from behind him. No wonder we are far away, and we can see that this bonfire is different. It turns out that the campfire rosary in the Haville store was bought by your kid. Joan looked back across the beach, and 3 familiar figures came over to this side. It was Xiao Miao, Akai and Benny. What are you cooking? It's so fragrant. Swiftly walked to the campfire, curiously looking at the squeaking fried fish steak on the pan. The 3 teachers haven't eaten dinner yet. Sit down and have a drink together. There's nothing good about them. There's enough wine and meat. Bobby, come with 3 sets of meals. Thomas greeted the guests enthusiastically. Then we are welcome. Ake took the dinner plate from Bobby, forked a fragrant fried cod steak and took a big bite, squinting his eyes and raising the mouse's whiskers with satisfaction. Xiao Miao and teacher Benny also sat down around the bonfire rising from the sand pit, took the plates and wine glasses delivered by Bobby to eat and drink. Mr. Kai, all 4 of us are participating in the hunting competition for the first time. We are very new to the environment on the island and have no clear plan for tomorrow's hunting schedule. I heard from Joan just now that this year is the 3rd time that you, Sister Meow and Teacher Benny have come to the Wild Boar Island to report the hunting conference. I must be very familiar with the local situation. Could you give us some help to achieve good results? Advice on results. Roger took the opportunity to inquire. We're asking the right person about this question. Aoki put down the knife and fork, opened the backpack and turned it over, took out a sheepskin scroll and handed it to Roger. This map of the Wild Boar Island is for you, even if you repay the seafood dinner you entertained. Roger unfolded the scroll and presented a hand-painted map in front of him. The portrayal was quite elaborate, and important places were all marked with red ink. Joan, Thomas and Dick all put down the cutlery and curiously came over to observe the map. First of all, find the beach where you are at the moment. The lines outlined by the black ink pens are not difficult to identify. It is the dock area and beach area separated by the fence and the trench the only area on the island that can ensure safety. Looking across the defensive zone, Joan found that the middle of the island was covered by dense forest. A freshwater lake formed by a crater is located in the highland area in the north of the jungle. In summer with abundant rain, the water level in the lake rises, and it pours down to the lower south, forming a river that winds through the forest, and finally merges into the sea at the harbor near the pier. The river that flows through the Wild Boar Island from north to south is marked as Safari River on the map, and the name sounds strange. After Joan inquired about it, He realized that the river was named after the hunting festival became popular and was closely related to the hunting competition. This river is the only water vein on the Wild Boar Island. Wild boars living in the forest often drink water for food on the river bank. Most of the teams participating in the hunting conference will choose to hunt along this by choosing this hunting route has at least 3 benefits. First of all, you can make sure you get enough fresh water during your trip. Second, walk along the river and don't worry about getting lost. The last and most important point is that this route is the safest. He pointed to the Safari River outlined in blue on the map and introduced it to Joan and others. The first 2 benefits of safari along the river are obvious. As for the last benefit, it is not difficult to understand with a little thought. Since most teams hunt along the river, it is easy for each other to take care of each other. If a hunting team encounters a large group of wild boars or more difficult to deal with fierce wild boars, razor wild boars, the conflict within a short period of time will cause other hunting teams nearby to be alert and come to support in time. There are many people, and of course it is safer. Chapter 268 talking about the desert island. Many things have advantages and disadvantages. Large groups of hunters gathered near the banks of nomadic rivers. Instead, wild boars became a scarce resource. Once they appeared, they would attract many hunting teams to siege, and the trophies obtained by a single team would be poor. Although wild boars are not smart, after all, they also have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. After discovering that there are many hunters on the river, they will naturally escape from the danger zone. There are fewer wild boars that can be hunted on the river. The hunting teams will even clash for prey. In general, risk is proportional to reward, and once you choose the safe route of safari along the river, the hope of competing for medals will also be minimal. How many hunting points do you get before you have the chance to break into the top 3? Kiawan asked Tuaki. Judging from the final results of the previous hunting competitions, at least 100 points are the only chance to compete for medals. If you have more than 200 points, you can hold medals. As for gold, silver or bronze, it depends on the intensity of competition. Tuaki stroked the mouse's whiskers, his expression serious. 200 points is equivalent to hunting 200 wild boars, which is almost impossible in a short 6 days. Teams that have the strength to compete for medals usually don't waste much time and energy to hunt ordinary wild boars, and are more willing to leave the Safari River basin and go deep into the jungle to hunt those fierce wild boars with even higher scores, and even razor wild boars. Earn as many hunting points as possible in a shorter time. Of course, in doing so, you must assume higher risks and pay more casualties. Every year, more than one hunting team goes deep into the jungle. After that, all of them disappeared, and even the bones could not be recovered. Young people will inevitably be overly optimistic. Thomas does not heed the warning, and pays more attention to his first half. If we manage to get rid of the Prince of Razor and get 200 hunting points directly, won't we get a medal? Depending on the strength of several of you, it's best not to hit the Razor Prince's idea. It's no different from death. Xiaomiao pours a bucket of cold water on his face in a polite way, drops the lobster claws in his hand, and points to the areas on the map circled by red ink pens. According to our newspaper's statistics on casualties and missing persons in previous hunting conferences, the areas circled by these red pens are particularly dangerous. If you break into these areas, there will be a high probability of encountering a ferocious wild boar or a razor wild boar, and you may even hit the Prince of Razor. If you are not tired yet, it is best to stay away from these dangerous areas. Thomas promised not to take risks, but the Catwoman, who was good at observing, noticed that the young master's eyes kept turning, and he seemed to be secretly calculating something. Xiaomiao guessed that he was mostly unwilling to hunt along the river in peace and quiet, but as an outsider, he was also inconvenienced to persuade and could only secretly sigh. Throughout the map, only a small area near the northern mountainous area was surrounded by green lines, which was particularly eye-catching and naturally aroused Joan's curiosity. Sister Meow, What do you mean by the area surrounded by the green ink? Xiao Miao looked at the map in Joan's hands, hesitant, and seemed to hesitate to answer his question. Joan, there are very few wild boars in the green area, and it is very dangerous. You don't have to go to activities in that area, Akai said. Joan heard what he meant to hide and couldn't help but ask, since there are few wild boars in the green area, where does the danger come from? This. Akai twisted his whiskers, speechless. Let me answer this question. Teacher Benny took the remarks and expressed emotion with some helplessness. Young people are very curious. If you don't make this clear, you will be urged to go to the green area to investigate the inside story personally. In this way, our good intentions are equivalent to doing bad things. Listening to you, what secret is hidden in the green area on the map? Thomas asked. Teacher Benny nodded and his face became more solemn. Wild Boar Island is not only wild boar, it may also be lurking other mysterious and cruel dangerous creatures. The brothers Joan, Thomas and Dindale put down the food and wine glasses in unison, and focused their attention on Teacher Benny's face, expecting him to reveal the answer. Teacher Benny took out the pipe and ignited the shredded tobacco near the bonfire. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the lilac smoke before continuing the topic. Joan, this matter also has something to do with you. Remember when we wiped out the pests in Major Vasa's pasture 2 months ago? At that time, a huge wasp suddenly flew out and attacked me. Light balloon. Of course I remember. Afterwards you suspected that the giant bee was related to the primitive sect, and the huge pests that frequently appeared in various places in Alfheim were also manipulated by primitives behind the scenes. Joan recalled. At that time, we were only skeptical, suffering from no conclusive evidence. For the next 2 months, Xiao Miao and Akai have been investigating the truth of the pest disaster, but unfortunately no progress has been made, and the legendary naked man who manipulated the pest has not reappeared. Teacher Benny smoked, and then said, it wasn't until 2 weeks ago that Xiao Miao obtained 2 valuable pieces of information through her friends in a secret society, and our investigation work ushered in the dawn. Xiao Miao coughed twice, and made a wink at Teacher Benny. Teacher Benny nodded, avoiding talking about Xiao Miao's intelligence sources. Thomas and Dindal's brothers did not understand the purpose of Xiao Miao's unusual behavior, nor did she care about the information she had obtained from. Joan was moved by his heart, and guessed what Teacher Benny said was a secret society. The Children of Freedom Association has spread all over the new continent, and has established a huge intelligence network to facilitate smuggling and stolen goods. It is known for being well informed. Although the primitives acted in a mysterious way, as long as they left the primitive jungle and entered the towns where humans lived, it would be difficult to hide the eyes and ears of the Son of Freedom once there was any trouble. As a middle-level cadre in the port of Leiden, the Member of Freedom, it is reasonable to use the organization's intelligence system to trace the truth of the insect disaster. According to the first piece of information provided by Xiao Miao's friends, we learned that there is indeed a high-level deacon of the primitive sect who left the Iron Forest where the headquarters of the sect is headquartered this spring and came to the Alfheim region in secret. This person seems to have been ordered by the Pope to go south to find someone or something, the specific purpose of which is unknown. As for spreading insect eggs and creating insect disasters in the Ifan River basin, this cult deacon has done just that, and it is also a way of practicing his evil beliefs. Chapter 269 talking about the desert island 2. How did that cult deacon breed a large group of monsters? This sounds really incredible, Joan asked curiously to Xiao Miao. We only know that he is a high-level druid, and the title in the primitive denomination is called Shepherd. From the title of this person, this guy must be good at driving poisonous bugs. Xiao Miao looked serious. The people of our association once found the Herderman trail on the outskirts of Leiden port, trying to track him. But unfortunately the other party's alertness was very high, and found that someone behind him was tracking track. My family was also hit by an insect pest not long ago. If you catch the Herderman who manipulates the insects behind the scenes, you must make him pay. Thomas said bitterly. Unfortunately, Shepard is too cunning. Our clues have been broken since the failure of the tracking, and he has not yet known his specific whereabouts. Fortunately, we have a second piece of information, and we have a silver lining to continue our search for the Shepherd. Little Meow points to the map. Sister Meow, are you saying that the Shepherd man is on the Wild Boar Island at the moment, and is lurking in the green area circled on the map? Dick asked excitedly. Not that simple. Xiao Meow shook her head and smiled bitterly. We don't know where the Shepherds are hiding, but we know that there is likely to be a secret stronghold of the original sect on the Wild Boar Island, and there are 2 peripheral members of the sect stationed on the island all the year round. Most of their strongholds are on the map within the green area circled. Shepherds are in big trouble now, so they dare not openly conduct activities around the port of Leiden. In order to get rid of our spies, we urgently need to find a safe and secret place to stay. It is best to find a few more absolutely credible helper. For reasoning from this perspective, we speculate that the Shepherds are likely to infiltrate the Wild Boar Island and connect with the Prince brothers who belong to the original sect. Brother Jack. Thomas scratched his head. Where does it seem to have heard of this name? Joan, do you have an impression? Joan nodded gently. I heard Major Vassar talking about the brothers Jack, and it seems that they are 2 crazy serial killers. It is said that there are at least 20 serial murders related to them, and they are still at large. Yes, Brother Jack is definitely the most perverted killer you can imagine. Xiao Meow no longer has a smile on her face, and she speaks as if telling a ghost story. These 2 monsters started their activities in the port of Leiden 3 years ago. Instead of killing their employer's bounty like other killers, they randomly killed people for no reason. Jack Brothers' murder time is mostly in the middle of the night, and the murder places are mostly in dark woods or alleys. The means are extremely and cruel. The Port of Leiden authorities offered a reward of 3,000 gold to Dugor for arresting the murderous brothers, but unfortunately no one has succeeded so far. The bounty hunters who tried to hunt down the Jack brothers either found nothing or were found dead in the gutter. The body of the deceased was either pricked with a dagger, or severely dismembered. The abdomen was cut open, and the liver was removed. This is the Jack's iconic way of killing. Although the Jacks are secretly traveling, they will occasionally be exposed. We have visited many witnesses who claimed to have witnessed the Jack brothers. Some of them were survivors of the murder. The wounds caused by the Jack brothers are still on the body. The testimony should be credible. Teacher Benny opened the storage bag, took out a picture axis and handed it to Joan. This is a portrait I described based on eyewitness testimony. Brother Jack's looks are weird, and they will surely make you unforgettable at first sight. Joan unfolded the scroll carefully, and the brothers Thomas and Dindale came together and watched curiously. On the drawing paper, 2 humanoid creatures outlined in charcoal are shown. The 2 murderers, named brothers, actually look very different, and find little in common. One of them was short like a dwarf, with dark skin like carbon, and a pair of dev-like black horns on his head. The childish face resembled a child with a mischievous smile, but he had a goatee under his jaw and a handle in his hand. Bloody dagger. Joanne noticed that the little man's body was a little weird. Judging from the proportion of the figure, it was fairly symmetrical. The slender arms were commensurate with their short stature, but the legs were very thick and strong. The thighs with bulging muscles were almost thicker than his waist. Overall, it looks like a bodybuilder's lower limb was cut off and transplanted to an 8-year-old child. The other murderer on the picture scroll was almost twice as tall as the dwarf next to him, and his figure was almost as thin as a skeleton. This person's skin has a mottled brownish-green tone. The texture are similar to bark. The slender arm has 3 fingers each, and the tip is long and curved, and the inside is sharp and serrated claws. What impressed Joan most was his appearance. The outline of the face and the pointed ears resemble a hand-self man, but his eyes and mouth are just 3 strange and dark cracks. The dark eye sockets and the inside of the mouth, with a little glimmer of light, like the cold stars in the night sky. The two brothers are commensurate with each other as Jack. In order to distinguish between the two, Port Leyden police named the short one Jack. Little Jack is very ruthless, and he used his dagger to attack the victim from behind. After knocking down the target, he stabbed wildly to satisfy his abnormal desire for violence. Teacher Benny pointed to the short man on the scroll. You probably also can see that Jack's legs are extremely muscular, and his strong lower limbs give it superhuman running and jumping abilities. All the people who have witnessed Jack's murder are impressed by his characteristics. When the police rushed to the scene of the crime, Jack always pulled his dagger from the victim unhurriedly, turned around and grimaced at the police who surrounded him, and then his legs leapt with strength and jumped high. With a high roof or wall, a few lifts left the hunter behind him, and he could only watch him escape. Because of this feature, Jack Jr. was also called the Spring-Leg Jack by Port Leyden police. Teacher Benny finished introducing Little Jack, and then introduced to Joan. They introduced Little Jack's brother and partner Big Jack, the thin, tall monster on the picture. Big Jack is more brutal than his brother, Jack. After the murder, the body will always be dismembered and the internal organs of the victim will be swallowed on the spot. Because of this perverted hobby, Port Leyden police called him Jack the Ripper. Chapter 270 Spring-Leg and Ripper. These two perverted murderers are not like humans in terms of external appearance or acting style. Should they not be demons from the bottomless abyss? Thomas wiped his cold sweat and muttered to himself. Jack Springlegs and Jack the Ripper, these two perverted crazy behaviors of killing innocent people are really like demons. However, according to the information we collected, the brothers were able to use human language to intimidate the victims, but when they talked between the two, they always used Mu language. It is inferred from common sense that the Mu ethnic language used in private is mostly the Jack brothers' mother tongue. It is conceivable from this that the Jack brothers are more likely to be evil spirit creatures from the Goblin wilderness. Xiao Miao drank a beer and moistened her throat, and then said, the elves have mostly natural ability to cast spells. The Jack brothers often resort to magic when they are surrounded by police. The police records and witness testimonies have also verified this. Unfortunately, so far, we have no idea how strong their spellcasting abilities are and what spells they are good at. Sister Meow, okay, Teacher Benny, are you going to the Wild Boar Island this time? Are you going to take the opportunity to track down the whereabouts of the brothers Jack? Xiaoan asked. Xiao Miao nodded and lowered her voice, saying, as early as last year's hunting competition, more than one hunting team was attacked in the green area on the map, and even the hunter and the hound were not spared. The murder scene was extremely bloody. The wounds and missing internal organs of the corpses were consistent with the murder style of the Jack brothers. Unfortunately, they did not attract the attention of the organizers at the time. They insisted that the wild boars committed the murder. It is not surprising that the organizers of the tournament pushed the cause of death to the wild boar. A cheeky sneered. All the hunters participating in the competition have been psychologically prepared for the wild boar attack. Anyone who kills the wild boar can only admit that they are unlucky. The organizer of the competition does not need to be responsible for this. On the contrary, if the organizer admits that there are still killers on the island that are more wild and poisonous than wild boars, they must bear responsibility for this. Secondly, if the news spreads, it will definitely hit people's interest in hunting on the island. As a result, the tourism companies that provide funding to the organizers of the hunting competition will also lose a lot of income due to the sharp decline in tourists. So say, even if we put hard evidence in front of the profiteers, they will not admit it. Then what do you plan to do next? Joan looked at Xiao Miao, Akai and Teacher Benny. Whether or not the organizer provides support, we must pursue this matter to the end. Little Meow waved a lobster claws and tapped on the map. We came to the Wild Boar Island on the appointment of Sister Miranda this time. The nominal mission is to report the hunting competition. In fact, this is just a guise. The real purpose is to trace the traces of the Jack brothers and the herders. According to reliable information, The Jack's lair is likely to be in the green area on the map. For security reasons, we will try to avoid conflicts with each other and use secret investigation as the main purpose. If this trip can find tangible evidence, we will publish it in the newspaper as soon as possible. As for what to do next, haha. Xiao Miao flicked her hairy tail, with a hint of gloating in her smile. Some of our little reporters have limited abilities, and they have revealed their truth to the public, even if they have done their duty. As for the aftermath of arresting murderers and cultists, it is still the colonial companies and the government that have the money and power. Don't worry about the big guys. As the night grew darker, a bright crescent moon hung in the middle of the clear night sky. The fear on the southern beach of Wild Boar Island stretches, and countless campfires brightened the beach like daylight. More than 2,000 tourists from the port of Leiden were drinking wine and singing and laughing around the campfire all night. The noisy waves on the beach even overshadowed the tidal waves. The night breeze blows people's laughter to the inland of the island, and the frightened birds fly away from the nest, wandering in clusters above the forest tops for a long time, like a long dark cloud. In the north of the island, a wooden house is located deep in the jungle. The door is closed, but the south-facing window is still open, and the pale curtains swing with the wind. Moonlight shines through the treetops, and the curtains are thin and almost transparent, with densely visible withered blood vessels. This curtain is clearly a human skin carefully peeled off and dried. The night wind lifted this human leather curtain, melting the moonlight into the wooden house, and the human skull hanging on the inside wall of the house as an ornament, glowing pale phosphorescent. A breath of mildew, corpse odor, and blood that has been deposited for many years floated through the window. The odor was mixed with the smell of sweetness, and it was strong and disgusting. The window suddenly protruded a deformed palm, and with 3 claws with sharp serrations and barbs, lifted up the human leather curtains, and then protruded a head. In the dim lit dense forest, the vague outlines of the 5 senses at first glance looked rather peculiar, like a elf hiding in the forest. However, when the moonlight illuminates his face, the monster shows a terrifying true look. The rough brown-green skin emerges from the wood texture, and the mouth and eyes are like the sharp edges of the razor blades. This monster stared at the southern campfire beach for a long time, and the dark hole deep in the eye sockets started to be cold, and whispered a murmuring curse in the wood language. Noisy, nasty man, come back. There was a sharp snicker from the roof. Brother, this is a good thing. A short figure, I do not know when to climb into the wooden house, sitting on the roof with his muscular legs backed against the chimney. His dark complexion made him blend into the night, holding a twisted and extremely sharp dagger, and trimming his beard with ease. The stupid people who live in the city across the strait will take a cruise to the island at this time every year, and they will go deep into the jungle to hunt wild boars. It is said that a hunting game has been held for this purpose. I have to admit that humans are having fun. Things are really imaginative, and we deserve to follow suit. Imitate humans? Do you want to chase wild boars too? No, brother, you misunderstood my intention. The weirdo on the roof shook his head with a smile, and said sharply, what is the point of killing wild boars? What really deserves us to follow is the game rule of hunting game. Little guy, I don't understand what you are talking about. Big Jack's face showed an impatient look. It's very simple. Isn't that group of human races on the island to see who hunts more wild boars? Let's also come to a competition to see who kills more people. Brother, what do you think of this idea? Little Jack, a cruel smile appeared on the corners of lips. It sounds interesting. I like the idea. Jack's voice was low, as if he was dreaming, and the blood deep in his eye sockets was excited with excitement. Chapter 271 River Safari 1 After midnight, the bonfire on the beach was still glowing. Most of the people around the fire returned to the boat to rest at this time, to recuperate for the upcoming hunting competition. When the night faded and the dawn came, a red sun rose from the sea level on the east side, replacing the campfire to illuminate the beach. The rising tide swept through, drowned the embers of the bonfire, and the white waves washed the beach, sweeping away all the garbage left by the carnival last night together with the ashes. The sandy beach reflected by the sun was golden and splendid, and it became completely new. On the morning of July 3rd, when the rising sun rose above the mast, the 1620 Leiden port hunting competition also officially kicked off. People disembarked one after another and returned to Jinkankan's beach again. The next schedule was different. The rich and the nobles took their families, sunbathing on the beach, surfing, fishing, flirting, and swarms of servants waiting. Tired of playing, go back to the ship to eat, play cards, sleep, and enjoy a leisurely holiday. On the beach, there are also many single girls dressed up in flowery styles. Most of them are senior prostitutes who have bought third-class tickets and come to the island to do romantic business. These migratory birds like communicative flowers, expecting to hook up with a handsome and lover of gold during the golden period of this tourist holiday, and to talk about love and to take a generous extra money. Only a few stay on the beach to enjoy the summer sunshine. Most people choose to participate in hunting competitions. They are fully armed, holding hounds and teaming up to the jungle deep in the island. There are nearly 400 teams participating in this hunting competition, more than half of which are composed of professional mercenaries and accepted by the rich and nobles in the city. For the next 6 days, the wild boar they hunted must be recorded under the employer's name even if the other party lay on the beach and basked in the sun during the hunting festival, drinking, gambling, and playing women on the cruise. They never stepped into the forest. The brothers Joan, Thomas and Dindale also led the 4 hounds and followed the big troops out of the safe area. A group of people walked through a security belt composed of walls and trenches, along the Safari River into the dense forest, and advanced towards the Wild Boar Island. Hundreds of hunters can be seen everywhere on the riverside, with gunshots coming and going, mixed with the cry of the wild boar and the cheers of the hunters. However, more hunters have not had the opportunity to see live boars so far, and they have privately complained that there are more people than pigs. Everyone knows that if you want to hit more prey, you can only try your luck away from the crowd. However, there are only a handful of teams who dare to stay away from the river beach and venture into the jungle to find prey. Joan, they belong to the category of bad luck. The 4 of them woke up early in the morning with hope. As a result, they walked along the beach for 2 hours without seeing a live pig. Instead, they often saw dead pigs floating down the river. These wild boars were apparently shortly after being hunted, floating on the surface of the river. The blood stained the water of the nearby river and went straight to the downstream. Joan was very puzzled when he saw this scene. After asking Thomas, he knew that the hunting team in front of him hunted the wild boar, cut the tail and marked it, and then pushed the body of the boar down the river and let it drift downstream. Near the estuary downstream, the river channel has been intercepted by the workers hired by the organizers of the tournament with layers of fishing nets, and the long boar rods with iron hooks dragged the drifting boar carcasses ashore to the dock warehouse for unified storage. The warehouse, specially designed for storing fresh food, has a magic enchantment. The internal temperature is kept below the freezing point, which can preserve wild boar for a long time without rot and deterioration. When the hunting contest is over, the hunters return to the pier, and they can use their secret mark to collect their own loot. This has 2 advantages. The first is that it is not necessary to carry cumbersome prey with you. During the 6-day hunting process, you can pack lightly to expand the range of hunting and increase the efficiency of hunting. Secondly, even if they can't get into the top 3 of the competition in the end, they can't get medals and bonuses. At least they can get back the wild boar stored in the refrigerated warehouse of the dock, and they won't be busy. Joan and others each led a hound and walked along the beach. Over time, the sun rises above the head, and the hot sun shines down, and the hounds are all hot and stretch their tongues. Joan, they were all sweating too, and after a short walk, they stopped to wash their faces by the river. Wild boars drifting down the river are like small boats lined up. Although the river water will not be seriously polluted, It takes some courage to drink the river water that contains pig blood and excrement. The Dingle brothers who grew up in the countryside didn't pay much attention to this. When they were thirsty, they drank at the riverside. Thomas took the river and sniffed it carefully. Although he couldn't smell anything, he still had no courage to swallow. Joan saw that Thomas was worried about the unhealthy river water, so he handed over the endless water bag and told him that this magic water bag can produce clean water continuously, enough for everyone to drink daily. Great. At this time, there is no need to drink river water with the smell of wild boar. Thomas took the water bag gratefully, unscrewed the plug and poured clean water into the cup he carried with him, drank it in one breath, and burped with satisfaction. At this time, there was a sudden howl in the bushes in front, followed by gunfire, barking and fighting sounds. Thomas jumped up quickly, looking excitedly at the violently shaking bushes not far away. The Dingle brothers also hurried from the river. What's the situation? Someone is fighting wild boar. It sounds like there are still a lot of wild boar. Look at it in the past. Maybe there is a chance to open it. The four accelerated their pace and ran to the place where the fighting sound came, and they saw a large group of wild boars rushing through the bushes. A hunting team is fighting with the pigs. Faced with the siege of no fewer than 10 adult wild boars, the four obviously had no support and had to fight back. After the 2 strong men with large shields in the team were responsible for the break, the shooter holding the magic crystal shotgun and the robe-made mage retreated towards the river under the cover of his teammates. This hunting squad consists of 2 warriors, a ranger and a mage. Around them, in the thick bushes, no less than 10 ferocious wild boars howling and chasing, looking very dangerous. Hi friend, do you need a help? Thomas played a 0-ring trick amplification and shouted at the 4 hunters under siege by the wild boar. However, the other party did not know whether it was timeless to answer or unwilling to let out his prey, and he ignored the kind-hearted inquiry, but the pace of retreating slowed down. The gunman turned to pull the trigger and knocked down a wild boar that was approaching. Yal! The mage chanted the mantra, and instantly summoned a large group of red bats, rushed to the back of the wild boar, biting the back of the neck with fangs. Trying to blood. Chapter 272 River Safari 2. The wild boar skin is thick, and the body is covered with a layer of mane sticky with turpentine and sand. The small vampire bat is difficult to cause substantial damage to this group of strong beasts. Saying hello didn't get any response. Joan and they couldn't help but looked at each other. They didn't know what to do for a while. The intention to participate in hunting, but without obtaining the other party's consent. Rushing to hunt wild boars may arouse the hostility of the other party, and even fight for prey and fight, causing conflict. Such precedents are common in previous hunting conferences. Just as the 4 of them hesitated, the trees shook diagonally across from each other, and a hunting team heard the movement. The headed hunter is armed with a spear, 2 companions beside him are holding a sword in their right, and a shield in their left, and not far behind is an elf man in leather armor and a long bow obliquely looking like a ranger. The elf ranger quickly observed the situation on the spot, and without further ado, he bowed his arrow and shot a green enchanted arrow toward the densest area of the wild boar. The arrow poo was nailed to the grass, and the landing point was right in the center of the swine. The arrow shaft burst immediately, inspiring a circle of green magic halo. The nearby trees grew wildly under the influence of magic power, mutating into countless snake-like vines, binding the wild boars around them. The frightened wild boar struggled desperately, making a mess. The 3 companions of the elf ranger rushed up and hunted the wild boar bound by the vines. The nearby hunting team saw anger as they rushed over to their prey. However, they also knew that they could not eat so many wild boars with the power of their team. While the other party was snatching their prey, they also helped them to reduce the pressure objectively, so they had to endure annoyance and go all out to harvest their prey. Grandmas, look at this hell. Good children like us who are civilized and polite, can't get any benefits. Others have thick skins but take advantage of it. Roger fired his shotgun angrily and urged his companion loudly, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, Joan." They were a little hesitant. The three frightened wild boars turned and fled towards this side. Dick's eyes lit up and said loudly, "This is not to blame me. It is the wild boar's first move." He picked up a battle axe and a large shield and rushed up to meet the wild boar. Boom! Dick struggled to swing his shield and bumped the wild boar running forward. The sturdy body of the young knight only shook slightly, and then took a big step to catch up and round up the flaming battle axe, slashing towards the wild boar, who was hit by a shield and still staring at Venus. The beast's hard skull split open. The magic power attached to the blade of the axe turned into a raging flame, and the flammable bristle penetrating the resin and igniting it was lit. The wild boar with the broken head and a burning body made a desperate cry, turned his head and staggered and ran for 2 steps before being caught by 4-headed hounds. The hounds ripped together, forcing the wild boar, who was seriously injured, to crook and fall to the ground, and could no longer crawl. Dick stopped only 1 wild boar, and 2 wild boars. After a short period of consternation, the fierce hare was like a chariot out of control, rushing forward. The 2 pairs of fangs are like sharp iron plows, and they must break all the obstacles in front of them. The wild boars with their heads charged were fierce, but neither Joan nor Thomas were frightened. They rushed to complete the casting preparation before the 2 wild boars rushed over, releasing sleep and color spray one after another. The fierce and strong wild boar is difficult to be knocked down by lethal spells, but the mental level is particularly fragile. A wild boar was successfully hypnotized by Joan and fell into a sound sleep. The other wild boar was hit head-on by the colorful beam of light from Thomas' hands. His eyes were blinded by the magic light on the spot, and he fell to the ground and fell into a dull state. Gunshots sounded at the right time. A lead bullet hit the bottom of the ear of the wild boar and burst into a hole with a big fist. The blood from the wound was frozen by the cold magic contained in the bullet. Roger quickly loaded the bullet, and the muzzle locked on the wild boar hypnotized by Joan. With a slam shot, the bullet exploded through the ear hole in the skull of the wild boar, causing it to stop breathing in a deep sleep. Wild boars have always been known for being tenacious. Roger feared that the wild boar that had been laid down by the hounds would counterattack when he was about to die, and then he was given another shot to confirm his death. At this time, the other 2 hunting teams had already left and chased away the wild boars. 5 boar corpses were left in the bushes, their tails were cut off, and they were marked with a secret mark. Joan checked it in the past and found that the secret seals on the 5 wild boars were different. 3 of them were marked in blue and belonged to the team that first discovered the herd. The remaining 2 wild boars were covered with orange marks, apparently the prey captured by the team that came later. Joan returned to his companion and found that the 3 wild boars they had hunted had their tails cut off by Dick, and cleaned them and put them in their backpacks for safekeeping. Thomas photographed the secret seals one by one on the boar carcasses. The imprint radiates a red magical brilliance, and the word TC is faintly visible, which is the acronym of Thomas Chap. How to deal with wild boar carcasses. Dick looked at his companion with some embarrassment. Would you like to drag the prey to the river first, send the 3 fat pigs to float downstream, and then return to chase the other wild boars who fled to the bush? Forget it, too much trouble. Thomas waved his hand. When we return, let alone the wild boar, there is no more pig hair. These 3 pigs, don't worry about being thrown here, anyway, we don't lack meat. If it is a rare prey such as razor boar, you can cut off the pig's head and put it in a storage bag, and take it back to make a skull specimen for commemoration. If you leave it here, will it be taken away and lied to be their own prey? Roger asked uncomfortably. The secret mark cannot be faked unless the other party erases it with a spell, such as 1 ring of erasing or 3 rings of dispelling, but there are 4 factors to ensure that such cheating will almost never happen. Thomas stretched out 4 fingers and explained to the Joan and Dindal brothers one by one why the prey would not be stolen. First of all, as a member of the hunting team, the caster does not need to waste valuable spell slots in order to steal an ordinary wild boar. Secondly, even if someone has a crooked idea of stealing prey, They can't explain why their loot is lacking in wild boar tails. Third, the judges of the hunting conference, including several high-level casters of the Port of Leiden Austrian Law Association, during the game they will use a number of detection crystals to closely monitor the hunting area. Once cheating is found, the cheaters will be cancelled immediately, qualify for the game and impose heavy penalties. Finally, when the game is over and the spoils are counted, the magical caster in the referee will continue to open the see-through lies and domain of honesty, forcing all contestants to truthfully report the hunting results. The liar and the cheater will not be. The probability of seeing through is almost zero. Chapter 273 Red Area. After listening to Thomas' explanation, Roger felt relieved, but Dick still had doubts. I don't know how many beasts are hidden in the woods. After we leave, if there are beasts like jackals running and smelling the smell, what can we do if we eat our loot? Then we will be busy. You don't have to worry about this. As long as our prey still has a bit of fur and bones, the secret mark blessed on them will continue to glow. The referee will scan the whole island with the help of crystals, and all the secret marks will appear in the form of light spots. Come out, at a glance. Thomas smiled and answered Dick's doubts. The referee will not deduct the hunting points we deserved because the prey was destroyed by the beasts passing by. Whatever it is, it will be no less than 1 point. After finishing the spoils, Joan and others continued on the road, following the traces of trampling by wild boars. However, by the time they arrived, the rest of the wild boars had already been killed by the two hunting teams that had moved ahead. The other person's eyes looked at them very unkindly, and they ridiculed them for a run. Joan, Thomas and Dindal brothers left the bush with disappointment and continued to search along the beach. When the hound found that the wind was blowing and barking, the four of them were also excited. The results rushed up and looked at nothing more than small animals such as hares, guinea pigs, and beavers, which were shot and thrown to the hounds for lunch. I wasted all this afternoon, and found nothing. When night fell, the group of four had to suspend the hunting trip, lit a campfire on the beach, set up tents, and prepared to spend the night. Everyone sat down to rest around the rising campfire and chewed the dry food, and they all felt depressed and did not have the interest of chatting. Joan drank and looked up at the river. The calm river reflected the moonlight, like a silver ribbon. Through the night, it is clear that the river beach is dotted with orange-wood bonfires, as if the stars are scattered on both sides of the Milky Way. The hunters who rested around the campfire had a loud conversation, and laughter drifted into the ears as the night breeze floated above the river. Joan listened with his ears, and it was not difficult to guess through the words in the wind that people were talking about the harvest of the first day of the hunting competition, and the various interesting things encountered on the journey. If he hadn't had too high expectations of his hunting results, Joan felt that his team's gains today were also decent. No matter how you say, 3 wild boars were hit. What's more important is that the companions and hounds were unscathed. In fact, most of the participating teams are not much better than Joan. They participate in hunting in the spirit of entertainment. It is easy to get fun and satisfaction from it. It's a pity, Joan, they are all young and vigorous guys after all. They took part in the competition to get the prizes. They didn't expect to be hit on the first day of the competition. The gap between ideal and reality is too big. In addition to complaining of bad luck, the young men's more urgent idea is to try to change the status quo. Guys, today we are out of luck. We only hit 3 wild boars in total, and got a pitiful 3 points. It's a shame to say it. Thomas sighed bitterly. This is also impossible. We have tried our best, Roger said heartily. In any case, this kind of hunting idea cannot be continued tomorrow. Dick raised his voice and looked firm. Following someone else's buttocks is doomed not to get good grades. It's better to go further and go to areas where others dare not dabble in. Instead of grabbing food with others, the gain is definitely much greater. Brother Dick is right. Thomas slapped his thigh, his face shining brightly. Where is our advantage? Right here. He unfolded the map and showed it to everyone. The vast majority of hunting teams do not have such detailed maps. In order to avoid getting lost, They have to walk along the river beach. We have a map in hand, and we don't have to wander around the river bank. We might as well take the initiative to go hunting in the red area where wild boars are more frequent. The Dingle brothers all supported Thomas' proposal, but Joan was still a little worried. To stay away from the river beach means to stay away from other hunting teams. In case there is any accident, there is no way to call for help. Not to mention the fierce wild boar, razor wild boar, and even the prince of razors that no one dares to provoke in the depths of the jungle. This is really too risky. It's a bit risky, but how can you hit more prey without taking the risk? Are you willing to do nothing like today for the next 5 days? It would be better to give up the game early and return to the boat to bask in the sun. Thomas' rebuttal left Joan speechless. Dick and Roger also believe that it is worth taking some risks in order to win medals, and as long as they do not deviate too far from the riverbank, there should be no major problems. Seeing all the three companions say this, Joan couldn't sing a back sense anymore and had to agree to Thomas' proposal. Everyone will leave the camp on the riverbank tomorrow morning and try their luck in the nearest red zone. According to the signs on the map, most of the red areas have wild boar nests. After the decision was made, everyone's mood changed from low to high. After discussing tomorrow's itinerary, they each got into the tent and rested, leaving the 4 humane hound vigils. Joan took out the magical arm stone before falling asleep and placed it near the tent. After safety measures were taken, he got into the sleeping bag and closed his eyes safely. After only 2 hours of sleep, Joan woke up and glanced out of the tent. The sky was still dark. Judging from the position of the stars in the sky, the time is probably just past dawn. The magic of the Vitro ring makes Joan only need to sleep for 2 hours a day to recover energy. He put on his clothes in the tent, sat down cross-legged, first prepared the spells that may be used today, and then used spiritual meditation to meditate, condensing his spiritual will into an invisible probe, exploring the first to the surface area of the ring magic net. After 2 hours of meditation, Joan felt refreshed and significantly improved his ability to control the magic of the second ring. Currently he only learns a 2-ring spell, which is invisibility. Today's 3 2-ring spell slots are all used to prepare the energy of invisibility, mythic power and tears of God, and can also be temporarily converted into 2-ring spell slots when necessary. In the event of an irresistible risk, Joan can bless himself and all his companions with stealth and escape from the danger zone. Thinking this way, Joan was a little more optimistic and looking forward to today's hunting trip. At this time, the sky was already white, and the morning light illuminated the camp through the mist floating on the river. Thomas, Dick and Roger woke up one after another, and when they got out of the tent, Joan had re-energized the campfire rosary and boiled a pot of boiling water. After washing, everyone ate around the fire and ate dry food. A large cup of hot black tea was poured into the stomach, and the whole body was warmed up. Chapter 274 Navigation Mirror. After breakfast and putting away the camping equipment, Joan and his party led the hound to the road. Thomas walked at the head of the team, holding the map in his left hand and a small polished bronze mirror in his right hand, and sometimes stopped to compare the map and the mirror. This bronze mirror is a very magic device called Navigation Mirror, which can automatically generate nearby topographic maps, and is also compatible with ready-made maps. What Thomas enabled at the moment is the read image function of the navigation mirror. He first used the magic mirror to illuminate the map of Wild Boar Island presented by Arkai, chanted the start mantra, and immediately saved the map in the mirror, reflecting it on the surface of the bronze mirror like a reflection. Next, Thomas touched the map on the mirror with his fingertips, and recite the mantra again. The map in the mirror would show 2 spots of red, blue and blue. The red light spot represents Thomas' position at this time, the blue light spot is located where he just touched, and the 2 light spots are connected by a zigzag yellow line. This yellow line is the closest route to the surface where the blue spot is located. Thomas set his destination in the center of the red zone closest to the starting point, and then just follow the route provided by the navigation mirror. Another magical aspect of the navigation mirror is that it can give a hint of the route taking into account the road conditions. If there are insurmountable obstacles on the way, such as cliffs or rivers, they will be marked on the map so that travelers can prepare in advance. Joan is very interested in this kind of magic guide that can store maps, automatically detect the surrounding terrain, and give the navigation route. He wants to use the rune to analyze which spells are enchanted on the mirror and copy it by the way. However, after asking Thomas, he learned that the two core spells of the navigation mirror are not within the wizard's arcane category. One is the 5th ring of magical art, Ask About Nature, and the other is the 6th ring of magical art, Finding Shortcuts. Disappointed, Joan came up with a bold idea and asked Thomas where to buy the same navigation mirror. This was bought by my father at the largest auction house in Midget City. It is said to be the heritage of ancient as a civilization. I don't know where the old antiques were dug from. Thomas stroked the magic mirror with emotion. My father really spent a lot of money for this little mirror. Things that Thomas thinks are expensive are rare. The ancient artifacts of the Aza people are popular collections that are widely sought after by cultural relic collectors around the world. Coupled with the 5th and 6th ring spells as the core technology of enchantment, in fact, Thomas does not need to say that Joan also imagined a navigation mirror. Absolute value is not great. Even if there is a second mirror of the same kind in the world, he certainly can't afford it because of his net worth. Thomas led the way in accordance with the guidance of the navigation mirror, and Dick and Roger cut off the trees with a dagger. Joan, with 4 hunting dogs, is responsible for alerting the surroundings to prevent himself and his companions from being attacked by wild boars. A group of 4 people, stop and go. When the sunlight dissipated the mist in the forest, they had left the riverbank more than a mile away, and the rapid turbulence became subtle. At this time, the hound running at the head of the team stopped, sniffed around, and suddenly roared. The remaining 3 hounds seemed to be infected and barked with them. Beware, there is something ahead. Thomas appeared alert and raised his hand to signal his companion to stop. Roger quickly climbed up to a large tree nearby, looked down at the place where abnormal movements came, and then bowed his head to tell his companion, there is a hunting team 50 yards ahead, fighting 2 wild boars. Are you sure there are only 2 wild boars? Dick asked his brother with little confidence. I only saw 2 wild boars, and there were no other wild boars or hunters nearby. It's all right, keep going. Thomas let out a sigh of relief. Roger jumped from the tree, and 4 people and 4 dogs continued on, quickly through the bushes, to the forest glade where the hunting team fights the wild boar. Joanne saw the 4 people in the distance from afar, and felt a little familiar. Only after approaching did he recognize that the other party was the hunting team whom he met on the riverside at noon yesterday. There were 2 warriors wearing swords and shields, a gunman and one composed of masters. When they met yesterday, the 4 men were under siege by a large group of wild boars. Thomas once shouted and asked if they needed help, but the other side ignored them. Later, another hunting team arrived and said nothing directly. Joan. They realized that they were too polite. The 4 people on the opposite side cooperated quite well, like an experienced adventure team hired to participate in the hunting contest. When they saw Joan approaching, they immediately became alert. The 2 shield sword fighters in the team were entangled with a wild boar, and the gunman turned his muzzle towards Joan and pressed his finger to the trigger. The threatening intention was self-evident. The mage wearing a short black cloak seems to be the leader of the team, waved a shield on himself, and shouted at Joan coldly. Friend, we can handle these 2 wild boars by ourselves. We don't need to bother you to help. You better not get closer, so as not to cause misunderstandings. Don't worry, we just passed by here. Thomas raised his hands to show no hostility. Goodbye friends, good luck. The mage on the opposite face softened, but he watched the 4 young hunters alertly until they walked away from the wild boar and into the depths of the opposite jungle before they spoke again to break the silence. Friend, where are you going? Go try your luck elsewhere. Roger replied. The mage in black heard that he was frivolous, frowning unpleasantly, and said loudly, "You probably participated in the hunting competition for the first time. You don't understand the situation on the island. You have left the Safari River too far and continue to move forward. I'm afraid it will be in danger. Thank you for your reminder, but we still want to try our luck in the distance and see you later." Roger waved his hand and turned to follow the companion to continue into the jungle. The Mage in Black was sullen and watched the backs of 4 of Joan and his group disappear in the depths of the jungle, snorting coldly and cursing in a low voice. "A bunch of little farts who don't know what to do. Just look around and there will always be a day when you regret it, boss." Judging from the dresses of these 4 little guys, most of them are students of Leiden College, and the rich and powerful young master at home. The gunman carried the magic crystal smoothbore on his shoulder with his backhand, and an unsmiling smile appeared on his lips. The kid who talked to you just now carried a valuable magic crystal gun, and his companions also had magical fluctuations, especially the white fat boy who greeted you first. The bronze mirror in his hand exuded magical power. Fluctuations are particularly strong, mostly a high-level magic guide. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" The mage stared at the gunman, his blinking eyes indicating that he had actually guessed the intention of the other party. Chapter 275. Tongue out. Hee, boss, let me tell you about it. The gunman stepped closer to the black mage and lowered his voice. "Let's work for the stingy loan shark. Even if we get the hunting competition medal with only 500 gold dugas remuneration, it's better to try to get rid of the 4 little ghosts, and the value of their magic equipment is worth 10 times. Remuneration. This ... not so good." The Mage in Black felt his chin and hesitated. "The refereeing team will monitor the island with detecting crystal ball. If the referee sees our move, the consequences will be very serious." "Boss, I found out that the crystal showed only a miniature blurred picture of the Wild Boar Island. The island is so big and there are so many people on the island. The chance that the referee happened to pay attention to this small area where we are is very small." The gunman tried to persuade the black mage. "Besides, we don't need to do it ourselves. Quietly follow behind the 4 little ghosts, and then shoot when they are attacked by wild boars." I shot and even took the pigs to snipe together. Even if they were found by the referee, they could claim to be accidentally injured. "Boss, you directly release a large-scale attack spell, which is aimed at the wild boar, and accidentally injure those little ghosts. No one can provide evidence to accuse us of deliberate murder, right? After all, knives and guns are blind, and accidental injuries during the hunting process are not uncommon." The gunman licked his lips and said eerily, "Wait for the 4 little ghosts and wild boars to same end. We will take away their belongings, and leave the scene without knowing the ghost. The smell will soon attract groups of beasts, and it will not be long before it will be the 4 corpses in the jungle gnawed, no bone residue. Anyway, many people are lost in the jungle every year in the hunting competitions. The disappearance of the 4 little ghosts will not arouse the suspicion of others. It's just to blame them because they don't know the heights and heights. It's all right to lose a small life." The Mage in Black was so moved by the gunman that he was planning to cast a spell to help the 2 warrior companions resolve the wild boar as soon as possible, so as to free himself to track the 4 young hunters and make a far more profitable than hunting wild boar buying and selling. A murky movement suddenly came from the forest beside him. "Someone!" The gunman shouted alertly. Footsteps came from the forest, a thin figure looming. The Mage in Black waved his hand and hit the dancing light technique. At first I thought it was another hunting team, but soon I found that there was only one person on the opposite side. This uninvited visitor is 7 feet tall and full of naked, skinny. Bare skin is brownish-green, with a wooden texture, which is like a chameleon and blends with the surrounding trees, making it difficult to distinguish. It wasn't until the weirdo walked out of the woods that the Mage in Black realized that he was not a human being. His eyes and mouth were like 3 dark cracks, and a strange cold light shone. "You! What monster are you?" The scary image of the weirdo in the forest made the black mage creepy, and his voice could not help shaking. "No matter what monster it is, Get rid of it. The gunman beside the mage in black spit hard, and the muzzle locked the head of the weirdo. However, just before he pulled the trigger, the strange man across from him grinned and raised an orange beam of light under his feet. The pupil of the black mage shrank violently, guessing that the weirdo was casting a teleportation spell, and quickly warned the gunman to be careful. But his warning was still a step behind, and the moment the gunshot sounded, the naked man had disappeared into the transmission of light, and the next moment came out quietly from behind the gunman. The gunman noticed the tumult of magic behind him, and turned around subconsciously, and was shocked to find that the weird man had come to himself, face to face, but only one step away. The gunman screamed with fright and frustration, and shot with gunfire. However, before the shotgun was lifted, it was kicked by the weirdo, and then took a step forward. Arms embraced him tightly, like a long-awaited lover, grinning his black hole and kissing his lips. The gunman struggled with fright. The weirdo's seemingly thin arms were strong like steel bars, holding him tightly, and from the depths of his throat came a terrible gravity, forcibly sucking his tongue into his mouth. The gunner's horrified whine suddenly turned into a wailing. Suddenly wide-eyed eyes almost popped out of his eyes, and 2 lines of blood gurgled down the corner of his mouth. The weird man who embraced the gunman and kissed his head back suddenly, with a pop, even pulled the tongue of the other party out of the way. The gunman fell upside down in the grass, twitching, his mouth wide open in vain. The pupils dilated rapidly, and he no longer had focus. Blood was splashing on the face of the weirdo, and the tongue of the gunman was dangling, as if a live fish twitching and trembling. Under the astonishment of the black mage, the weird man swallowed the gunman's tongue in pieces. After that, it satisfiedly sucked its lips and turned to look at the frightened black mage. At the moment of eye contact, the mage in black suddenly woke up and forced his fear to chant the spell, and his hands were close to his thumb, and he would blast the burning hand to the cruel monster. Hush! The weirdo raised his index finger and shook it, making a mute gesture to the mage. The mage in black immediately felt that a strange wave of spiritual energy was radiating from the eyes of the weirdo, like an invisible lightning slashing into his mind. After a short absence, he couldn't help laughing loudly, and the spell-casting spell was interrupted. At this moment, not far away, the 2 soldiers who had just killed the wild boar hurried over after hearing the companion's cry. I saw that the gunman fell to the ground and spurted blood, while the mage knelt on the ground with his hands on his belly, laughing hysterically. The strange scene in front of them made them feel horrified and puzzled, until the naked weird man turned around in a hurry, grinning his blood-stained mouth and grinning silently at them. The 2 men suddenly recovered and waved their swords at the weird man. The weird man lifted his 2 skinny arms at random, and the sharp long sword chopped on his arm to make a puffy, muffled sound, as if he were chopped on 2 tough tree roots. Instead of hurting the weird man, he was bounced away. The weirdo took a step forward, as fast as lightning, spread his arms with his hands like hooks and claws, and at the same time strangled the throats of the 2 warriors on his side, seemingly effortlessly squeezed gently. He took the 2 strong men's the neck was twisted, and the head flopped down softly, tossing away the 2 dead bodies. The weirdo turned to the black mage who knelt on the ground and laughed abdomen. Seeing the devilish murderer approaching him step by step, the black mage was frightened, struggling to try to get up, but the unstoppable laughter made him act hard. Finally, standing up, the weirdo suddenly stepped forward to him. His sharp fingertips touched his throat, and suddenly swiped down. The black master suddenly felt cold from the neck to the abdomen. Looking blankly, he was shocked to find that his belly had been cut open. The blood mixed with the internal organs and spewed out from the huge wound. Although he extended his shaking hands to cover up indiscriminately, he could not stop the internal organs from leaking. Even if it was broken alive, the mage in black couldn't restrain the urge to laugh. It wasn't until the weirdo took off his liver, cut off half while it was hot, and plugged his mouth into a cramped smile, the black mage's mad laughter turned into a dying sob, fading weakly. Chapter 276 Ferocious Wild Boar on the Joan. Thomas and Dindal brothers set out from the riverside camp at sunrise, following the guidance of the navigation mirror and trekking through the mountains and forests. It took 3 hours, and at noon, a group of talents arrived in the red area marked on the map. Facts have proved that they did not have any hard work. The hunting map provided by Wiki really worked. Soon after entering the red area, the hound found many messy wild boar hoof marks on the grass. The 4 hounds are all well-trained tracking masters. After sniffing the hoof marks, they will remember the breath of the prey, and follow the hoof marks all the way. Within 20 minutes, you can hear the peculiar howling of the wild boar in the opposite valley. The hounds stopped and roared loudly at the entrance of the narrow valley, like a wild boar in the valley and scolding in the valley. Joan didn't understand how the hound communicated with the wild boar, but the results showed that the hound's provocation was effective. A short time later, a group of fat boars rushed out of the depths of the valley. While burying their heads and running, they all screamed out loudly. Seeing their fierce looks, they made it clear that they were looking for a barking hound to fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 big and 3 small, a total of 5 wild boars. Guys, is that okay? Thomas asked his companion a little nervously. Of course, no problem. Dick picked up the steel shield and the battle axe and strode forward. One person blocked the narrow canyon exit, struck the shield with the battle axe, and made a sonorous roar. The wild boars on the opposite side were frightened by his momentum and hesitated for a few seconds before screaming and roaring towards Dick under the guidance of the strongest boar. At this time, Joan and Thomas have completed preparations for casting spells, and at the same time released the greasy technique to fill the ground in front of the wild boar with greasy grease. The big boar, who only rushed to the ground, took the lead in the greasy area. On the spot, he fell 4 feet up against the sky. Under the inertia, like a huge gyro, it rotated and slid towards Dick, and he could not help screaming in fright. Ha ha! Welcome to put the fat on the door. Dick's right hand held up the blazing war axe, struggling to approach his boar like skating. Puff! The scorching axe fell deeply into the pig's neck, almost cutting off his head. The dying boar screamed and struggled, trying to fight back with his teeth. Dick calmly raised his shield to block, and his fangs hit the steel shield to burst out the ignition star, but failed to make the brave and strong knight retreat half a step. The remaining 4 wild boars also fell into the pits formed by oil sludge. Although wild boars are used to rolling in mud pits, they are not comfortable at all. The big and small pigs collided with each other, and fell in a state of embarrassment, unable to escape for a while. Roger picked up the magic crystal smoothbore gun and easily pulled the trigger. The moment the gunshots sounded, a wild boar's eyes shattered and blood splashed 3 feet high. Roger skillfully loaded the bullets, moved the muzzle and continued to shoot, and the 3rd and 4th wild boars fell one after another in a slump and wailed in the mud. The last wild boar stumbled out of the greasy area and turned to escape deep into the valley. Dick filled the bullets quickly and raised his gun to aim at the running wild boar. At this time, the other party had ran out of 100 yards, and his back appeared blurred under the cover of dense bushes. Roger pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a flashing arc erupted from the muzzle, followed by a frosty cold. There was a whine deep in the opposite bush, and the last wild boar was also shot down. Although the buttocks hit by the bullets are not critical, the cold magic contained in the bullets freezes the hind legs of the wild boar and is unable to maintain running. Good luck. Dick blew his whistle with a smile, quickly filled the bullets, and made another shot, killing the wild boar staggering on the frozen hind legs. Today's first hunt was really good. 5 wild boars added 5 points to the team, and more importantly, convinced everyone that they had made the right choice and rekindled help for medals. Joan and Thomas cast off the greasy technique, and the dark oily sludge disappeared as if it had never existed. The body of the wild boar fell across the grass, and the strong smell lasted for a long time. The battle was over, but the hound beside Joan was still barking, staring into the deep valley with a tense and alert look. Joan grew up hunting with Jamie and knew the hounds' habits very well. Seeing that the four-headed hounds were all very nervous, he guessed that there might be other more fierce beasts in the valley, and he greeted his companions to remind everyone that it was not time to relax their vigilance. "It's quiet in the valley. Shouldn't there be any danger?" Thomas looked puzzledly at the winding path leading deep into the valley, seeing no signs of anomaly. The hound's sense of smell is much more sensitive than our humans. It must have smelled a dangerous breath, otherwise it will not be so nervous, and I believe they are right at this time, Joan said firmly. "If there are dangerous beasts in the valley, what shall we do next? Would it be too risky to break into the valley directly?" Roger looked at the overgrown valley and frowned. In this complex environment, his vision is severely hampered, and it is difficult to find the target in time, not to mention precise sniping. "Thomas, here with Dick and Roger, am exploring the valley by myself. If I find anomalies, I will use communication to contact you," Joan said thoughtfully. "What, are you kidding? This is too risky. Even if someone really needs someone to find a way, you shouldn't go on your small body. You won't get up if you get rubbed by a wild boar, or don't try to be brave." The Thomas and Dindal brothers were unanimously and fiercely opposed. Joan was not surprised. He took a small ball of gel from the cast material bag and shook them at the three, calmly saying, "I'm the most suitable to go exploring." The Dindal brothers did not understand his intentions, but Thomas found that the gel in Joan's hand was still wrapped with a curved eyelash, and suddenly his eyes were shining, and he asked in surprise, "You can cast 2 rings of invisibility, are you?" Joan nodded and took the gel to chant the mantra. The omnipresent and invisible and colorless magic net around the body trembles slightly as the spell progresses, as if a drop of water has fallen into the calm lake surface, causing a circle of ripples, and Joan's figure is in the process of distortion of the surrounding magic net. Medium gradient is blurred. New Uinana. When Joan chanted the last start mantra that meant under the shadow, the whole person disappeared completely out of thin air. Thomas and Dindal brothers, staring at each other with wide eyes, couldn't find Joan's trail, but the 4 hounds beside them were more alert, and by virtue of their natural sense of smell, they could roughly determine where Joan was. Blinking curiously, as if thinking about why he could smell Joan's smell but could not see him. At this time, Joan's voice came from where he originally stood. "I'm leaving now, and the dogs will go with me. Be careful." Thomas yelled into the air that made the noise. Chapter 277 Ferocious Wild Boar 2 For 2 days, 4 hounds have become familiar with Joan. Hearing Joan whistling and calling himself, although he couldn't see his figure, he followed him gently with his tail wagging. Joan sneaked into stealth and took the hound into the valley quietly, taking care to avoid making noises by scratching the branches. Turning over a mountain depression, the terrain in front became empty, and a group of wild boars could be seen eating plant tubers in the low bushes. Joan counted it. A total of 4 wild boars, all without fangs, were female. To his confusion, the hounds at his feet all shivered and appeared nervous, and the 4 sows could not have made the trained hounds so terrified. Just as he wondered, there was a thunderous roar in the bushes. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure slowly stood up from the bushes, shaking its black mane, a pair of huge fangs slender and sharp, reflecting the chilling light of the palpitation. Joan couldn't help holding his breath, shocked by the unusually strong boar in front of him. This guy is 12 feet long from head to tail, with a shoulder height of no less than 7 feet, and looks bigger than a bull. The 4 adult sows around it look petite and exquisite. Obviously, this is a ferocious wild boar. The ferocious wild boar, lazily striding towards a sow, sniffed at its hips. The sow turned and made a humming grunt, rubbing the jaw of the ferocious wild boar with her nose, looking like she was flirting. The ferocious wild boar snorted with satisfaction, gently shaking his head, as if a king was examining his territory and the beauty of the harem. Joan crouched quietly into the bushes, while observing the ferocious wild boar and his 4 concubines, took out a piece of copper wire from his jacket pocket, cast a messaging technique, told his companions outside the valley what he saw, and told them be prepared to hunt down the ferocious wild boar. Joan waited for about half a minute, the copper wire buzzed and trembling, and there was a sound of Thomas' excitement. "We are ready here, let's go." Joan put away the copper wire, took out a burst of thunderstone from the storage bag, struggling to throw it at the ferocious wild boar, and could not see if he had hit the target, turned around with the hound and ran. Behind him came the expected roar, followed by the wild boar's frightened scream, followed by the angry roar of the ferocious boar. Joan took 4 hounds and ran wildly along the path that came when he ran out of the valley before stopping to look back. The trees shook violently behind him, accompanied by the crackling sound of countless branches. The ferocious wild boar led the 4 sows out. Joan and Thomas have already discussed the countermeasures, and the 2 young masters tossed sand mixed with rose petals almost simultaneously. The magic rolled up the petals and the fine sand and blew towards the pigs, and the wind and sand enveloped the mysterious power of drowsy. When the 4 sows were affected by the sleep technique, they stumbled in unison and fell to the ground in a drowsiness. The vitality of the ferocious wild boar has already exceeded the magical limit of sleep, but just yawned to restore his spirit, roaring and rushing out of the valley alone. Dick and Roger, at this time, had already taken the grand change potion provided by Thomas according to Joan's instructions. Both brothers became giants over 11 feet tall, and their strength increased as their size expanded. Dick's hands held up a steel shield that grew in sync with his size, leaning on the ground to resist the ferocious wild boar rushing head. As the undisputed first Hercules of the younger generation of Dillon Town, Dick's power cannot be compared with the ferocious wild boar. Fortunately, after the blessing of giant magnification, his size does not fall compared with the ferocious wild boar. The ferocious wild boar rushing off like a chariot crashed heavily on the shield, and there was a roar. Dick's arms stretched, his face flushed instantly, barely supporting for 2 seconds, and he knelt under his feet. The big fat pig weighing more than 2,000 pounds slid out along the inclined shield under the impact of force. It first flew up like a surf, and then flipped over with a heel, puffed, and fell heavily behind Dick. Despite the pain in his joints, Dick stood up with his shield. At the same time, the violent wild boar behind him also struggled to try to get up, and kept shaking the head of Venus. Roger fired the shotgun trigger in time. The shotgun with his size increased year on year, similar to a small smoothbore gun, and the weight of the lead projectile also increased by 8 times the original weight. At the moment of the shot, the ferocious wild boar howled, a fang was shattered on the spot by a large lead bullet, half of the pig's face was and bloody, and it became more terrible. In exchange for other beasts who suffered such heavy damage, they would choose to escape even if they had not completely lost their combat power. However, the ferocious wild boar was different. The pain caused the monster's madness and fierceness. The eyes with blood and red eyes rushed to Luo J. Dick hurriedly picked up the shield to block his brother. The steel shield once again collided violently with the huge fangs of the ferocious wild boar, and the hard shield surface was marked with 2 deep marks of Mars shooting. The tip of the ferocious wild boar fangs broke. Dick couldn't stand the violent wild boar's full impact, and even the man fell back with a shield. Fortunately, Roger helped him in time and barely stood firm. Newcomer. At a critical juncture, Joan raised his finger at the ferocious wild boar, firing a beam of magic rays of gleaming pale light at his fingertips. The ferocious wild boar was hit by this weak ray containing negative energy, and his body trembles violently, hitting chills one after another, as if he was instantly exhausted and became tired and dull. Newcomer. Thomas also chanted an elven mantra representing weakened, and immediately followed Joan shooting a pale beam of negative energy at the ferocious wild boar. A ring of necrotic arcane debilitating rays can temporarily weaken the subject's power. This strong and fierce wild boar originally had a strength attribute of up to 27. At this moment, Joan and Thomas were hit by debilitating rays one after another. Their power was almost cut by half, and their physical strength was on the verge of exhaustion. They gasped and gasped, staggering. Dick saw that the ferocious wild boar was full of decay. Immediately throwing off the shield, his hands lashed up with a fiery axe, and the hot axe blade roared towards the head of the wild boar. The ferocious wild boar had already lost his bravery now, barely turned his head to dodge, was hit by the tomahawk in the shoulder, and one of his front legs was dropped off shoulder to shoulder. The blood burst, and the ferocious wild boar fell to the ground, dying wailing, and could no longer climb. Dick crushed up and made 2 more axes. He chopped off the huge pig's head, believing that the monster was dead. Then he took a sigh of relief and sat aside the floor of the tomahawk. His sweaty face showed a relieved smile. His grandmother. I finally slaughtered this big fat pig, but I'm exhausted. Mage Joan smiled, turned to the 4 Sos who were still sleeping, cast the hand of the High Master remote control electrical blade, killed them one by one in their sleep, cut off the pigtails smoothly, and laid down the secret method imprint. Chapter 278. So on the tree Mage Joan put away the ferocious wild boar tail, confirmed that there was no wild boar activity nearby, and put away the dagger and returned to his companions. Thomas is very interested in the head of the ferocious wild boar cut off by Dick, and proposes to take it away as a memorial. Joan pulled out a bottle of brownish-yellow powder from the storage bag and carefully sprinkled it on the pig's head. When the powder touches the blood, a fierce alchemical reaction occurs immediately, and within 10 minutes, the flesh is corroded into a puddle of water, leaving only a skull intact. Joan put away the corrosive powder and took out the endless water bag to clean the skull of the ferocious wild boar. Thomas patted his shoulder and thanked him. Then he grabbed the big white skull and stuffed it into his storage bag. He planned to hang it on the wall of the dormitory as an ornament after returning to school. In just one morning, Joan had hunted 2 waves of wild boars, including 9 ordinary wild boars and 1 ferocious wild boar with a value of 5 points. The hunting points reached 17 points. Judging from the statistics of previous hunting competitions, it is not easy to get such a high score on the second day of the competition. It should not be a problem to rank in the top 20 among all participating teams. After working hard for most of the day, everyone was satisfied with the results of the hunting. They unanimously decided to take a short break in the valley and continue to hunt after lunch. 3 of the 4-person team are rich children who come to open their mouths. Joan, who has the most experience in field survival, is responsible for the untiring part-time team chef, clearing an empty place in the valley to place the campfire rosary, and chanting the start spell to raise a magic bonfire that will hardly produce smoke. At the same time that Joan was firing water, the brothers Thomas and Dindal were not idle, peeling the ferocious wild boar, cutting off the 2 tenderest tenderloins on both sides of the back, and cleaning them after Joan's instructions. Cut into fists big pieces of meat and put them on the branches to bake. Joan skillfully turned the skewers, roasted with sizzling fat and oil, and finally sprinkled a handful of salt with a variety of spices to greet his companions while they were hot. The Thomas and Dindal brothers had been swallowed by the aroma of the barbecue for a long time. Finally, Joan said that he was ready to eat. Fresh and delicious, seasoned just right. Joan himself ate 2 kebabs and cut some raw meat to cook for dry food for the next few days. The rest of the pork was allowed to be enjoyed by the 4 hounds. It was impossible to take them all anyway. Hounds can't eat 10 fat pigs. After all, they are still cheaper to pass by beasts and scavengers. Both the man and the hound had a full meal, and then continued on the road. About half a mile away from the valley, the hound found the footprints of the wild boar again. Joan and his party followed 4 people and found that a group of wild boars were drinking water by the mountain stream. There were 6 in total. Wild boars of this size can no longer pose a threat to everyone. Joan and Thomas teamed up to release the sleep technique, and the 6 wild boars instantly fell 2 pairs. The Dindal brothers' close-range long-range cooperation and tacit understanding solved the 2 wild boars that had escaped hypnosis within 5 minutes, and then returned to the knife to kill the 4 fat pigs who were still awake. From the beginning to the end of the battle, The total continued less than 10 minutes. Joan and Thomas cut off the tails of 6 wild boars, laid the secret mark, and continued on the road. According to the map given by the navigation mirror, everyone decided to walk north along the mountain stream to the red area marked on the next map. The rest of the trip was calm, and the wild boar was not encountered until the sun went west. Just when Joan thought that there would be no other prey today, the hound in front of him suddenly looked back and barked. After hearing the barking of the dog, Joan and others who were already slightly tired immediately ran up and hurried forward. Sure enough, they found several hoof marks near the bush surrounded by the hounds. They looked similar to the hoof marks of the wild boar, but the size much larger. It is the trace left by the ferocious wild boar, and there is more than one. Roger's face dignified. Be careful. We will encounter a tough battle next. Thomas didn't smile either. Joan touched the spellcasting material package and said to his companions, "It's still the old rules. I'm invisible in the front to explore the way. If there is a situation, I will use communication." "Don't you bring a hound?" Dick asked. Joan thought about it and shook his head gently. The nearby terrain is flat, there is no hidden place, and the dog is easy to be discovered by the wild boar. I am more convenient to move by myself. After that, he cast his body and disappeared, searching forward along the gurgling mountain stream. Joan walked not far away, and found that there were many clear marks of pigs' trotters on the wet muddy ground by the water. There were probably 3 feral wild boars visually. This discovery made him feel a little uneasy. How fierce the wild boar is, he has already seen it this morning. With the strength of himself and his companions, it is still safe to deal with 2 ferocious wild boars, and it is too risky to face 3 ferocious wild boars at the same time, which may cause casualties. With anxious mood, Joan hurried forward, climbed up a hillside, stood down in the grass with waist high and looked down, and really saw the wild boar wandering around the mountain stream. There are 3 ferocious wild boars next to the mountain stream, 2 males and 1 female, of which the most fertile body is the sow, who is lying on the grass leisurely, squinting his small eyes, watching the 2 boars lazily beside him for the fight with each other in your favor. The 2 boars had sharp fangs and kept roaring at each other. Sometimes they wrestled and made a ball. The fangs and the fat clashed violently, as if fighting for courtship. Joan knew a little about the habits of wild boars. In order to compete for mating rights with sows, boars must defeat competitors and drive each other out of their territory. Such conflicts are often protracted. For Joan and his companions, the safest approach is to wait patiently for the 2 boars to win. If the loser is driven away, the winner will also consume a lot of physical strength, and then when mating with the sow, it will reduce the vigilance of changes in the surrounding environment. Joan and his companions took the opportunity to launch a raid on the wild boars in the mating, and it was easy to hunt them. However, doing so means a long wait, which not only wastes time, but also may cause virulent boars to be alert and self-defeating. In addition, Joan was somewhat reluctant to let go of the other boar, and even wanted to try to kill the 2 males and 1 female and 3 ferocious wild boars in one net. After hiding in the grass and thinking for a while, Joan looked back to the woods near the meadow. A tall spruce tree like a sentry inspired him. After making up his mind, he took out a piece of copper wire from his pocket and told his companions what he saw and the hunting plan. The Thomas and Dindal brothers were all startled when they learned that there were 3 ferocious wild boars. Then he heard Joan's hunting strategy, and at first he felt unbelievable, but finally agreed to his plan. Chapter 279. So on the tree too, when the Thomas and Dindal brothers brought the hound to the hillside, Joan had climbed the tallest spruce not far away. Joan climbed to the top of the tree 100 feet above the ground before stopping. He looked down and felt dizzy, and quickly withdrew his gaze. A strong wind blew, the treetops swayed from side to side. Joan hugged the trunk tightly. His heart pounded with the violent shaking body, and the tension was relieved when the wind weakened. Joan settled down, crossed his legs with his trunk, freed his right hand and pulled a bundle of rope from the storage bag, chanted the spell softly, turned the rope into an activated rope, and threw it under the tree. Watching the rope thump into the grass, Joan then made a ready gesture to Roger, who looked up under the tree. At this time, Roger and Dick had taken the growing technique potion, and the weapons in their hands had doubled. Roger picked up a large shotgun and first aimed at the two boars with fangs under the hillside, suddenly turned the muzzle, aimed at the sow lying on the grass and watching the boar jealous for her, and decisively pulled the trigger. The lead bullet whistled out of the boar, instantly struck the head of the sow across 1,000 feet, exploded its raised nose, and flesh and blood flew on the spot. The sorely disfigured sow wailed with tears of heart, shivering and crawled up, eyes red and bloody, and blood and anger spewed from his broken nostrils, rushing in the direction of the gunshot. And the intention of revenge was silent and metaphor. The two boars were surprised to see that their sweetheart had been attacked. They did not care about the fight. They hurriedly turned to follow the sow and rushed over. Roger blew his whistle with a smile, letting go of the sow that had rushed to the front, raised his gun and aimed at the boar that fell behind, continuously pulled the trigger, and neither of the two shots fell. The two boars spurted blood on their foreheads, staggering, howling in pain. However, this kind of gunshot wound is not enough to knock down the tenacious and ferocious wild boar. The two boars continued to rush towards the hillside despite their bleeding. Thomas released the greasy technique in a timely manner, trapped a ferocious boar, and could not rest his breath. He immediately cast a debilitating ray and tried to weaken his physical strength before the boar escaped from the greasy area. Dick, who turned into a giant, picked up a large shield to block the second boar. Roger took the opportunity to load bullets and raised the gun again to shoot the boar stopped by his brother. This time the prey was closer. He deliberately aimed at the pig's legs to snipe. A plum of emanating chills penetrated the knee joint of the ferocious wild boar's left front leg, turning this brutal beast into a disabled person with limited mobility, greatly reducing the pressure on Dick. The two boars have been controlled by the Thomas and Dindal brothers, and the rest of the sow is handled by Joan. Of course Joan wouldn't be stupid enough to face a violent sow that is tougher than a boar. From the moment the gunshot sounded, he hid in the tree to observe where the sow was. When the sow climbed up the hill with his broken nose, and ran unsuspectingly under the cedar tree where Joan was living, the opportunity finally came. Yanta. While chanting the mantra, Joan suddenly flicked his clothes and activated the 2 rings of arcane shadow change attached to the cloak. The figure that was originally on the treetop disappeared out of thin air with an orange magic halo, and the next moment appeared on the grass under the tree. The sow, who was originally here, was magically controlled and unwittingly swapped positions with Joanne, hanging on a spruce branch 100 feet above the ground, his face blank and overwhelmed. A gust of wind blew, the treetops shook violently, and the confusion in the eyes of the sow was quickly replaced by horror. The slender spruce branches, where they could bear the big fat pig weighing more than 1,000 pounds, cracked and snapped one after another. The ferocious sow dragged along wailing, fell from a branch 100 feet away from the ground, and fell heavily on the grass, hitting a big pit. The whole body was broken up, and the blood in the nose, ears and ears ran across. Yalla. Joan casts a spell to awaken the bundle of activation ropes placed under the tree in advance. The rope wriggled close to the ground, like a python quickly crawling to the heel of a half-dead sow, tying it from head to toe. The ferocious sow also tried to struggle, but fell too heavy, and pulled the broken bone with a slight movement, lying on the ground in pain and humming. Joan stood in the distance, witnessing the fierce wild boar being firmly tied up, unable to break free, still daring to relax his vigilance, using the High Master's hand remote control electric light blade, cutting off the throat of the dying wild boar. The morning of the ferocious sow came to an abrupt end, and Joan wiped his sweat, withdrew the activation rope, and turned to the brothers Thomas and Dindale, intending to help the companions solve the 2 boars. At this time the brothers Dindal had teamed up to kill a ferocious wild boar. In the end, the boar first got a shot of Roger, then was trapped by Thomas with greasy technique, and then at a debilitating ray. He was tumbling and rolling in the dark and greasy mud, and he had lost his ferocious momentum. It's only a matter of time before they get killed. Thomas also felt that the big picture was settled, and whistled and waved to greet the brothers Joan and Dindle over to help solve the last bore. At this moment, noisy footsteps suddenly heard from the forest, and several figures quickly approached. In the opposite cedar forest, 4 people came out one after another, headed by a young warlock in a red cloak, followed by a crossbowman in leather armor and 2 strong warriors armed with spears and breastplates. Obviously a hunting team. The crossbowmen in the team quickly observed the situation around them. Their eyes fell on the boar still struggling in the mud pit, sucking his mouth, and regrettingly said, "Unfortunately we came a step late and missed a ferocious wild boar." The red warlock shook his head and smiled. "You are wrong, we are here at the right time." "Master Ted? Do you mean Henry?" "What I mean is very clear. Since the other group of people has not yet imprinted the secret method on the wild boar, this prey does not belong to them. We are fully qualified to compete," the red warlock said lightly. The crossbowman exchanged glances with the 2 spear warriors around him, and smiled greedily. "Master Ted is right, guys." Henry raised the enchanted heavy crossbow in his hand, and a crossbow arrow dragged the electric light to the neck of the ferocious wild boar, bursting out a bright electric spark. The wild boar wailed and wailed, all of his mane was turned upside down with electricity, and the skin around the center of the arrow was black. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Dick rushed up angrily, yelling at the other 4. "This wild boar is our prey, you guys, get away early, don't want to pick it cheap." "Where's the redneck? Put my mouth clean." Suddenly the red warlock raised his hand, and the magic turned into an invisible palm and pulled towards Dick's cheek. Chapter 280 Accidental Conflict. Ted Carter, don't go too far, Thomas suddenly yelled. He had been looking at the group of uninvited guests opposite him. The red warlock, who was recognized as the head, was also a third-year student of Leiden Academy's Austrian law major. He found that the other party tried to humiliate Dick with the mage's hand and hurriedly used the same spell to counter it. Ted Carter's spell was cancelled. His face was a little ugly. He turned his head to look at Thomas, and then looked at Joan, who ran over, sneered and said, "It turned out to be a disciple of Robert Rawls. No wonder I recognized Master Ben. I heard the 2 of you call yourself geniuses and don't take the senior's eyes into consideration." "Is this the case?" "Geniuses don't dare to be fooled. We're just a little stronger than some mediocres who still live in college." "What do you think of Carter?" Thomas asked back meaningfully. "Are you sarcastic?" Ted Carter's face gloomed. "I didn't target you, but you can't help me if you want to think that way." Thomas' mouth is not forgiving. "But then, based on the robbers you just snatched our prey, and even have a face to accuse others." "Arrogant, I am really shocked by your shamelessness." "Damn bitch. Dare to insult Master Ben. Wait for me." Ted almost burst into flames with anger, gritted his teeth with the spell, and waved 2 purple missiles, whistling at Thomas and Joan respectively. Thomas was hit in the chest with a magic missile, staggering back 2 steps, sitting on the ground with the buttocks, his face pale, almost painful. The magic missile shot at Joan was blocked by the shield he had blessed in advance, causing a flash of ripples and annihilating immediately. Joan noticed that only the warlock Ted shot out of the 4 people on the opposite side. The 2 warriors with spears were still hesitating to participate in this fight that might lead them to be punished by the referee, and the crossbowman named Henry raised the electric crossbow is about to buckle down the crossbow. Joan waved the hand of a higher master without thinking. The invisible force field hand grabbed the enchanted arrow before launching, shot heavily on Henry's wrist, and the crossbow bowed off his hand and fell to the ground. Roger fired his gun at the right time, and the lead shot hit the grounded crossbow with a bang. He shattered the enchanted weapon that threatened the most. Dick had suffocated his stomach for a long time. When he saw that the opponent had started his hands, he shouted and rushed towards the red warlock Ted Carter. However, before approaching, he was stopped by the 2 warriors with spears on the opposite side. Ted Carter apparently did not expect Joan and others to be so powerful, and hurriedly backed away while chanting mantras. intending to cast more powerful spells. Daughter Joan stomped on his feet, and the treaded boots excited a seismic wave that was transmitted directly to Ted's feet, knocking him to the ground, and the concentration of the spell was forced to be interrupted. Damn! Ted fell into disgrace, his hands struggling to get up, and when he looked up, he saw Thomas' angry face. At first he was frightened, and then sharply pointed at Thomas' nose and shouted, "You dare!" Bitch raised, "Let's die!" Thomas threw a rage and lightning fast jab, hitting Ted's face, interrupting his words of intimidation. Ted screamed and staggered back with his nose covered. Tears, snot and blood blurred his face. "Don't come, don't come!" The warlock of Selene, freed her right hand to in the waist, suddenly pulled out a dagger, waving screaming wildly, trying to stop the angry Thomas from approaching. "Go to death, idiot!" Thomas slammed his dagger with his right hand to block the dagger. His fist collided with the blade, and a dazzling Mars splashed out. Taking advantage of Ted's consternation, he suddenly slammed a left hook and hit his chin firmly. Snapped. Ted's jaw heard a bitter cracking sound, his eyes turned white, and he fell into a coma. Shit-like stuff, I thought I was so great. Thomas Ted Carter slurped at the feint, and his clenched fist glowed like a rock. After a long day of hunting, his first spell slot has been exhausted, and only this stone boxing is left, which is just used to beat Ted Carter. Seeing that Ted Carter was knocked down, the three people across the street were also fighting. The crossbowman named Henry took the lead in requesting a truce. Joan, they didn't want to be punished by the referee for fighting with people, they would just accept it when they saw it, and watched Henry and others help Ted Carter to drill back into the woods. After an unexpected conflict, the four of Joan hurriedly turned around and followed the wild boar. Fortunately, the prey did not run far. Roger shot and knocked it down in time, and finally did not let the cooked duck fly away. At this time, it was already dark, and Joan and his companions began to cut off the tails of 3 ferocious wild boars and marked the secret mark, thus ending today's hunting trip and camping overnight on the nearby hillside. At rest, Joan calculated the hunting gains for the past 2 days. So far, a total of 4 violent wild boars plus 18 ordinary wild boars have been hunted, and a total of 38 hunting points have been earned. Joanne is very satisfied with the current achievements of himself and his companions. Today is July 4th. If the hunting efficiency can be maintained for the next 3 days, it is still hopeful that the team will rank in the top 3 by the end of the game. Pooh. Ted Carter spit out a missing tooth and poured another bottle of healing potion. The swollen jaw was still burning pain, so he had to close his mouth and use all the malicious language he knew to curse Thomas in his heart. Chap. His companion had cleared an open space by the mountain stream, started a campfire, and prepared to camp. Henry was sitting by the fire, trying to repair the damaged enchanted crossbow. However, the crossbow machine has been completely smashed by a large E-caliber lead projectile, and there are no suitable tools and replacement parts on hand. He had to give up his destiny in vain and drop the scrapped crossbow to his side. At this moment, a rustling sound came across the mountain stream, which immediately aroused Henry's alert and quickly jumped up to remind his companion to be alert. "Master Ted, there is movement across." "Damn it. Take care of me." Ted, holding his sore chin, walked quickly to Henry's side, narrowed his eyes, and looked out at the bushes shaking across the mountain stream. Illuminated by the bonfire, I saw a small figure vaguely, quickly walked through the trees and walked towards this side. "Hey, good evening, gentlemen." A head suddenly appeared in the bushes, wearing a broken felt hat, looking like a wandering boy. The people beside the fire grinned and grinned. The sharp white teeth contrasted with the dark face. "What are you, kid? What do you want to hide in the forest in the middle of the night?" Henry clenched his dagger, ready to throw it out. "Don't be nervous, respected gentleman. I'm just a lost child. I'm tired and hungry. I'm chased by wild boar. It's really unlucky." The little man sighed and looked pitiful. "I saw the fire here and ran over." "Kind gentleman, can you give me some food?" While begging for food, The little dwarf came out of the bush slowly. His muscular thick lower limbs looked a little deformed compared to his thin upper body. The little man was naked, his skin was dark and inca-like, and it looked strangely against the background of the night. Chapter 281 Black Truffle. Little guy, stand there and don't move, Henry snapped loudly. The two warriors beside him also hurriedly grabbed their spears and pointed to the weirdo across the mountain stream. With a watchful face, Ted glanced at the weirdo, and made a chasing gesture at Henry. Henry nodded deliberately, turned his head and said coldly to the weirdo, "We don't have any food to share with you, please beg elsewhere." "Aha, it turns out that you are also starving like me." "Poor gentleman." The kind-hearted Jack sees no one else starving. He has to try to help you fill your stomach. The weirdo who claimed to be Jack looked at the four people across the mountain with a pitying look. "You don't need to worry about things. Just get away if you don't want to die." Ted Carter endured the pain in his jaw and waved his hands impatiently, trying to get rid of the weirdo. Jack turned a deaf ear to his wicked words, and said to himself, "Look, we already have a bonfire. How good would it be if we had some more seasoning and roasted fresh meat?" "Little nonsense, there is no barbecue for you." "Hey, that's not necessarily true." A mischievous smile appeared on Jake's childish face, and suddenly a dark thing was thrown over. "First of all, I prepared some wonderful spices for you." Ted and others involuntarily stepped back. The black thing fell beside the fire, and then there was no movement. The eyes of the four people involuntarily looked at the mass of things thrown over by Jack. "It looks like a tuber of plants, and it looks like a kind of mushroom. It has a few white hyphae on the black outer belt. It emits a strange smell, like turpentine, cheese, garlic and carrion. It smells a little bit smelly, but fascinating." "What is that?" Henry wrinkled his nose and muttered blankly. Ted Carter took a deep breath and cast the mage's hand across the air to grab the black object and pull it to the front to observe carefully. His tight face was soothed. "It's a black truffle." Henry had never eaten truffles, but he knew it was an extremely expensive mountain treasure. It is said that wealthy manor owners and merchants like to use truffles as a side dish for grilled meat, and the price is more expensive than gold. Perhaps the little is really not malicious. Henry turned to look across the mountain stream. Jack took off the felt hat with a smile and nodded at him, exposing the little horns on his forehead. "Gentlemen, it seems that you are still satisfied with the seasonings I provided, and then it's time for the ingredients to appear. Please look here." As if acting on the stage, Jack made an exaggerated physical gesture to invite someone to debut. At the same time, there was a sudden noise of broken branches in the jungle behind him, as if a giant animal was quickly traversing the trees and rushing towards this side. Ted and others looked at the woods in amazement, and before they could recover, a wild boar rushed out of the woods. In terms of body size, this seems to be a ferocious wild boar, but the mane is not as dark and dirty as the ordinary wild boar, and the hair shows a crimson color, like a raging flame rushing across, shallow traversal in 2 or 3 steps. The shallow mountain stream, with its sharp fangs howling, swooped towards Ted and others. "Damn it!" Ted Carter cursed the spellcasting gesture and hurled a colorful beam before the red-haired boar was approaching. Although the red-haired wild boar came too suddenly, Ted was confident that he could deter the stupid monster with the colorful jet and make it unable to move in the next few seconds, so as to win the boar hunting for his companions. After that, he will not let go of the devil who attracted the wild boar. He must peel off his black skin before he can get rid of his hatred. But in the next second, Ted Carter's plan was completely disrupted. Colorful jet did hit the red-haired wild boar as he wished, but failed to stop this violent beast. The red-haired wild boar raised a hazy magic halo all over its body, as if a silver mirror emerged out of thin air, and it even bounced the colorful jet. The pupil of Ted Carter suddenly dilated, and the vision he saw in front of him made him realize that the red-haired wild boar has magic resistance. It is conceivable that this monster is not the violent wild boar he thought before, but the legendary razor wild boar. This is the first time Ted Carter has witnessed the razor boar in his own life, and the last time. Just the next second when he realized the reality, His fragile flesh was overturned by the violent wild boar, and he trampled on, and his bones clicked and shattered. Razor Boar upset Ted Carter's twisted body with a pair of mosquito-like fangs, found the black truffle that had slipped from his hand, swallowed it, chewed it carefully, and the grim face appeared a happy look, as if enjoying extremely delicious. The incident was too sudden until Ted Carter was turned over by the Razor Boar, and his companion recovered from the consternation. The two simple-minded strong men hurriedly picked up their spears and tried their best to stab the red-haired wild boar facing away from them. Puff, puff. At the moment when the spear spiked the wild boar, the fiery red mane glowed with pale golden luster, and even the sharp-forged steel spear was forged away. There were only 2 faint blood marks on the wild boar's back. The Razor Boar has thick skin and thick meat, plus a strong talent derived from the Prince of Razor lineage, and has a double body enchantment that weakens magic and physical damage. The spear wound by the spear is just a scratch. Itch. Disgruntled, the fierce beast turned and glared at the 2 stunned warriors, suddenly shaking his head, Xliang's fangs tearing the night sky. The 2 figures screamed and fell out one after another. The corpse, which was almost cut off by the waist, fell on the grass, and in a blink of an eye was drowned with blood. But, hateful! Henry shook back. Watching his companions including Ted being slaughtered by the horrible red-haired wild boar, his spirit was on the verge of collapse, leaving only the idea of running away in his mind. There was a malicious sneer suddenly behind him. Henry turned around and found that the dark-skinned weirdo stood behind him. "Get away from me." Henry instinctively drew his dagger and pierced his throat. There was still a smile on the face of the weirdo, and his legs suddenly pedaled like a cannonball. Henry stabbed in the air, clenched his dagger and looked up at the sky, trying to search for the trail of the weirdo. However, the dark night was like the protective color of the weirdo, and he couldn't see the other person's figure at all. When sneers came again from his ears, Henry was too late to turn his head, and a black hand grabbed his hair, forcing him to show his fragile throat. Immediately afterwards, a sharp dagger crossed the neck, and the cold touch took away Henry's last consciousness. Henry's eyes turned white. Blood spewed from his throat cut with a dagger, and his body quickly lost his body temperature. Jack released his hand and the body slid to the ground like a dead fish. "Hey, fresh ingredients, this is no longer there." Little Jack stuck his tongue out, licked the blood stains on the dagger, and then skillfully cut Henry's chest, cut off the heart, and put it on a sharpened wooden stick. Next, as usual, the bodies of the 3 Teds were all broken, the hearts were stringed, and placed on the still-burning bonfire. Watching a string of people's hearts being licked by the fire, roasting the fragrant grease, Jack licked his lips greedily. Not far away from him, the Razor Boar was burying his head and eating Ted Carter's internal organs, making occasional grunts. Chapter 282 Razor Boar. In the early morning of July 5th, the weather on Boar Island was a bit gloomy. Joan, Thomas and Dindal brothers have breakfast and continue on the road to start a new day of hunting. Walking through the cedar forest and walking about 2 miles along the mountain stream, the hound suddenly barked. Joan stopped and looked down at the area where the hounds gathered. There were vague footprints on the muddy river beach and a large pool of dark red blood stains. Another hoof mark left by the wild boar. Thomas came over and asked. Joan shook his head and replied softly, "It looks more like a human shoe print." "That is the trace left by other hunting teams passing by here." Thomas recalled the unpleasant encounter yesterday afternoon, and further speculated, "Most of them are Ted Carter." "I was really upset when I thought of the possibility of meeting those next," Dick said angrily. Joan didn't make a sound, took off his backpack, took out a cardboard card with colorful stripes, and took out an white test paper, touched the bloodstain on the ground with the test paper, and waited for a few seconds. The test paper showed a pink color. "Is there any problem with the bloodstains?" Roger realized that the situation seemed a bit bad. Joan contrasted the dipstick in his hand with the chromatogram card, and the Thomas probe glanced over, unable to take a deep breath. "Color number 0001. What does the color number 0001 mean?" Is this not the blood of the wild boar? Dick asked puzzlingly. The blood sample number 0001 refers to human blood in alchemy. Thomas' face was gloomy. Someone was attacked here. From the perspective of footprints and bloodstains, the conflict will not be earlier than last night. Joan stuffed the chromatographic control card and test strips back into the backpack and stood up looking towards the direction of the footprints. His eyes were deep and thoughtful. After a long silence, he finally said, "Let's go and see what happened in front of me." The four led the hounds along the track and turned around River Bay, with a strong smell in the oncoming wind. Joan exchanged glances with his companions, showed his weapons, prepared the casting materials, took a light step forward to search along the river beach, and soon found a pile of burnt campfires. Joan reached out to touch the ashes. It was still warm, and it was visible that it had just gone out. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation behind him. Joan looked back and saw Thomas standing next to the bushes, his face pale and retching. "What's wrong, Thomas?" "Look for yourself. It's terrible." Joan and the Dindal brothers looked at the bushes curiously, and were immediately deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. 3 incomplete corpses fell under the trees. All traces of beasts gnawed on them, bare bones were exposed, and the broken clothes were soaked in the fuchsia plasma that had not dried up. Joan covered her mouth and nose and walked to a creeping corpse, squatting down and watching carefully. The first thing that can be confirmed is that the deceased was attacked by wild boars during his lifetime. As for which wild boars have yet to be further verified, Joan is more interested in the identity of the deceased than the cause of death. The cloak wrapped around the corpse, although it was broken and stained with blood, could still see the blush character, making Joan feel familiar. In order to confirm his speculation, Joan cast the mage's hand and turned the body over. As a result, at first glance, he saw the torn and hollowed out abdominal cavity. This horrible scene made him unable to numb his scalp. At the same time, the Thomas and Dindal brothers behind him all inhaled coldly, turning their heads and looking back. Kiawan calmed his emotions and forced himself to move his eyes from the corpse's abdomen to his face, carefully looking at the twisted face that was solidified with horror. "It's dead, Carter. It looks like he was killed in a wild boar attack when he camped last night." Joan turned back and told Thomas, "This guy is not a good thing, but it's a bit terrible to die." Thomas sighed. "There are 4 people in Ted Carter's hunting team. There are only 3 bodies here, and where is a ranger named Henry?" Joan stood up with doubt and looked around. There was no 4th corpse nearby. He turned back along the original path of the footprints and returned to search. Sure enough, he found a prone in the jungle that was not far from the beach where the blood was originally found. Body. Joan turned the body over, and the scene he saw made him stunned for a moment. His eyebrows clenched, and his eyes were confused. This is Henry's body. The face was distorted by extreme fear, and his mouth was wide open, as if he was still trying to call for help or beg for mercy before he died. However, compared with Ted and others, his body was too complete, and apparently had not been attacked by wild boars. The huge wounds on the neck and abdomen made Joan have an ominous association. "Joan, is there anything new?" Thomas came over and asked. Joan nodded and pointed at the body and said softly, "This man's fatal wound is located on the neck and abdomen. The wound is quite smooth, like a sharp blade cut, and the wild boar obviously does not use a sharp blade. That is to say, this unlucky ghost was cut with a knife, and then his belly was cut again." Thomas shrugged. "From the domineering style of their gang, it is not a blame for the talent. It seems that it was encountered, a ruthless character, a conflict of words, and the result is slaughtered. If there is a conflict with other hunting teams, there are 2 things that cannot be explained." Joan squatted in front of Henry's body, resting one hand on his cheek, slowly expressing the doubts he found. "First of all, it is impossible to explain why only Henry was killed by the blade, and his 3 companions died from the wild boar attack. It may be that all 4 of them were killed by a powerful hunting team. After that, the smell of the corpses attracted the wild boar, and the corpses of 3 of them were destroyed twice, so that the original fatal wound could not be seen. Thomas made a guess that sounded reasonable. Joan didn't refute it for the first time, and his tight brows didn't stretch, and he pondered for a long time before speaking. Even if the facts are as you said, they cannot explain the second doubt. He suddenly raised his hand, and the invisible palm formed by the magic lifted Henry's chest that was cut by the blade. Look, there is something missing here. Thomas glanced at it and immediately turned his head to puke. Under Joan's urging, he was forced to turn his head around, tolerate fear and nausea, and looked to Joan to show him the chest of the body, and soon realized that it was indeed missing a very important organ. Really? The heart was removed. Yeah, my heart is gone. Joan's eyes flickered and muttered to himself. If Henry died in an accidental conflict, it would be okay for the other party to kill the killer. What would he do if he took his heart? Not to mention it, just take it and bake it. Don't talk nonsense. This joke isn't funny at all. Thomas was so frightened that he was cold and sweating and interrupted him quickly. At this moment, a fierce dog bark suddenly came behind them. Chapter 283 Precise Casting. Joan stood up suddenly. Thomas glanced at him, and the two turned around and ran to where the bark came. Far away, Joan saw Dick and Roger standing in front of the lush grass with arms clenched in his hands, his expression very nervous. The four hounds were around the Dindal brothers, roaring deep into the grass, but they did not dare to come close. They seemed to be very afraid of the creatures hiding in the grass. Dick, Roger, is there anything unusual? Thomas asked loudly. It's not clear. There seems to be something in the grass, Roger said without looking back. The voice did not fall. The grass shook violently, and a large red figure slowly rose. Joan, stunned, staring at the red-haired wild boar stretched up from the grass like a lazy bosom, his heart shivering. This monster is taller than a ferocious wild boar. Two fangs resemble a sharp machete, and a string of intestines hangs on the left fangs. It seemed to lie asleep in the grass after a meal, and was just awakened by the dog barking, grinning and yawning. Squinting a pair of small puffy eyes, looked at the uninvited guests waking up coldly. As the two sides stared at each other in amazement, the red monster made a piercing howl without warning, and rushed out. This fat pig is mad, and the guys quickly get rid of it. Dick raised his steel shield and tried to block the red-haired boar. However, he hasn't had time to take the growing technique potion. His size and strength are far from this fat monster. Even the person with the shield was pushed up by the opponent and flew heavily on the pebble beach. Roger quickly shot the red-haired wild boar to help his brother share the pressure. Boom! The lead shot hit the wild boar's forehead. Although it did not penetrate the hard skull, the pain caused successfully angered the simple-minded beast, shaking the bloodless head, making an angry howl, and turned to charge Roger. By this time Thomas had completed preparations for casting spells and raised his hand to emit a weakening ray. The pale negative energy beam directly hit the neck of the wild boar, but was bounced back by a layer of silver magic shield, failing to contain its momentum as Thomas had hoped. Thomas stunned slightly, and immediately recovered, realizing the problem, reaching for the spell scroll from the storage bag, and not forgetting to remind Joan beside him, this beast has spell resistance. The wild boar with magic resistance, coupled with the fiery mane. Joan immediately guessed that this monster is a razor boar with a pedigree of Prince of Razor that is more difficult to entangle than the fierce boar. Razor boar is no longer a beast race, but a magic beast with supernatural power. Joan remembers that Thomas once said that the powerful pedigree originating from the Prince of Razor gave the razor boar super defense against both magic and physical attacks. Ordinary swords are difficult to penetrate the razor boar's body enchantment, and spells targeting the razor boar may also be shielded by the enchantment. The debilitating rays that Thomas just cast did not work. Joan quickly calculated his strategy against the razor boar. Both Roger and Dick possess enchanted weapons that can penetrate the protective enchantment of the razor boar, but with the power of the Dindal brothers, they cannot fight this powerful monster. He and Thomas must provide spell support. To this end, They must first try to crack the spell resistance of the razor bore. If Joan's level is high enough, any spells released can ensure the penetration of the razor bore's magic resistance shield. Unfortunately, he is just a small 3rd level wizard and does not have the level to suppress resistance to methods. If you want to break through the magic shield, you can only find another way to use the magic that specifically cracks the magic shield. For example, Thomas' precision casting with the scroll at the moment is the lowest and most practical of these spells. After the caster blesses himself with precise casting, the next spell he releases will almost certainly be able to penetrate spell resistance. Joan can also perform precision casting, but he sees Roger running desperately after the razor bore's chase, and Dick is still trying hard to stand up, having to worry that if he first blessed precision casting, he might still. Roger was caught up by the razor bore before he could release his second spell. Joan decisively abandons his original plan and chooses another countermeasure, trying to circumvent, rather than try to crack the frontal, razor bore's spell resistance. Pure. Joan chanted the spell and guided the magic with the piece of ham skin in his hand, creating a large area between the razor wild boar and Roger covered with greasy grease. The greasy technique does not use the razor boar as the casting target, nor does it directly affect it, but only changes the local conditions that have nothing to do with it. Razor boar rushed into the greasy area after the spell was completed. It was completely autonomous. It was not forced by Joan's spell. Of course, it did not trigger spell resistance. As a result, it fell into a 4-footed sky on the slippery ground. Can blame it for being too careless. Terse. At the same time when Joan released the greasy technique, Thomas finally chanted the last start spell of precision casting, and the scroll bearing in his hand could not bear the magic that burst out suddenly, and instantly turned into dust. The magic net around Thomas was affected by the spell, and the original regular radial network was twisted into a silver cone of light resembling an arrow, which temporarily converged into Thomas and was ready to go. Thomas took a deep breath and swelled his forehead with blue muscles. While maintaining precise casting, he cast another spell, raising his hand to the razor bore that was about to get rid of the greasy trap. Alka. Joan immediately noticed that the colorful jet released by Thomas was different from the past. On the periphery of the colored light beam sprayed out thinly in his palm, there is also a silver cone-shaped light film, which is the external characteristic of precise casting. The moment the colorful jet bombarded the razor bore, the monster's body surface once again opened a circle of anti-magic field. However, the silver light cone blessed on the outer layer of the colorful jet is like an armor-piercing warhead, which first touches the anti-magic enchantment, evoking a circle of flashing magical fluctuations. The silver light cone and the anti-magic enchantment cancel each other out. After that, the colorful jet took off the precision casting shell and drove straight in, hitting the temporarily unprotected razor bore. The powerful mental impact shocked the beast's body and immediately fell into a sluggish state. After all, colorful jet is only a ring spell, and the magic energy level is too low. Even if it successfully penetrates the anti-magic enchantment of the razor bore, it can only cause a deterrent effect in just a few seconds. Fortunately, at this time, the brothers Dingle have been slowing down. With a buffer period of 6 or 7 seconds, it is enough for them to pour a bottle of magic potion and turn into a giant form. Glass gun hit the razor bore temporarily unable to move. Chapter 284 percentile mark. After a few seconds, when the razor bore got rid of the shock caused by the colorful jet, he was already hit with 3 axes and 2 shots. The monster's eyes were exploded with bullets, and his head was almost split in half by a giant axe. In this way, the razor bore refused to fall down, howling to launch the last collision, forcing Dick to throw away the giant axe, holding the shield with both hands to block the dying counterattack of the fierce beast, and was nearly knocked down. Joan made up a greasy technique in time, trapped the razor bore into the mud again, preventing it from chasing Dick. The razor bore barely ran out of 2 steps, fell over and fell in a sludge pit, letting off his body and groaning in despair. Roger pulled the trigger and the gunshot interrupted razor bore's final struggle. A huge, grisly head hung softly in the mud pit, a pair of fangs stained with red by its own blood, and the fiery morning sun bathed was more terrible. Joan, Thomas, Dick, and Roger carefully approached the razor boar, standing silently in front of this huge corpse, and the terrified heart couldn't calm down for a long time. "This guy is so powerful, no wonder it's worth 10 hunting points," Dick said with fear. "Ted Carter, they were probably killed by this razor wild boar, and we are also revenge for them," Roger said with a bitter smile. Joan remembered the doubts he had just found in Henry and didn't fully agree with Roger's guess. "In addition to the razor boar, I am afraid there are others involved in the murder of Ted Carter and others." However, based on the existing clues, he could not judge the identity of the murderer behind the scenes. So he concealed his worries in his heart and cast a remote control dagger to cut off the tail of the razor boar. When Thomas saw Joan cutting the pig's tail, the razor boar still didn't react. He was sure that the monster had died, so he walked boldly to the corpse and took the secret mark. Although the hunting process is dangerous, the result is perfect. Successfully killed the razor boar and obtained 10 hunting points. The 4 of the team even had the hounds intact, which is indeed a blessing. Everyone didn't want to spend more time in the places where Ted Carter and others died. After a short rest, they went on the road again. In the next trip, Thomas still led the way with a navigation mirror. The hunting squad spent 3 hours, over the bushy hillside, and followed the mountain stream into a quiet canyon, overgrown with trees on both sides of the mountain stream. There are many small animals such as beavers, otters, and hares. The rich prey attracts a large group of wild boars to wander in the canyon for food. Joan's intrusion breaks the local ecological balance and replaces the wild boar family as being at the top of the food chain. From noon to dusk, Joan and his party encountered 4 waves of wild boars in the canyon, and most of them were successfully hunted by them. When the sun was setting, the gunshots in the canyon finally subsided. They raised a campfire beside the stream and roasted fresh pork to soothe the hungry intestines. The 4 hard-working hounds are also full of wild boar, and their belly is rounded, lying in the shade of the trees and relaxing. After dinner, Joan counted today's hunting results and told his companions, "Today we have hunted a total of 26 wild boars, including 1 razor wild boar, 5 ferocious wild boars, plus 20 ordinary wild boars, converted to a total of 55 points, plus the hunting points we obtained yesterday and the day before yesterday, accumulated 93 points so far. It's only the 3rd day that the hunting competition is going on. Our hunting points are close to the 100 mark. Good luck, guys. Come on, everyone has a drink." Thomas raised an aluminium flat jug filled with rum and raised his head to take a big sip, then handed the jug to Joan. Joan took a symbolic sip and passed the jug to Roger. Finally, Dick drank their remaining wine in the jug. Today is July 5th, and there are only the last 2 days left in the hunting conference. If we can get more than 100 points in the next 2 days, and finally the total hunting score exceeds 200 points, the medal is basically handed over. Roger thought about stretching his waist. Yeah, judging from the rankings of the final results of the previous hunting competitions, 200 points is a threshold. After crossing this threshold, the gold and silver medals dare not say that a bronze medal can't run away. Thomas put his hands behind his head and lay on the grass, tilting Erlang's legs, looking at the glow of sunset in the sky, his eyes full of longing. In fact, we don't have 2 days. Joan had to splash cold water on his overly optimistic companions. Don't forget, the deadline for the competition is at sunset on July 7th. We must return to the pier before this time, so we need to reserve a date to go back. In other words, we will make a U-turn after tomorrow, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to spare time on the way back to take care of the wild boar hunting. Thomas stood up and scratched his head in frustration. If you think about it, this is really the case. It seems that I was too happy. Joan noticed that the Dingle brothers didn't even have a smile on their faces either. The atmosphere in the camp turned sharply and became a bit depressed. He couldn't help regretting the pot of cold water he just poured. If we knew it would disappoint everyone, we might as well wait until tomorrow evening. Just when he blamed himself, the hound with the wagging tail under the shade suddenly jumped up, turned his head to look at the canyon exit, and sniffed constantly. The other 3 hounds also seemed to have found an abnormal breath, and turned their heads to look at the valley mouth one after another, and roared endlessly. "What's going on there? There seems to be movement." "The dogs should have discovered the wild boar." "Should we go over and see?" "It's getting dark." "Forget it. Just now you said that the time is tight." "While playing a few more pigs now, it will be easy, or in the next 2 days." Seeing that both Thomas and Dindal's brothers were eager to try, Joan had to stand up and follow the hounds to explore deep into the canyon, hoping to get his prey before the sun sets. Under the leadership of the hounds, the 4 people walked quickly, followed the winding stream into the depths of the valley, and the terrain in front was suddenly wide. Joan's eyes crossed the low shrubs, and a hunting team was vaguely confronting the 4 wild boars across a gurgling stream. The 3 wild boars groaned strangely, and the 4 hounds on the opposite side squatted beside the owner's feet and roared without any weakness. Kiaun is more than 200 yards away, and he can feel the tense atmosphere on both sides. At this time, the last rays of the setting sun on the horizon were blocked by the cliffs on both sides of the mountain stream. The light in the deep valley was dim, and they could not see the hunters and wild boars in the distance. The 4 of them touched the black and ran forward some distance. Joan took the time to take out the glowing moss and cast a magic light ball like a lantern. With the help of magic lighting, Joan carefully observed the 4 wild boars in front of him, and could not help but take a breath. Chapter 285 Valley Encounter. The 4 wild boars are all very tall and strong. The headed wild boar, covered with red mane, was a razor wild boar, followed by 3 ferocious smaller boars. "Stop now." Roger, who had good eyes, also noticed that the situation was not good, and quickly prevented his companions from approaching, so as not to disturb the 4 wild boars and attract an attack. The gods are on. A razor wild boar plus 3 ferocious wild boars. This is terrible. Thomas ducked his head and hid in the grass, muttering in his mouth, "Can't afford it, cannot afford." Dick turned around to appease the frightened dogs one by one, beckoning them to hide and avoid calling. If the red-haired monster and his 3 followers are brought in, it will be a big deal. Joan also squatted into the grass, holding a magic ball of light on his left palm, and shining toward the group of hunters facing the razor wild boar across the stream. One of the squads on the opposite side seemed to be aware of the light and quickly turned to look over. The moment the eyes of the 2 sides looked at each other, Joan couldn't help but stunned. The other person also froze for a moment, raising his hand as if to say hello, but after hesitation he still didn't say anything. "Did you find that the people across looked a little familiar?" Thomas whispered to Joan's ear. "It's all acquaintances," Joan replied in a mixed mood. "That's the hunting team of Edward Gates and Martin. Since you know them, do you want to help them?" Dick asked. Thomas was hesitant and replied in a low voice, "Edward... what to say, we are thinking too much. We want to help him share the pressure, but he may not be grateful. Maybe we still suspect that we are plotting to his prey. The result is kind, not good." The Dindal brothers heard him say that the weapons he had just picked up were put down again, and it was difficult to decide whether to help in the past. Joan did not comment on this issue, silently paying attention to the situation on both sides of the stream. The group of wild boars opposite seemed to be irritated by the hound's uncontrollable barking, headed by the razor wild boars, and rushed down the riverbank, rushing towards the other side of the river. The stream was only 2 or 3 feet deep. 4 wild boars traversed the stream, and the water surface did not cross the lower abdomen. It was not an obstacle at all. The 4 Edwards on the other side did not seem to panic. 2 professional soldiers dressed in mail armor drove the hounds into the forest, and each set up a magic crystal shotgun, taking advantage of the opportunity of the wild boar staggering across the river. The magic crystal smoothbore guns held by the two were enchanted weapons. The fired bullets penetrated the protective field of the razor wild boar and burst a mass of scarlet blood on the behemoth. Roger saw the two gunmen firing in succession, and couldn't help but envy their mouths. Joan also found that the magic crystal gun equipped by Edward's companions, which is the same style as the sister Casti's shotgun, is equipped with a magazine and can fire up to 4 rounds of bullets. In contrast, Roger's old-fashioned shotgun was a bit outdated. Without an external magazine, he could only fire 1 bullet and refill it. Compared with the new magic crystal gun, there was a big gap in shooting efficiency. Although Edward's team has 2 professional shooters with superb shooting skills, equipped with the latest smoothbore guns, they still failed to kill the powerful razor boar after a round of shooting. The monster was shot 8 times, covered in blood, but nevertheless fierce. The first one rushed out of the stream and landed. At this point, Edward seemed to have realized that the gunmen had made a serious mistake and should not waste their firepower on the most rough and thick razor boar. If they set fire to a more fragile wild boar, the other party would be killed if they couldn't hold up to 8 shots. It was too late to correct this error. He hurriedly glanced at Martin Smith beside him, and then raised his hand to hold the emerald necklace hanging around his neck just in case. As early as the wild boar started crossing the river, Martin took out a small mass of dried spider silk from the cast material bag and held it tightly in his palm. At this time, Edward's signal was given, and a series of spellcasting gestures were made immediately. The razor wild boar led 3 ferocious wild boars to land one by one, and accelerated towards the earth where 4 people stood. At a critical juncture, Martin finally completed preparations for casting spells, throwing the clues in his hands. The Kenya word ungu is originally meant to be spider web, but it can also be extended to entanglement. Masters are accustomed to use this word as the starting character of the 2-ring spider web. Martin Smith just read the start mantra, and a large sticky silver grey cobweb popped out of thin air. The rapidly spreading spider web, with a radius of 20 feet wide, covers all the open space under the hillside. Razor boar and the 3 ferocious wild boars behind him, only to rush to the ground, did not guard against the terrain change in front. All stumbled into the area covered by the cobweb, and were immediately entangled by the dense and thick spider silk, and it was difficult for a while. The 2 gunmen had changed their magazines at this time, and their brains became sober. While the wild boar was trapped by the cobwebs, they opened fire continuously. The dense bullets shot through the night toward the ferocious wild boar, blood and wail. Razor boar was not listed as the primary sniper target by the gunmen this time, howling and struggling desperately, with a brute force to break off the spider silk that tripped him and strode out of the trap. Edward, they are in trouble. In the grass, Thomas saw the razor boar break through the cobwebs and frowned. In their team, either a gunman or a mage, this kind of professional combination is very efficient in killing ordinary wild boars. They can often be killed before their prey is approaching, but when they encounter powerful monsters such as razor wild boars, they will expose a fatal short boar. The lack of Dick, a heavy-duty soldier who can carry a razor boar in front, will be finished once he is close. What are you waiting for? Save people quickly. Dick jumped up first and rushed out of the grass with a giant axe. Joan, Roger and Thomas also hurried to catch up. On the opposite slope, Martin saw that the web spider could not trap the monster and immediately changed his face, subconsciously backing away. Edward squinted coldly when he noticed Martin's idea of escape. Martin's face suddenly turned red, and he stopped awkwardly. "Don't worry, Mr. Smith. Let me deal with the razor boar." Edward clasped the jade pendant on his chest tightly and chanted the elven spell that activated this powerful magic guide. Yal. The emerald pendant shone loudly, and the surrounding magic net was sharply twisted, automatically generating a temporary teleportation ray connected to the earth element plane. The transmission pattern covered the area, and the soil was upwelling and the sand was flying. With a total of no less than 3 tons of sand, driven by magic power, it automatically gathers into a rush-shaped colossus. This colossal statue of mud, up to 16 feet from head to toe, is like a solid bunker, displayed in front of the razor wild boar. Chapter 286 Emerald Magic Pendant. Edward clasped the jade pendant in his right hand, his left finger pointed at the frightened razor boar, and telepathically directed the large earth element just called out to attack the razor boar. The large earth element stepped on the sturdy lower limbs and walked towards the razor boar in a slow and firm step. At this time, the razor boar had also recovered from the fright. His eyes were bloodshot and red, howling at the opposite mud giant who had just scared himself. The machete-like tusks penetrated deeply into the abdomen of the large earth element, and then bumped into the other party's arms, and the gravel and sand were flying all over the sky. With the power and weight of the razor boar, the full impact was enough to destroy a wall. However, the mud giant on the opposite side had a tonnage that was twice as large as this mad monster. The upper and lower triangles had a low center of gravity. After such a violent impact, I just shook my shoulders and then restored my balance. The large earth element has no pain, and let the wild boar fangs sink deep into the body, calmly raising his sturdy arms, rounding up huge fists, and then hitting the head of the razor wild boar fiercely. Every time a heavy punch falls, a thunderous roar will be heard, followed by the painful howl of the razor boar. What kind of monster is that even fighting with the razor boar in front of him? Dick stopped and looked at the earth giant summoned by Edward with a look of consternation. That's large earth element, a powerful soul from the elemental plane. Joan replied thoughtfully. No wonder Edward's team doesn't have heavy soldiers. It turns out that the jade pendant he wears is close to one. A magic device that can summon a large earth element as a meat shield. Since people have such powerful thugs, do we still need to help? Roger asked hesitantly. The elemental creatures summoned by the magic weapon cannot exist in the real world for a long time. Let's first observe the battle situation here. If the large earth element can't block the razor boar, we will not be late to support, Thomas said with a chin. At this moment, something changed on the beach. A fierce wild boar with several guns in his body, desperately breaking free from the cobwebs, and fleeing in a panic happened to be in front of Joan. The grass they hid. Hey, guys, look at that fat pig to come to the door to find his own death. Dick laughed. He picked up the tomahawk and the big shield and rushed to intercept the violent wild boar that had been seriously wounded and staggering. At this time, Edward also discovered that a dying ferocious wild boar escaped the cobweb, and saw Joan and his party blocked the only way the wild boar escaped. The young warrior headed by a shield blocked the way of the wild boar, and the right hand held the axe to the head of the wild boar. He frowned and quickly raised his left hand. His pierced the wild boar, who had escaped 100 feet, and chanted a spell. Valor. Edward wears a silver ring on his left and his face is carved into the shape of a ram's head. When he read the activation spell, the ring immediately ejected a magic shockwave resembling a sheep's head, roaring across the night sky, and struck the ferocious wild boar before the Dick tomahawk fell. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the fat, ferocious wild boar seemed to have been kicked hard, suddenly bounced, and the volley slammed into Dick. Oh, damn it! Dick hurriedly tossed away the battle axe and raised his shield with both hands to block the oncoming fat pig. The wild boar bounced back against the shield and fell heavily on the ground, the dust blowing in the roar. Dick was also staggered and backed away. Fortunately, Thomas and Roger reached out and helped in time to avoid falling on the spot. Seeing that Dick was fine, Joan turned to look at the ferocious wild boar and found that the animal had died. The abdomen of the corpse showed a dent as large as a basin, 3 inches deep, bruised and purple. The wound surface showed a clear shape of a sheep's head, like a huge etched seal, but also like the scars left after being hit by a siege hammer. Joan raised his head and looked away from the wild boar to Edward on the opposite side. It was natural to notice that he was wearing a weird ring on his left middle finger, the silver ram head with the decorative ring, and it was still shining slightly. Obviously, it was a magic ring. Edward just activated this magic ring and released a shockwave of force field, which gave a fatal blow to the ferocious wild boar running away. Judging from the scars caused by that shockwave, The power is quite amazing. At least it is also a 2-ring spell. Edward caressed the magic ring and looked at Joan and others coldly. Suddenly, a series of spellcasting gestures were made, and a greasy technique was released on the ground between Joan and the corpse of the ferocious wild boar. Seeing this scene, the 4 of Joan quickly stopped and looked at each other. Just now Edward used a magic ring to the ferocious wild boar before Dick's hands, and he already showed a state of alert. At this moment, Greasy to prevent them from approaching, the intention is even more obvious. It is clear that they are watching for their prey. Bah! I don't know good people. Dick snorted hard, his face ugly. Regardless of what other people think, he has never been tempted to the prey of the Edward team. After all, the other party is a classmate of Joan and Thomas. In Dick's opinion, a friend's classmate should also be a friend. My friend is in trouble. How can he stand idly by? He was completely out of good intentions just now, and he just wanted to help the Edward team to stop the escaped prey. What was wrong was misunderstood by Edward as deliberately taking advantage of it, and he felt aggrieved. Some people are like this. They have a narrow mind and think that others are selfish ghosts who are not profitable. Thomas deliberately raised his voice to taunt Edward, and then patted Dick's shoulder, comforting him to calm down. Let's go. It's not like seeing this kind of cautious person. Edward silently watched the figures of the brothers Thomas, Joan and Dindale go away until they disappeared into the night. Thomas' sarcasm seemed to be still echoing in his ears, his cheeks could not help being hot. Joan and his team left the valley, and they felt a little depressed. Fortunately, Dick's character was straightforward, not the kind of vengeful person, plus Thomas intentionally told some jokes, and soon after 4 people left the unpleasant encounter just behind, and the atmosphere became relaxed again. After walking in the canyon for nearly an hour, I finally came to the place where the stream and its main stream diverged. After comparing the map with Thomas told his companions in surprise, "We have made a big circle these days. So guess what? You are back on the river safari." Looking back at the walking route over the past 3 days, Joan found that he and his companions had actually copied a short path from the lower reaches of the Safari River to the upper reaches. Now they are in a position where most of the hunting teams walking along the tortuous river banks are far behind. Chapter 287 Night Killer. On this clear night, the broad river surface reflected the moonlight, and there were layers of silver-like ripples on the empty river beach. Only the waves echoed. Joan looked towards the upper reaches of the river, and was illuminated by the bright moonlight, and there was a mountain rising from the ground. The mountain looks like a large bowl upside down in the north of the island, and the depression at the bottom of the bowl is a volcano that has been silent for 100 years. The crater accumulates rainwater and forms a natural lake, which is the source of the Safari River. The map provided by Wiki circled the area around the extinct volcano with a common red pen and marked it as a dangerous area. It is said that the Prince of Razor is entrenched in the forest around the volcano, so that the mountain and the volcanic lake are named after the Razor. Joan, where they are at the moment, is outside the red zone. The chance of encountering a razor wild boar is higher than elsewhere. If you are unlucky, you may even hit the Prince of Razor who came to the river for a walk. For safety reasons, everyone agreed that it was not appropriate to run around at night, so they cleared an open space on the beach to accommodate the campfire rosary and camped on the spot. The hound suddenly roared as everyone ate dinner around the campfire. Immediately afterwards, a group of wild boars hummed and ran to the campfire. Fortunately, the leader was just a ferocious wild boar, and no razor wild boar was seen in the herd. Joan and Thomas quickly performed the greasy technique to trap this group of wild boars, and the Dindal brothers took the opportunity to kill the pigs. After a wailing, all 6 wild boars were killed, adding 10 hunting points for the Joan team, plus fresh barbecue ingredients. In view of the rampant wild boar activity in the area, Joan and his team dug a trench around the camp to strengthen their defenses and arranged for a dedicated vigil to take turns. In theory, the mage should not be a vigil, but Joan has a life support ring in hand, and sleeping for 2 hours every night is enough to restore energy. In order to ensure that his companions get sufficient rest time, Joan offered to offer a vigil until dawn, and then the Dindal brothers took over his post. As the night darkened, Thomas and Dindale brothers had fallen asleep, and Joan sat alone by the fire and reading. The sound of gurgling water, the noise of wind, and the sound of snoring from the tent were heard by the ear, but deepened the night's quietness. Joan opened a page and looked up across the campfire. The 4 hounds were sleeping soundly in the warmly baked thatched piles, sometimes shaking their ears, even maintaining a certain degree of alertness in their sleep. In this quiet and peaceful atmosphere, Joan suddenly felt a little uneasy. Frowning slightly, he took out the siren made by the earthworm tentacles from his jacket pocket, and leaned in to observe the fire. As expected, the tentacles twitched slightly, seeming to sense that the anomalous creature was approaching the camp. Joan stared at the siren, his expression hesitant. This tentacle is very sensitive. Even if a hair breaks into the alert range, it will trigger tremor. Of course, hairs do not pose a threat to sleeping people. If you want to confirm whether the intruder is dangerous, further observation is needed. Joan stood up and slowly turned around with the siren in hand. Based on the deflection direction of the tentacles and the severity of the tremor, he judged the direction of the potential threat and how far away he was. After some careful exploration, Joan confirmed that the anomalous creature was hiding in the dense bush behind him, about 200 yards away. At such a long distance, it was late at night, and with the cover of the bushes, Joan could not see whether the other party was a harmless hare or a beast hunting at night. When he was hesitating to wake up the hound and search near the bushes, the vibration of the siren suddenly weakened, and there were signs that the other party was moving away from the camp. Joan sighed in relief and put away the sirens that had stopped shaking, standing beside the campfire, staring at the distant shrouded bush for a long time. Although the alarm had been lifted, somehow, the shadow of his heart was still lingering. At the same time that Joan looked into the bushes, a naked, tall, thin monster was also observing the camp on the river beach through the bushes. The brown-green skin with a wooden texture is like a natural protective color, which makes the big jack almost merge with the bushes. Even if the ordinary person approaches the observation, it is difficult to find his hiding place. However, Jack was surprised to find that the young man sitting at the campsite vigil in the opposite camp was far more alert than he expected. He was aware of his existence 200 yards away. This has been a long time since the other party. A close look at the bushes can be proved. Big Jack squatted in the bushes, his dark eye sockets shimmering in different depths. Being noticed during stealth is an unprecedented new experience for him, and this small setback cannot dispel his killing intention. The young vigil on the opposite side looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old. From the previous follow-up observations, the opponent was just a low-level wizard. Big Jack is confident to kill each other within 10 seconds. As for the companion of the teenager, it is their greatest luck to be able to die without pain in their sleep. Big Jack made up his mind. Just as he was about to start, an owl suddenly flew in the night sky and landed on the branch beside him. His bright eyes glared straight at him, as if he had no deep meaning. Jack and the owl stared at each other for a few seconds, reaching for their legs. The owl didn't dodge, until Big Jack unwrapped the white strips of cloth wrapped around his feet before fluttering away. Jack looked down at the text on the cloth, his eyes flickering. The letters signed Person Idar is a high-level deacon of the primitive sect, and there is a more loud title called Shepherd. The shepherd sent an animal messenger to send this letter, asking Big Jack to go to a place outside Leiden Port as soon as possible to meet him and discuss important matters. The letter did not specify what the matter was. Big Jack silently crumpled the cloth and swallowed it in his mouth. The shepherds had a higher position in the sect than he was, and they were appointed by the Pope to come to the Alfheim region to perform important official duties. As a peripheral member of the order, Big Jack must obey the call of the herdsman, so he had to end the killing competition with Little Jack in advance. Good luck. Jack looked deeply at the young mage standing by the campfire and turned around silently, leaving the bushes. Although the sirens could not sense any threats, Joan did not dare to relax his vigilance, staying by the campfire and paying attention to the wind and grass around him. Until dawn, Dick and Roger rose to take over his vigil post. Joan handed the siren to Roger for safekeeping, and after a few words, he got into the tent. He closed his eyes, relaxed his tired body and nerves, and unconsciously fell asleep. Chapter 288 Foot of Razor. Joan slept for 2 hours. When I woke up, the sky to the east was already red with morning glow, and it was about 6 o'clock in the morning. After washing by the river, Joan returned to the campfire, took the teapot from Thomas, and poured a large cup of steamed black tea with double sugar into his stomach, warming him all over. The four of them had breakfast, packed their bags and continued on the road, advancing along the banks of the Razor foothills, the birthplace of the Safari River. As Arkai emphasized on the map, wild boars near the foothills were particularly rampant. Joan and they walked a short distance and saw a group of wild boars roaming the river beach. Roger fired the first shot of the hunt. A wild boar burying his head drinking water spurted blood on his neck, wailing and tipping over the river. The nearby wild boars suddenly burst their nests, some turned their heads and fled, and more wild boars were attacked after they were frightened and swarmed in the direction of the gunshots. Joan and Thomas prepared the spells as soon as they got up. After these days of hunting, they have accumulated a wealth of experience, knowing which spells are particularly effective against wild boars, and also focus on preparing spells. At this moment, I saw a large group of wild boars rushing aggressively, and without thinking about the same casting gesture, released a ring of greasy technique almost at the same time. The tidal flat between the river and the trees is covered with black mud from the two beaches, which perfectly blocks the charging path of large groups of wild boars. The wild boar rushing to the front had no time to stop. After entering the greasy area, it slipped one after another, howling and rolling, unable to climb for a while, and became Roger's living target. The wild boar in the back noticed that there was a trap, stopped quickly, and hovered in front of the sludge area. After hesitating for a long time, he turned to the bushes, tried to drill through the thick bushes, and ran around behind the four of Joan. For these self-civi wild boars, Joan and Thomas were also polite, releasing sleep to the bushes, causing all the wild boars trying to detour to fall asleep. If he was not worried about causing uncontrollable wildfires, Joan even wanted to hit the dry bushes with a burning hand to burn all the wild boars in the forest into roasted pigs. After 2 rounds of casting, Joan and Thomas can stand by and watch the play. The wild boars trapped in the greasy technique, as well as those wild boars lying in the trees and sleeping, were handed over to the Dindal brothers. Of course, Joan and Thomas can also use offensive spells to assist the Dindal brothers in hunting wild boars, but this approach is not only wasteful, but also stupid. Sorcerers' spell slots are very valuable resources, especially for low-level wizards. Spell slots are very limited and can be saved. Good steel must be used on the blade. After half an hour, Dick and Roger finally hunted down the 20 wild boars trapped in greasy and sleep techniques. Dick's battle axe was flushed with blood, and his sweat was exhausted. Roger's barrel was also hot due to frequent shooting. On the beach, the corpses of wild boars hadn't had time to harvest their tails. They made their mark, and the hound barked at the grass again. "Guys, beware. There seems to be a big guy coming." Roger quickly reminded his companions. In the grass came a heart-throbbing breath. A huge razor wild boar suddenly sprang out, the red mane fluttering in the wind, and the snowy fangs shone cold. This was the second time Joan had encountered a razor boar. After the initial surprise, all 4 young men recovered and quickly pulled the hound back. The trap created by the greasy technique has not disappeared yet, providing everyone with a protective belt against the razor wild boar. Joan and Thomas learned the experience of the last time against the razor wild boar, first blessing the precision casting in advance, each grasping a trickle of fine sand ready to go. Although the razor boar is strong and has a double shield of magic and physics, its intelligence level is not much stronger than that of the ordinary boar. The monster first tentatively walked into the greasy area, and found that the soles of the feet slipped and shrank back. During this period, the razor boar was shot twice by Roger. The cheeks burst into large blood stains, and the jaw was also opened by a lead bullet to a deep wound. The pain caused by the gunshot wound seemed to enlighten the brain of this beast, and it suddenly reversed backwards, and stopped until it was 10 yards away, rushing forward, leaping forward by running up. The fat body glides at a low altitude, and with a pop, it falls in the middle of the greasy area. The trotters curled up on both sides of the abdomen, and the flat big belly clings to the smooth surface. Under the influence of inertia, the razor boar is like a ship riding on the wind and waves, gliding at high speed against the surface of the water, and in a blink of an eye, it traverses the sludge area and approaches Dick. It's a hell. This fat pig is so smart. At the same time, Dick was amazed and also rejuvenated. He first filled a potion of grand change, and his size and equipment instantly doubled, struggling to smash a giant shield up to 10 feet on the ground, like a thick iron wall to block razor boar gliding head. Alka. Thomas took a step forward at the right time, and his hands shone colorfully. Razor boar bumped into Dick's shield, and was hit by Thomas' colorful jet as soon as he stood up. His body fluttered and slumped into a sluggish state. Dick cast aside the shield and clanked the razor head with his battle axe in his hands. Roger in the distance also took the opportunity to shoot and sniper. The lead bullet penetrated into the mouth of the wild boar's mouth foam, bursting deep in the throat, making a cool snorting sound. During the sluggish period of just 6 seconds, the razor boar got a total of Dick's 2 axes and Roger's 2 shots. This monster was finally able to stay awake, was about to launch a dying counterattack, and was deterred by Joan's colorful jet and fell into a desperate situation of a new round of passive beatings. This time, the razor boar failed to hold up to the moment he got rid of magical control. Boom! Dick set aside the heavy battle axe and tower shield and sat on the ground with his buttocks, sweating and panting. Thank goodness, this group of wild boars is finally killed. My barrels are almost red. We'd better rest here before we hit the road. Roger blows at the muzzle so that the hot barrel can cool down as soon as possible. The Dingle brothers teamed up to hunt more than 20 wild boars, tired enough to choke. Fortunately, they can recover their strength after a little rest. Joan and Thomas looked relaxed and hardly sweated, but they each released 4 spells in this battle, which has exhausted all the first spell slots today. Spell positions, unlike physical stamina, can be supplemented by short breaks. The mage's endurance on the battlefield is far inferior to that of a maiden with a sword. Thomas now has 2 tuned level spell slots available. Since he has not yet learned 2 ring spells, these 2 spell slots can only be used to prepare 1 ring spells, namely Colorful Jet and Weak Ray. Less than a last resort, Thomas will not use the 2 remaining spell slots. Fortunately, there are still many magic scrolls in his storage bag. Chapter 289 Airguest Joan's first spell slot has also been exhausted in high-intensity combat. Thanks to higher intelligence attributes, he has 1 more ring spell slot than Thomas, but all of the 2 ring spell slots are used to prepare for invisibility, which is more than enough to protect against wild boar. Joan still has 5 mythical powers available today, plus 10 mythical powers stored in Tears of Gods, which can replace spell slots when necessary. However, the use of these mythical abilities may arouse suspicion from peers. Joan didn't want to deceive his companions, but had to keep secrets, so he tried not to use the power of myth. In the next battle, you can only rely more on the various magic guides you carry with you, and the zero-loop tricks that have no spell position restrictions. After consuming so many spell resources, the rewards are in return. When the Dingle brothers rested, Joan and Thomas collaborated to clean the battlefield, harvest the wild boar tails, and hit the secret mark. In the end, the trophy was counted, and a total of 21 wild boars were hunted, including 2 ferocious wild boars and 1 razor wild boar, a total of 38 hunting points. Now, The total points of their hunting team have reached 141, which is a big step closer to the 200 mark. The people rested for half an hour and continued to get up and rush along the road, along the gradually rising river beach to the foot of Razor Mountain. On the way, another wave of wild boars was encountered. Fortunately, there were only 5 wild boars, and they were all common boars. Roger, dressed in plate armor, leaned against the mountain rock alone, raised the tower shield to resist the siege of the wild boar, like an impeccable humanoid fortress. Joan, Thomas, and Roger all climbed to the tree and struck the wild boars surrounding Dick with frozen razor shotguns. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and the crowd killed all 5 wild boars, and the total hunting points increased to 146. When the encounter ended, it was almost noon. Joan and his party cleared an open space in the bushy valley and lit a campfire to sit around and eat. Just halfway through lunch, the hounds barked one after another. Joan at first thought they had another wild boar to harass, and quickly picked up their weapons to prepare for battle. However, the surroundings were quiet, with no signs of wild boars, and the hounds also appeared abnormal, all raising their heads and roaring towards the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky inexplicably, but all but Joanne were shocked. Under the clear sky, a huge brown balloon was floating at a height of 100 feet. A white sail was propped up above the balloon, and a gondola was hung underneath. There was a slight shadow in the gondola. "It's really amazing," Thomas muttered to himself. "If we knew that there was such an aircraft, we wouldn't have to spend time and effort in the jungle these days, and fly directly to the wild boar colony by balloon. Not more convenient." "That's right, wise men are really abominable," Dick grumbled. "The guys in the balloon gondola must be extremely efficient in hunting. This year's gold medal in the hunting competition is none other than them." "That's not necessarily true." Joan's lips smiled. "As far as I know, the 3 people who took the balloon did not sign up for the hunting competition. They were reporters appointed by the newspaper to report on the game." "Reporter? Could it be Sister Meow?" Roger asked curiously. Joan nodded. "Sister Meow said before that to track and interview the hunting team that is expected to win the medal. I was still wondering how she was looking for the hunters scattered in the jungle. Now it seems that Sister Meow and they have already prepared sitting in the balloon gondola, with a high-powered telescope. You can view the entire island, and the sound of gunfire and fighting from the ground is also clear and audible." "So this is our—" Thomas nodded thoughtfully, suddenly excited. "Joan, since Sister Meow and they can look at the overall situation of the Wild Boar Island, they must already have an understanding of the current achievements of the various hunting teams. Can you manage to get in touch with her and find out how our hunting points can be among all participating teams?" "What is the ranking?" "I will try it." Joan had the same plan, so he took a small piece of glowing moss from the cast material bag and cast a bright spell to create a magic ball of light. Joan placed the light ball in his palm and waved towards the light balloons hanging in the air, hoping that Xiao Meow, Akai and Mr. Benny would pay attention to their signals. 2 minutes later, the light balloon in the air turned the sail and turned around towards Joan where they were. A blurry figure stood up from the gondola, holding a mirror and shining it towards Joan, the mirror reflecting the shiny sunlight. Seeing the mirror reflection from the air, Joan immediately realized that it was Xiao Meow. They were sending signals to themselves, and a stone fell to the ground. The Thomas and Dindle brothers looked up, staring at the light balloon floating overhead, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. After another 15 minutes, the balloon finally floated directly over Joan's party, dropped the sail, hovered at a height of 100 feet, and slowly turned. The quick Catwoman Ranger threw a bundle of cables from the gondola and sagged down the cables quickly, landing lightly. "Hi Joan, is the hunting going smoothly?" Xiao Meow shook her tail grinningly and came over to say hello. "Fortunately, Sister Meow, we have already earned 146 hunting points. How many of these results can be ranked among all hunting teams?" Joan opened the door and asked. "It's a very good result. If you add more oil, you will be expected to make it into the top 3. Xiaomiao encouraged with a smile. Ah, can't get into the top 3 with 146 points? Dick was disappointed. I thought I was holding the medal. Sister Meow, which teams have higher scores than us? Thomas asked unconvincedly. As far as I know, as of today, there are no fewer than 4 hunting teams with more than 150 points, including the first and second runner-up teams in the previous competition, but the scores of these 2 teams have just passed 150, which is similar to your results. The gap is not too big. In addition, there are 2 new teams, and the results are even better than those 2 old teams, and you should know each other. Xiaomiao's eyes flashed in an arrow manner, and he stopped deliberately. Sister Meow, who are those 2 teams? Roger asked urgently. The best result so far is the hunting team consisting of Major George Vaza, Sister Castis and Mr. Philip Downs. When interviewed with us this morning, their hunting points had reached 202 points, followed by a team of Edward Gates, Martin Smith and 2 sharpshooters. We interviewed them in the nearby valley 2 hours ago. If Edward Gates did not brag, they had scored 177 points. Speaking of which, Xiaomiao made a supplementary explanation with a rigorous attitude. It should be noted that the team we interviewed only accounts for a small part of all the contestants. In areas we haven't paid attention to, there may be other teams that have achieved higher scores. So, guys, if you really want to compete for medals, you have to work harder. Chapter 290. Surprisingly winning. After listening to Xiaomiao's words, the brothers Joan, Thomas and Dindle were poured into a bucket of cold water. The complacent mentality was now frustrated. Xiaomiao noticed the change in their look and smiled and comforted. 2 days before the end of the game, you are now working hard to cheer, but you have a chance to overtake other competitors. We are working hard, but no one else is idle. Thomas scratched his head in frustration. Our biggest mistake was that we failed to make the decision to stay away from the riverbank as early as possible on the first day of the game. As a result, a day wasted in vain. Otherwise the results will definitely be better than it's much better now. It's meaningless to regret now. It's better to think about what to do next. Roger figured out with his shotgun. It's noon on July 6th. And the game ends at sunset on July 7th. We must return to the pier before then. In other words, there is only half a day left for us. Sister Meow, it is not convenient for me to disclose, when are the top hunting teams going back? Of course, this kind of thing will not be disclosed to me, but based on the experience of previous hunting competitions, the team that is expected to win the medal will always fight to the last moment to ensure the fruits of victory, and it will not start until the sun sets on the last day of the schedule. Return to the pier and report the final score of your team to the referee. Xiaomiao answered with a straight face. How is this possible? Wait until tomorrow evening to look back. It's too late to rush back. Dick shouted incredulously. Joan and Thomas looked at each other and thought of a possibility at the same time. Teleport. Yes, the team that is expected to win the championship will always carry a teleportation scroll before the start of the game. When the game deadline is reached, let the casters in the team use this scroll to bring all the team members to teleport back instantly. Xiaomiao revealed the answer. Ah, it's all blaming me. Thomas slammed his forehead. I didn't think about this beforehand. After all, I still lack experience. Wait. Joan couldn't help interjecting. Purchasing a teleportation reel costs less than 1,000 gold dugger. This investment alone will be worth the 3rd place bonus, unless you are sure your team can win it. Champion or runner-up, wouldn't it be a loss-making transaction? Poor Joanne, please forgive me, to be honest, your way of thinking reveals a breath of poverty. Xiaomiao looked at Joan's eyes with sympathy. What do you think the top-ranking hunting team cares most about? You ask Thomas, Dick and Roger. Do they really care about that bonus? Joan's face was hot and speechless. In fact, Thomas, Dick and Roger did not care about the bonus. Otherwise they would not say they didn't want the bonus at the beginning of the formation of the hunting team. They are all rich and wealthy children. What they really desire is to display their talents through the highly anticipated stage of the hunting conference, to win fame and honor, as a stepping stone to enter the threshold of high social circles. In this team, the only one who really cares about the bonus is the poor ghost who has no interest in social activities. We don't have a teleportation scroll, so we don't have the confidence to compete with the top-ranking hunting team. Staying here to continue playing wild boars is completely in vain. Otherwise, let's just go back now. Thomas looked at his companion in frustration. How can young people easily fail? In fact, you still have a chance. Xiaomi exhorted softly. But where is the opportunity? Roger was puzzled. Although you don't have a teleportation scroll, you can take a light balloon when you return. If the weather is good, a maximum of 2 or 3 hours of balloons can float over the pier, so that you don't compare with those who use teleportation scrolls. It will be too bad. Sister Meow, are you willing to lend us balloons? Dick was overjoyed. Joan is a good friend of me and Mr. H.A. and Benny. You are friends of Joan, that is, our friends. It should be helpful to you, and this does not violate the rules of the game. Xiao Meow laughed. Some cunning. Sister Meow, thank you so much, said Joan gratefully. Don't say these polite words first, there are more severe tests before you. Xiao Meow put away her smile, rarely showing a serious look. Your current points are not far from the top 3, plus the disadvantages caused by the lack of teleportation reels. If you still use the past hunting methods, the probability of overtaking your competitors in the next 2 days is very small, so I suggest you make a surprise victory. But, Sister Meow, what exactly do we have to do to win the game? Thomas asked eagerly. This matter will start from this morning, when we took a light balloon to find the team of Major Vasa and Sister Castis. They revealed an audacious plan in an interview to trace the Prince of Razor and wait for the opportunity hunt. Hunting the Prince of Razors. Are they serious about Major Vasa? Joan couldn't help worrying. The strength of the 4 of them is indeed very strong, but I am afraid that it is not enough to confront the Razor Prince head. This decision is too risky and unnecessary. That's it. They don't need to risk the trouble of Prince Razor at all. Just kill ordinary wild boars, keep the current lead and secure the gold medal. Thomas and Joan share the same views, so he does not understand why the Vasa team is asking for trouble. Actually, Major Vasa himself was reluctant to implement this too risky plan, but he had the pain of having to take risks. Xiao Meow sighed and turned to look at Joan. You should remember that Major Vasa was reprimanded by his boss for sending troops to rescue the town of Dillin without permission. He was forced to suspend his job and go home to reflect. It was almost half a year later. If you don't say anything, you will inevitably be anxious. Of course I know this. Miss Martha revealed to me privately some time ago that she intends to ask someone to help Mr. Vasa and try to help his official reinstatement. Joan said thoughtfully. In fact, not long ago, Miss Martha had commissioned a relative, our wife of the customs chief, to ask the wife of General Charles Gates to drink tea. Reactivate Major Vasa. Mrs. General said that she could go home and blow Thepilo wind, and sent a letter to Miss Martha a few days later, and conveyed General Gates' attitude in the letter. What do you say? General Gates did not listen to Major Vasa's command and had a deep prejudice through his wife's words. If Major Vasa killed the Prince of Razor at this year's hunting contest, to prove his own loyalty and courage can win his understanding, and he will recommend his official restoration to His Excellency the Governor. Xiao Meow answered in a deep voice. Chapter 291 Green Area. The original problem is here with General Gates, Thomas said uneasily. This old guy is worthy of Edward's father. Both father and son are as narrow-minded as this. Isn't it intentionally to force Major Vasa on the dead end? Xiao Meow gave a white glance at the unobstructed master, and motioned him not to talk nonsense. His Excellency Commander-in-Chief of the colony of Alfheim, could he be criticized by such a little kid? General Gates did have a problem, But Major Vasa had no choice. It was to encourage him to cheer up. Ms. Martha proposed to form a hunting team to help Major Vasa complete the cover in this year's game. The challenge posed by General Sue was also that Miss Martha insisted on taking the risk of hunting the Prince of Razors despite repeated dissuasion from Major Vasa. Xiao Miao sighed enviously. Alas, Miss Martha's sincerity for Major Vasa, even my outsider is deeply touched. If I am a man, encountering such a good girl, it must be her marriage. Sister Meow, after all, you are not a man. You might as well learn the gentleness and virtue of Miss Martha. Maybe you can marry yourself. Joan kindly helped her to make an idea, but instead of trying to cause the other party to growl in anger. Shut up for me. Dare to talk coldly, believe it or not. My old lady scratches your face. It's so kind and not rewarding. Qiaoan bowed his head in disapproval, not daring to get close to the crazy cat. Sister Meow, I almost guessed your intentions. Thomas asked tentatively. Major Vasa had to take risks to challenge the Prince of Razors for reinstatement, but their team was not sure to complete this feat. So you suggest that we go to Major Vasa and work together against the Prince of Razors? It is worthy of being a high-level student at Leiden College, and it is really smart. Xiao Miao lifted her tail and smiled again. With your participation, and with the help of Akai and me, there is also a teacher in the air with a light balloon to help track down the Prince of Razor, and the success of successfully hunting the King of the Wild Boar is great. After the event, you and the team of Major Vasa will share the hunting points equally, and will win the first two of the current hunting competition without suspense. Major Vasa will also restore the official. Is it the best of both worlds? Sister Meow, I completely agree with your suggestion, but I still have a question. This matter is good for us and Major Vasa, but what good is it for your reporter team? Why do you also want to take risks to participate in hunting Prince Razor action? Thomas asked seriously. First of all, of course, out of friends' loyalty. It is important to do our business, and now I am helping you. If I have trouble in the future, would you be embarrassed to stand by? Xiao Miao asked with a smile. Of course. In fact, I really need one thing from you. Xiao Miao put away her smile and looked very solemn. Remember the map of Wild Boar Island that Akai gave you? The area surrounded by the green ink is at the southern foot of Razor Hill, not far from here. Archie and I, as well as Mr. Benny, plan to search the area tomorrow. Look for traces of the Shepherds and the Jack brothers. With our power alone, I'm afraid that we can't beat the three crazy cultists. If you can successfully kill the Prince of Razors, will you be able to accompany me to go around the green area afterwards? Of course, no problem. Joan, Thomas and the Dindle brothers promised in unison. That's enough. Xiao Miao clapped her hands with a smile. The Vasa team also promised to help us. Together with the four of you, we will work together to deal with Jack brothers and the Shepherds. Sister Meow, it's not too late. Let's get on the road. Dick jumped up. Where are they? And how far is it from here? Cross the mountain in front to reach their camp, but at this time they must have left the camp to track the Prince of Razor. You are too slow in the jungle. It is still convenient to take a balloon. Xiao Miao pointed to the sky. Can the gondola hold up? Joan asked worriedly. Teacher Benny has completely modified the gondola, which is bigger and stronger than before, removing all ballast sandbags, enough to accommodate all of us. Compared with before, Xiao Miao is more confident in the invention of Teacher Benny. What about the hounds? Thomas looked at the four well-behaved dogs a little. Can't we just leave them all here? Well, I don't object if you have to bring a hound, but the gondola will become very crowded. Xiao Miao's face was embarrassed. Actually, we can pack the hounds in our backpacks and carry one by one, which doesn't take up much space. Roger made a suggestion. Everyone tried it immediately, took off their backpacks and told the hound to get in. Fortunately, hounds that focus on dexterity rather than strength are all relatively small, curled up in a backpack, only showing their heads. It seems very clever. Help, these dogs are not afraid of heights. Xiao Miao made a joke casually, raised her hand to send a signal into the air, and then took the lead to climb up the cable. Joan, They are not as flexible as Catwoman. They fixed the backpack firmly on their body before departure. Thomas also gave everyone a bottle of Featherfall potion. In case of falling down by accident, take the Uluo potion in time, and hope to save your life. After getting ready, Joan climbed the rope first, looked up and saw a wagging cat's tail, and he couldn't help laughing. Xiaomiao heard his laughter and stopped at the center of the cable deliberately. When Joan approached him, he flicked his tail downward and stroked him back and forth. The furry tail rubbed on his face, and Joan felt itchy nostrils and couldn't help but sneeze twice, and the cable shook violently. Thomas exclaimed from below, "Joan, what the are you doing? Want to scare me?" Xiao Anqian resisted the sneeze, squeezed the cable with his right hand, and freed his left hand to catch Xiao Mei's tail. "Sister Meow, stop it, it's too dangerous." Xiao Meow glanced down at him, giggling, her eyes and brows full of playfulness. Joan saw that she was deliberately mischievous, and angrily threw two on its tail. Xiao Meow's would-be slender neck shrunk in fear of itch, squinting her eyes, as if enjoying herself, flicking the tip of her tail to continue to tease the young mage. It wasn't until Joan threw a few more and made her comfortable that he made a pleasant grunt from the depths of his throat. The mischievous Catwoman twisted her round buttocks as, her bodybuilding legs squeezed up the cable, and she climbed up to the top of the cable in a few clicks. She grabbed the inner fence of the gondola with one hand and turned it flexibly. Go up. Chapter 292 Cooperative Hunting 1. Joan watched Xiaomiao climb up the gondola, secretly relieved, and continued to climb upwards, and soon reached the bottom of the gondola, grabbed the hand reached by Aoki, and climbed into the gondola by force. "Thank you, Mr. Kai." "Good afternoon, Teacher Benny." "Hi Joan, would you like to warm up with some rum? The wind is high, so watch out for the cold." Teacher Benny controlled the steering wheel with one hand, and took out an aluminium flat pot from the coat pocket and handed it over. "Thank you, I don't need it, but I guess Thomas is happy to have 2 sips of spirits." Joan looked around the gondola and found that it changed a lot compared to the last time he took a light balloon ride at Vernon Hills for the first time. Both the balloon and the gondola have been fully modified, and their volume and load have more than doubled. The hanging basket was changed from a simple structure resembling a bread basket to a concentric cage structure, with 2 layers of inner and outer fences, and a hole for one person in the center of the inner fence, like a patio, to hang the sling. At this time, Thomas finally climbed to the top of the cable, struggling upwards to probe, looking away like a fat marmot, and sighed with admiration. Joan reached over and pulled him over the fence, then pulled Dick and Roger up, and handed the hip flask over. The Thomas and Dindle brothers took turns to drink spirits, and their faces became rosy. The tension caused by the first experience of high-altitude flight was also relieved. They excitedly surrounded Teacher Benny and asked about the flying principle and driving skills of the light balloon. Teacher Benny is very happy that someone appreciates his invention and patiently explains to the boys one by one. The modified gondola is very spacious and does not seem crowded to accommodate 7 people. However, after adding more than 600 pounds of weight, the balloon slowly fell. In order to maintain the flying height, Joan and others started together, picked up the sandbags piled under their feet, and tried to throw out the gondola. A sandbag weighs about 50 pounds. After discarding 12 sandbags, the light balloon rises to its original height again. Teacher Benny held the pipe and turned the steering wheel skillfully. With the sound of crunching ears, the sail propped by the mast rotates synchronously, and the direction of the force of the sail is changed by adjusting the angle between the wind direction and the sail plane, so that the light balloon sails in a specific direction. Joan heard that an experienced helmsman can steer a sailing boat against the wind. This rumor can be verified by simple mathematical calculations. However, this is the first time he has experienced upwind sailing, and he is riding a sailing boat floating in the air. Teacher Benny flew over Aza Hill in a light balloon. At the same time, Xiaomiao cast a petrel as an animal messenger and asked Miss Martha where she was at the moment, so that after receiving the reply, The cast sent a signal. Provide navigation beacons for light balloons. A strip of cloth was wrapped around Hei-Yan's feet, his wings spread out of the gondola, and he drilled deep into the distant jungle. After about 10 minutes, a gunshot came from the place where Hei-Yan landed, and the bullet blasted into the air at the same time as it flashed a strong magical light. Seeing this wonderful scene, Joan immediately guessed that Miss Martha, and possibly Rebecca, blessed the bullet with brightness, and then fired the enchanted bullet into the sky. Making the bullet fly. While flying, it emits a strong light and becomes a simple flare to provide guidance for Mr. Benny, who is flying a balloon. Teacher Benny observed the direction of the flare through the telescope, then steered calmly, and flew straight through the balloon. Within a few minutes, there was another intensive gunfire in the forest under the flare. Joan's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly asked Aki, "What's going on?" Aki looked at the place where the gun sound came from through the telescope, and then looked up and replied, "It may be that Miss Martha just disturbed the wild boar in the nearby forest when they shot the signal." "Is there a lot of wild boars?" "Not less than 20 heads. There are also a lot of fierce wild boars and razor wild boars." Ache looked dignified. "Miss Martha, they may not be able to cope with so many wild boars. We have to go down and help as soon as possible." Xiaomiao supported the fence and looked down, seemingly going to jump over the fence. "Wait first. Jumping here is a waste of time to travel through the jungle. At most 2 minutes later, we will be able to reach the point of engagement. I won't object if you want to jump," Teacher Benny said calmly. Joan held a bottle of featherfall potion in the jacket pocket and stood in front of the fence overlooking the woods below. The wild boar was vaguely visible through the shaking leaves. Lin's incessant continuous gunshots made him nervous. Just as the balloon was about to reach the battlefield, a white shadow suddenly popped in the trees below, rushing towards the hanging basket with lightning. Joan was startled and turned his head back instinctively, but soon recognized the familiar figure, and all the surprises turned into surprises. Rebecca carried the magic crystal gun and flew into the air, her long hair fluttering in the wind, like a piece of black and bright silk. The noonday bright sun shone on her, the mithril chain armor and the porcelain-like white and delicate skin were dazzling, including Joan, and all the people in the gondola were dumbfounded. Joan finally recovered and waved to the beautiful girl soaring outside the fence. "Rebecca, are you okay?" "Mediocre." Rebecca seemed to be angry with him, so he pretended to say coldly, "I'm going to say hello to you on behalf of my sister, Mr. Vasa and Mr. Downs. I see you all safe and sound." I'm relieved. "Other things. Wait for the annoying wild boars below. Let's see you later." The voice did not fall. She turned around and flew down. During the flight, the gun was fired and the sound of the gun sounded while a wild boar fell to the ground. The Rebecca classmates I usually saw in school always wore none clothes and a headscarf, and they looked weak and shy. I didn't expect that when I put on the armor and picked up the shotgun, I became a heroic samurai. It's like changing someone. Thomas looked at Rebecca's back, first expressing emotion, suddenly confused. "Wait. Not right. The priest must at least reach level 7 to learn flying magic. Rebecca is just a level 5 priest. How did she fly?" In addition to the conventional spiritual practice, Rebecca also chose 2 god-granted domains, Destiny Domain and Travel Domain, of which the 3rd ring of Divine Domain in the Travel Domain is flying. "The level can be used," Joan replied casually. "I'll say that your kid has a special relationship with Rebecca. Even the spells chosen by others are well known." Thomas smirked. Joan had no intention of squabbling with him, and found that the balloon had floated over the area where the Rebecca team was fighting with the wild boar, so he took out the feather drop potion, pulled out the cork and drank it, and rolled over and jumped off the basket. Chapter 293 Cooperative Hunting 2. Joan jumped out of the gondola, and the moment the body hung in the air, the featherfall technique automatically took effect. The magic net distributed around him quickly woven into an invisible large umbrella, spreading out above his head, dragging him slowly down. Joan adjusted his posture in the air, leaned over to observe the movements in the forest, and soon discovered that Philip Downs, the housekeeper of the casts, was wearing chainmail, holding a steel shield and a long sword, leaning back to back. A big tree fights a group of wild boars. The old housekeeper used to be the servant knight of Sir Casts. Although he was old, his combat effectiveness did not decline at all. He used his own strength to fight against 2 ferocious wild boars and 4 ordinary wild boars. After all, Mr. Downs was old, and Joan was worried that he would struggle with the wild boar for a long time and could not support his physical strength. So he extracted a mythical power to replace the first spell slot, and sang the chanting spell to the unguarded pigs below. Sprinkle a handful of fine sand mixed with rose petals. Huckler. Driven by magic power, the rose and fine sand turned into a mass of dust sweeping the swarm. 4 ordinary wild boars yawned one after another and fell into a lethargy. The remaining 2 ferocious wild boars, although not lethargic, were also affected by the sleep technique, yawned greatly, appeared mentally tired, and their movements became sluggish. Philip Downs took the opportunity to counterattack, and 2 swords cut down a ferocious wild boar, slammed his shield against another ferocious wild boar, and rushed to fight a sword to pierce its throat. The 2 ferocious wild boars screamed and fell, and at the same time Joan fell to the ground. Mr. Downs raised the helmet, bowed to Joan deeply with his sword, and performed a standard knight salute. "Mr. Vader, thank you very much for your timely help. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Welcome, Mr. Downs. We have to get rid of these sleeping boars as soon as possible. Just let me deal with such trivial matters." Mr. Vader is going to help Miss Martha and Mr. Vaza. Their situation may not be very optimistic, the old housekeeper said anxiously. "Okay, let's see you later." Joan turned and flew in the direction Philip pointed out. Running less than 100 yards, rustling movements came from the bushes opposite. A razor boar suddenly jumped out, his mane like a raging flame. Joan and the razor boar met in a narrow path, and both sides could not help but froze for a moment, looking at a loss. Joan was the first to recover, turned and flew to Philip. Joke. Encounter razor wild boar at such a close distance? Do you have to wait to die before running? Exclamation mark. There was a tingling scream from behind him, and Joan knew without looking back that the terrifying monster was chasing himself. In a hurry, he saw a big tree, rushed over without thinking, hugged the trunk, and climbed up after a few clicks. Turning over and climbing the tall branches, Joan was slightly relieved. Looking back at the razor boar, the monster was circling under the tree, humming in exasperation. The razor boar suddenly jumped up, trying to pick Joan down from the tree with his machete-like fangs. Joan quickly freed his right hand, grabbed the horizontal branch above his head, struggling to pull the body upwards, using the techniques commonly used when playing horizontal bars in the academy, tumbling over, thrillingly avoiding fangs while leveraging his swing. His body fell lightly on the tree above the fork. For safety, Joan climbed towards the treetops again, and stopped until he was more than 30 feet above the ground. At this height, the razor boar can't reach him anyway. However, Joan couldn't let go of his mind to calmly cast the spell. The razor wild boar was frantically striking the tree trunk. If it continued like this, it would have to knock the tree down 3 or 5 more times. Joan clutched the violently shaking branch, frowning. After a little hesitation, he reached out and took out the branch of Ilmansa from the storage bag. In the current predicament, he can't think of any other life-saving measures except transforming into a tree man. Just when he was about to start branch of Ilmansa, a gunshot suddenly came from the air. The razor boar, who was burying his head against the tree trunk, burst a shocking blood flower on his forehead, screaming and staggering back. Kian looked up to the sky. A familiar white shadow was slowly falling from above the canopy, just like a lily blooming in the sky. "Rebecca, thank you," Joan said gratefully. "You are all right." Rebecca gave him a sweet smile, which seemed flattered. "Don't move when you stay in the tree. I'll deal with the razor boar." Rebecca put on a new magazine, picked up the enchanted shotgun and aimed at the razor wild boar to pull the trigger. The muzzle sprayed silver electrocutics one after another. After 2 shots, the razor boar shot blood in the eyes and ran blindly in the woods. where the bushes were broken. This last madness, exhausting the vitality of the razor boar, finally fell down in the bushes and moaned dyingly. Joan jumped down from the tree, cast the hand of the High Master, remotely controlled the electrooptical blade, and made the last knife of the dying razor boar, cutting its throat. Rebecca landed from the air and looked at Joan up and down, his eyes full of concern, confirming that he didn't matter, and his pretty face smiled with relief. Joan smiled embarrassedly, feeling that the atmosphere was a little strange, and quickly broke the silence. "How are Mr. Vaza and Miss Martha?" Rebecca reminded him to come back, frowning slightly. "There are at least 2 razor wild boars over there. Let's hurry and help." Joan was about to run, and Rebecca snatched him beside him, and couldn't help but say that his arms were wrapped around him. "The jungle is difficult to walk through. If you don't pay attention, you will get lost. It's more convenient for me to take you directly to fly over." "That's hard work for you." Rebecca clasped his arms tightly and cast a spell to take off. Joan was dragged into the sky by her, feeling like a bag of luggage, unable to maintain a balanced posture in the air by herself, very uncomfortable. Out of instinct, Joan reached out and hugged Rebecca's waist to avoid leaning. The girl's petite body shook slightly, and then turned her face to whiten him delicately. Her face flushed faintly. "Don't creak me. I don't have it." Joanne felt innocent and tried to retract his hand when he was wronged, but Rebecca dropped his left arm and gripped his palm tightly. The two flew close to the crown of the tree at low altitudes. Not long afterwards, they saw Miss Martha hovering over a leafy tree, shooting down with a dignified face. George Vassar was wearing silver plate armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, backed by a tree trunk encircling 2 razor boars. Not far from the forest, wild boars howling one after another. "The situation is very dangerous. Rebecca, let me go." "Okay, but don't be brave," Rebecca yelled and landed in a low grass. Chapter 294 Fear. Joan quickly made a spellcasting gesture, first blessing himself with precision casting, and then grabbed a handful of 3-colored fine sand. The cat was on his waist, under the cover of the bushes, approaching behind the 2 razor wild boars that were besieging Mage Joan. Rebecca clutched the shotgun uncomfortably and followed. At the same time, Martha, levitating above the canopy, also saw them and quickly gestured to her sister to signal her to prevent Joan from approaching the razor boar. A little mage ran to the back of the razor boar and tried to attack. "Isn't this equal to touching the tiger's butt? It's pure death." Ignoring Miss Martha's warning, Joan crept back towards the wild boar and stopped short of 5 steps, waving a colorful glow. Alka! The 2 wild boars were caught off guard by the colorful light cones coming from behind, and at the same time fell into a stagnation of up to 6 seconds, as if they had become 2 dead blood sculptures. Seeing the 2 razor boars deterred by Joan's colorful jet, George Vassar and Sister Castis both froze for a moment before recovering, taking the opportunity to counterattack and grab them before the razor boars were awake again. Kill as many as possible. At this time, Thomas, brothers Dingdle, Xiaomiao and Akai also all hung down the cable, and immediately came to meet with Joan and others. Among the 10 people present, 2 were full-time gunmen. Roger and Uki, the sisters Castis, were gunmen and priests. Joan and Thomas provided arcane support, and Major Vassar, Mr. Downs and Dick all pierced armor. The melee warrior holding the shield, together with Xiao Miao, the Million Oil Catwoman Ranger, together formed an unprecedented and powerful hunting team, immediately sweeping the wild boar family in the woods. Half an hour later, the forest was no longer able to hear howling wild boars, either hunted or fled to a distance. After the battle, Joan and Rebecca count the wild boar tails harvested by their companions. The 2 hunting teams hunted 3 razor wild boars, 6 ferocious wild boars plus 20 ordinary wild boars, a total of 80 hunting points. Rebecca proposed that the 2 hunting teams evenly split the loot, each with 40 points, and everyone agreed. Calculated in this way, Joan's team total score reached 186. And Rebecca's team score was as high as 258. No matter whether she could successfully hunt the Prince of Razor, she would firmly hold the championship of this hunting competition. Rebecca was very proud of this, and could not help but show off to Joan in private. "If you also joined my team, you can get the gold medal now." "Yes, your team is stronger, but you better stop saying this, otherwise it will be too unfair to Mr. Downs." "I know, it's just a joke with you, why not be so serious?" Rebecca swelled her cheeks depressed, but soon moved on with other thoughts and asked Joan with concern, "Can you rank among the top 3 in your current hunting points?" "A bit dangling." Joan told the truth. "Then you are going to cheer." Rebecca turned his black and white eyes and whispered close to Joan's ear, "Then you hit the wild boar next. It's all yours, so you can make sure you get the run-up." "That's so embarrassing, and because it's suspected of violating the rules of the game, it's better to divide the hunting points equally." Joan feared that Rebecca complained that he did not appreciate it, and then said, "Actually, what we are more important now is to find and manage to hunt the Prince of Razor than the ranking of the competition. Otherwise it won't make much sense even to win the championship." Rebecca put a smile on her face and nodded heavily. "Right, Mr. Vaza can only be reinstated by hunting the Prince of Razors, and this is exactly our original intention, to participate in the hunting competition. But unfortunately there are less than 2 days left before the competition deadline, and we have not found the trail of the Prince of Razors. I do not know if I have the ability to fight the legendary beast." "Don't worry. The time is too late, and the Prince of Razor is just a pig. No matter how powerful we are, we can kill it." Joan tried to comfort Rebecca. Rebecca smiled usefully, holding his hand, and said softly, "Come on, we should go to lunch." A clearing has been cleared out of the woods, a bonfire was lit, and fresh pork on the grill squeaked with oil. Vassar, Martha, Towns, Little Meow, Ake and Dingle brothers were sitting around the fire, cutting their roasts with their daggers and chewing, and sometimes toasting each other. Joan and Rebecca came to the fire and joined the party. Joan remembered that Teacher Benny was still controlling balloons in the air, so he took out a piece of copper wire from his jacket pocket to perform communication and invited Teacher Benny to come down for lunch. The spell has not yet been completed, and suddenly a very sharp and high-pitched howling came from the depths of the jungle, as if the howling of the ordinary wild boar was amplified 100 times, and it was still very harsh through the dense jungle. Even more frightening is that the howling sound also contains supernatural power, and if there is a real sense of fear, it is deeply implanted in the heart of the hearer. The people beside the fire and the hounds were deeply shocked, and for a time they were scared, and their hands and feet were pale and soft, leaving only the idea of escape in their minds. Of all the people who heard this weird scream, only George Vassar did not panic. He pulled out his sword as soon as possible and raised a golden enchantment under his feet to isolate the horrible sound waves from the forest. As a paladin, George Vassar is not only immune to fear, but the aura of courage just opened can also help his surrounding companions to boost courage and fight fear. Rebecca was also frightened, but the first time she was scared, the sedation ring in her hand was automatically activated, releasing 2 rings of Magic's sedation mind, so that she and all her companions get rid of panic and restore calm. "What monster was roaring just now?" Thomas asked in shock. "I've never heard such a scary howl. Could it be Prince Razor?" Roger's face was pale. "On this island, apart from the Prince of Razors, no other monster can spread the aura of fear so far away." Major Vassar's expression was solemn, and his sharp eyes passed through the woods, looking at the place where the strange call just came. "Hello, what does aura of fear mean?" Dick pulled Joan's sleeve and asked in a low voice. Joan thought about it and asked, "Have you ever heard of Long Y? Legend has it that a fierce momentum will radiate from the dragon. Even if the weak creature has not witnessed the dragon's real body, it will be frightened to feel the momentum from afar." Of course I have heard similar legends, but Prince Razor is just a wild boar, how can it exude Long Y? Dick asked wonderingly. "In fact, It's not just the dragon that can exude chilling power. There are many powerful warcraft in the world that have similar supernatural momentum. Prince Razor's fear of aura is one of them. Joan replied in a deep voice. Chapter 295 Mysterious Footprint. According to this, we haven't even seen the Prince Razor, and he was terrified by the roar of his legs. Then how to hunt it? Roger shook his head and smiled wryly. In fact, don't worry too much. Although aura of fear is terrible, there is still a way to crack it. For example, Mage Joan's aura of courage and Rebecca's just released stable heart of the magic effect of eliminating fear. As long as we are within the envelope of aura of courage and stable heart, we will be able to resist the terrifying aura emitted by the Prince of Razors. After hearing Joan's explanation, the Dindal brothers were relieved and quickly got up to catch up with Mage Joan. Following the directions from the howling just now, a group of 10 people rushed through the dense forest, and it took more than 10 minutes to get to the place where the howling came. But there was no sign of the Razor Prince here. What I saw was only countless broken trees, broken corpses and shocking bloodstains. Obviously, there was a fierce battle just recently. Judging from the traces left on the scene, a hunting team didn't know whether it was an active attack on the Razor Prince or bad luck to meet the monster on the narrow road. As a result, they were all brutally murdered by the Prince Razor and no one body was left. Standing in the forest glade, Joan felt the air almost heavy and stagnation. The hunting team that can come here certainly has no weak and has the strength of competing medals. However, after just a few minutes of encountering the Razor Prince, they all died without corpses, and even there is no chance of running away, which shows that the Razor Prince is what a cruel thing. Exhaling a turbid gas with a strong smell, Joan barely suppressed the uneasy mood. Seeing Xiaomiao crouching in a muddy place stained with blood, he was still holding a branch in his hand and sketched gently on the mud floor. Then he walked over and asked her what she was doing curiously. Look here. Xiaomiao used a branch as a pen to draw a circle on the mud. The concave mark in the circle looked like a huge hoof mark. This is the hoof mark left by the Prince of Razor? Joan speculated. Xiaomiao nodded, then asked him, what clues can you see from this hoof mark? Joan squatted beside the Catwoman and carefully observed the hoof mark that was deeply stuck in the sand, thinking about it. From the size of this hoof mark, it is much larger than that of the ordinary wild boar, even with the Razor wild boar. It's almost twice as large. In this way, the Razor Prince must be very large, comparable to a mammoth or a Tyrannosaurus, with a length of not less than 30 feet and a shoulder height of not less than 20 feet. Yes, judging from the hoof marks left here, the Prince of Razor is like a mobile fortress, and compared to this behemoth, we are as small as mice. Xiaomiao said worriedly. The disparity in body size means the same disparity in power. Even if we do our best, it is difficult to cause effective damage to the behemoth such as Prince Razor. I can use the magic technique. Thomas has a few bottles of the magic technique potion, enough to turn everyone into a giant, although it is still very thin compared to the Razor Prince. At least the gap is not it's too disparate. Joan proposes a countermeasure. Xiaomiao nodded. This method is worth trying, but there is another footprint that we need to be alert to. There is another footprint. Yes, right here. Xiaomiao pointed the branch at a muddy ground not far from the Razor's hooves. Do you see anything unusual? Joan got up and walked over to observe nearby. The ground mixed with blood stains, mud and grass roots was full of messy footprints, and there was no abnormality at all. This is not surprising. After all, Joan has not received professional training in recognizing footprints, and Xiaomiao is a forest seeker, and tracking is her housekeeping skill. Sister Meow, I really can't see any abnormalities in these footprints, or you can tell me. Joan said helplessly. There are many and cluttered footprints in this open space in the forest. The most conspicuous thing is the huge hoof print of the Prince of Razor, and the hoof prints of the Hound are excluded. The remaining footprints are all from humanoid creatures and can be divided into two categories. Little Meow stood with his hands on his knees and looked up sharply at the ground. These are the shoe marks left by the hunters. Why should they be divided into two categories? George Vassar came over and asked, followed by Sister Castis and Philip Downs. All the hunters' shoe prints? No, you are wrong. Xiaomiao sneered and shook his head. Although the footprints are all humanoids, they are not necessarily left by humans. In fact, only 4 sets of footprints are left by hunters. Although the size of the feet is slightly different, they are all wearing cowhide or deerskin. The boots made can be proved first by the pattern on the bottom of the boots, and secondly, it matches the corpses left at the scene. Joan looked back at a broken corpse in the bushes. Fortunately, his lower limbs were kept intact. His feet were indeed wearing soft-bottomed deer leather boots that Xiaomiao said. In fact, Joan himself and his companions also wear this kind of wild hunting leather boots. Sister Meow, 4 of the 5 sets of footprints are wearing hunting boots. So what style of shoes do the owners of the last set of footprints wear? Rebecca asked curiously. The last one. Xiaomiao smiled strangely. He didn't wear shoes at all. No shoes? Rebecca's eyes widened in disbelief. The man is walking barefoot in this bushy jungle. Isn't he afraid of breaking his foot? From the perspective of his footprints, his feet are covered with a thick layer of cuticle resembling tortoise shell, not to mention thorns. Even if the viper can't bite, there is no need to wear boots at all. It doesn't sound like normal human feet. Joan thought about it thoughtfully. In fact, he is probably not human. Xiaomiao then talked about the clues she analyzed through footprints. The foot of this weirdo is quite wide. According to human standards, a person with such a pair of big feet is usually not less than 6.5 feet tall and weighs not less than 200 pounds. However, this person only leaves barefoot on the mud. It's not difficult to conclude that his real weight is about 60 pounds, which is equivalent to a child about 10 years old. The difference between 200 pounds and 60 pounds is too big. If your judgment is true, then this strange person must have a pair of big feet and a thin body, and he is used to walking barefoot in the wild. So he is a half-body people? Joan made a possible guess. As far as I know, no halflings have signed up for this hunting competition, and there will be no indigenous halflings on the Wild Boar Island. Xiaomiao shook his head firmly. Not halflings? Who else can leave such weird footprints? Joan suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but sigh. Before he could open his mouth, Uki took out a reel from the storage bag and unfolded it slowly. Chapter 296 Tracking the Prince of Razor. Uki unrolls the scroll and presents to everyone the portrait of Jack brothers. If I guess right, the footprint that Xiaomiao discovered should belong to this guy. Uki pointed to the short, dark-skinned man on the scroll and introduced it to Vassar and others. This man is the infamous serial killer Little Jack in the Alfheim region. And there is also a nickname Spring Leg. According to reliable information, the nest of Little Jack and his partner Big Jack is in the jungle of the Wild Boar Island. Deep, everyone's eyes were firmly attracted by the weird figure. Little Jack, it really has thick legs and big feet, but less than 4 feet in size. Looks like an ugly naughty boy. There are no outsiders here. I might as well just say that this time I came to Wild Boar Island with Xiaomiao and teacher Benny. In addition to reporting hunting events, they also have a secret mission to trace the Jack brothers. But I didn't expect that Jake would actually leave a mark where the Razor Prince encountered the hunter. A squeak touched the mouse's whiskers, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. From the perspective of Jack's usual insidious and deceptive style, this is probably not a coincidence. Mr. Uki, do you suspect that Jack had induced the unlucky hunting team to break into the Razor's site to achieve the purpose of borrowing a knife to kill? Thomas shook his head and sneered, immediately rejecting his guess. If Jake did this, he wouldn't be afraid that he would be killed by the Prince of Razor as well? It really doesn't look like something a normal person can do. Little Jack is a perverted murderer, and his ways of killing have a strong sense of mischief. You can't use reason to measure the behavior of a madman. No matter how crazy he is, I will not be surprised. A shrugged. insisting on his own inference. We can't get exact clues from these footprints alone. What's more troublesome is that Jake seems to be good at some kind of spell to eliminate footprints. In addition to the few fuzzy footprints left here, I can't find any other traces that belong to him. Unable to track his whereabouts, the only thing we can do right now is to continue to track the Prince of Razors. Little Meow looked deep into the shade of the tree in the center of the fallen tree. A large line of wild boar hooves extended towards the distance. Then hurry up and go on the road. I creaked up the scroll and looked up at the sky where the sun was already west. Remember to send a letter to Mr. Benny before you leave. From his height, you should be able to see the traces left by the Prince Razor through the woods, guiding us in the direction of tracking. Joan took out the copper wire from his pocket and performed communication to get in touch with Mr. Benny, who was flying a light balloon in the air, and briefly introduced the situation on the ground. Xiao Meow led the hound in front of the Razor Prince's hoof, and there was a teacher Benny in the air to provide navigation. A group of 10 people shuttled between the jungles. However, the distance from the Razor Prince seemed to be further and further away from the size and pace of the two sides. Look, this is not surprising. When the sunset finally sinks into the horizon and the night gets darker, Joan and his party are forced to suspend their tracking in front of the rushing river. The river cut off the Prince of the Razor. Rebecca took Little Meow to leap across the river to investigate, and brought back bad news. There was no mark of the Prince of the Razor on the opposite bank, which showed that it did not cross the river but left along the river. The next question is the Prince of Razor going downstream or upstream? Xiao Meow couldn't find any traces that could be identified from the endless stream of river water, so she had to resort to Teacher Benny in the air. After a few minutes, Joan conveyed the message from Teacher Benny to his companions. Just an hour ago, the Prince of Razor went upstream and eventually disappeared into the depths of a lush pristine jungle at the foot of Razor Hill. The telescope's view was blocked by the overcast foliage, and Teacher Benny couldn't trace its whereabouts. The Razor Prince has escaped into the depths of the jungle. In addition to the deepening of the night, most people do not have the ability to night vision. They have to build a temporary camp in the open area of the valley. First rest on the river bank for one night, and continue tracking after dawn. When Joan fired them, Teacher Benny also hung down from the light balloon gondola, tying the cable tightly to a big tree so that the balloon would not be blown away by the wind. When the sun rises again, the sea breeze blows away the mist that envelopes the Razor Mountain, as if lifting a white veil. The lake on the top of the mountain glowed like a giant gemstone embedded in the crater. The clear lake water flows toward the south foot of the lower mountain pass, and it pours down from the top of 1,000 feet high, forming a magnificent waterfall. The water pool below the waterfall is the source of the Safari River. There are nearly 400 teams participating in this hunting conference, and the vast majority of hunting teams dare not stay away from the banks of the Safari River for safety reasons. If you travel along a tortuous riverbank, you can never venture into the upper reaches of the Safari River in just 5 days, let alone reach the source of the river. Among all participating teams, only the hunting team led by Edward Gates has the courage, strength and good luck. In the first 4 days of the journey, they crossed the jungle, cut the road and advanced towards the upper reaches of the Safari River, and finally completed a feat on the morning of July 7th, successfully reached the birthplace of the Safari River. Edward, we don't have much time left, it's time to look back. Martin Smith walked to Edward Gates, trying to persuade the son of the general to close when he was good, and stop wasting time. Edward stood in front of the Jeshuitan with his hands on his back, looking up at the waterfall that fell from 1,000 feet high, as if attracted by the beauty in front of him, without responding to Martin Smith's urging. Martin stomped anxiously, wondering if the eccentric young master deliberately ignored himself, or that the roar of the waterfall fell over his voice, and he had to raise his voice. We are now cutting down big trees, making a canoe to advance into the river, and taking the boat down the river is undoubtedly the fastest and most labor-saving way to travel. Before sunset, We can reach the tidal flat near the estuary of the Safari River and go ashore. There should be time to rush back to the dock before the game ends. What anxiety. Edward replied lightly. I don't want to waste a whole day of drifting on the river in vain. Moreover, our current hunting points are not enough to ensure that we win a medal. Edward, you'd better be sensible. If we don't hurry back now, we can't go back to the pier to report the hunting results before the sun sets today. Even if we get more points, it doesn't make sense. Martin's words could hardly cover the restlessness. He really didn't understand how a wise man like Edward Gates, who is known as a genius, could not understand the principle of just enough. Chapter 297 Last hunting day. Regarding Martin's admonishment, Edward only smiled calmly, reached out and pulled a scroll from the storage bag, turned around and shook Martin. I said, don't worry, this is a 5-ring teleportation scroll. With this scroll to perform teleportation, I can take you and the 2 officers to return to the pier in an instant. What are you worried about of? Martin looked at the arcane scroll in Edward's hand, his face became a bit stiff, and he could not help but complain. Since you prepared the teleport scroll in advance, why not tell me earlier? You didn't ask me again. Martin shrugged helplessly and had to give up arguing with his arrogant brother. Since you are not in a hurry to go back, what are your plans for the next trip? Edward looked up at the top of the waterfall, with some regret in his eyes. I originally planned to climb to the top of Razor Hill and appreciate the lake and mountains. Unfortunately, we have wasted too much time these days. I'm afraid it's too late to climb to the top of the hill before dark. I had to go around the mountainside and play a few more wild boars. Our points now how many? 195 points. Come on, work harder, and it's not a problem to break 200 points before the lunch break. Edward tossed the spell reel high and grabbed it again, intending to put it back in the storage bag. However, at this moment, the water pool in front of him suddenly set off a wave, and a black figure jumped from the water, reaching out like lightning to grab the magic scroll falling down in the air. Edward stunned, and after a short period of disappointment, he regained his composure. Without thinking, he pulled out his waist saber and stabbed at the weird shadow that had taken the spell scroll. Puff! The sharp sword pierced the man's chest. But there was a dull sound. Edward felt that the blade of the sword was like a toughened elastic leather shield, and the thin sword was hindered into a bow. Even if he tried his best, he only cut a shallow wound on the surface of the opponent's skin. Edward retracted his sword 2 steps back and glanced sullenly at the opposite weirdo who had taken the spell scroll. Martin Smith also recovered at this moment, quickly retreated behind Edward, hurriedly chanted spellcasting spells, and photographed himself with a mage armor before feeling a little relieved. Hearing the unusual movement, 2 of Edward's assistants hurriedly picked up their shotguns and hurried over, and they were all surprised when they saw the weird guy who appeared out of nowhere. The man had just jumped ashore from the waterhole. The wet naked body was as dark as ink, only 4 feet in length. The legs had bulging muscles, and the upper body was thin like a young child. His face was not childish, but there was a ray of goatee in his lower jaw. Forehead raised a pair of small horns, seemingly weird. The weirdo clenched the spell scroll in his right hand and rubbed his chest with his left hand. The chest had just been hit with Edward's sword, and the slight scratches showed a trace of blood. Young gentleman, it's not polite for you to do this. The weird man wrinkled his small face and complained in tone. For a thief, my way of greeting is kind enough. Edward stared coldly at the little weirdo. Speak your identity and return the spell scroll to me, otherwise this will be your last prank in your lifetime. My name is Jack, just a poor lost child. I originally came to this island with my brother for a holiday, but for some reason, my cruel brother left me silently and left alone. Good sir, I didn't intend to your eel, but think about it, a child like me who is lonely and lingering doesn't even have a copper on his body, and no one wants to send me home, except with this teleportation reel. How else can you leave this island? Little Jack said pitifully. I advise you to pretend to be poor. I don't believe a word of your gibberish. Edward made a spellcasting gesture and decided to use 2 rings of higher endoscopy to personally check Jack's details. Good-hearted sir, I didn't lie. And I didn't want your spell scrolls. How about using this to exchange spell scrolls with you? Jack suddenly opened his mouth and vomited until he vomited a large mass of dark things into his hands and tried to pass it to Edward. Edward had always had a cleansing habit, saw the disgusting vomit, subconsciously covered his mouth and nose and backed away. Martin probed curiously, looking at the object held by the weirdo. The thing looks like an undigested mushroom, black with white hyphae, and the surface is covered with a thick layer of viscous digestive juice, which emits a pungent odor that is smelly and not smelly. How disgusting is disgusting. Edward Key endured the urge to gag, insisted on completing the casting ritual. The silver orn appeared in his eyes, and used 2 rings of higher endoscopy to spy on Jack. To his surprise, this weirdo who claims to be a stray kid has strong willpower. Edward couldn't break through the other party's will barrier and see through its details, but Jake's blood-red camp aura glowed around him under the detection of higher endoscopy enough to show that he was an extremely evil person. This little monster is not a good thing. I don't want to hear him talk again. Edward gave a hand gesture to the 2 companions with guns next to him, beckoning them to start immediately. The 2 gunmen were elite guards around general gates. It was their job as professional soldiers to kill the enemies. After receiving instructions from Edward, they immediately raised their guns and aimed at Jack to pull the trigger. 2 large lead shots whizzed out of the gun barrel and almost hit Jack at the same time. The strong impact force lifted the dwarf freak, flipped over 2 heels, and landed lightly in the grass across the river bank. Edward stared at Jack, his eyes filled with surprise. The large diameter smoothbore magic crystal guns held by the 2 gunmen are enchanted weapons. Even if it is a strong and ferocious wild boar, the 2 shots on the vital part must be seriously injured and fell to the ground. The bullets only caused 2 bruises on Jack's chest. There wasn't even a drop of blood. What is the material of this guy's body? So tough. Everyone beware. The black-skinned ghost seems to be some kind of advanced goblin, and only cold iron weapons can cause complete damage to him. Martin Smith suddenly shouted anxiously. Edward's complexion immediately dimmed. If Martin's guess is true, it can indeed explain why Jack has been shot twice and shots one after another. Higher sperm creatures are born with special physiques. The seemingly fragile skin is actually more flexible than beef tendons, which can greatly reduce the damage including magic weapons. Only a rare metal weapon called cold iron can easily tear its skin and cause normal damage to it. Unfortunately, in the warm climate of Alfheim, the production of cold iron is very scarce. The price is high and it is not easy to buy, plus the cold iron is not very useful except for fighting goblins and demons, and few people are willing to spend big. The price specifically purchases cold iron weapons, including Edward. The weapons held by the 4 people present were not cold iron products, and it was difficult to effectively kill Jack. It doesn't matter if he is a goblin. The weapon is not easy to use, isn't it magic? Edward calmly made a series of spellcasting gestures, preparing to little Jack with a magic missile. Martin Smith also tried his best to calm down and took out a small ball of sulfur mixed with air-dried bat feces from his pocket, intending to cast his strongest attack spell, currently mastered 3-ring fireball bombardment. Little Jack. Ruthless gentleman. It's really disgraceful to treat a wanderer like this with such roughness. Little Jack didn't seem to be worried about the coming threat at all. He said cold words and suddenly exerted force on his feet. He flew into the air like a cannonball and jumped 30 feet in an instant. With the dark skin color, he merged with the night, jumped to the highest point and turned backwards, fell into the dense canopy, and so quickly disappeared from the vision of Edward and others. Edward and Martin glanced at each other and chose to suspend the cast and watch the changes. In the depths of the jungle opposite the river bank, a rustling sound suddenly came. At first, Edward thought it was the movement of Jack scraping the leaves when he fled, and he didn't care, but soon realized that the situation was wrong. Not only did the noise go away, but it became more and more harsh from far and near. The trees in the forest were broken and fell to the sides. It seemed that a huge creature was approaching quickly. "Be careful, something is coming," Edward sighed and warned his companion. Martin held his breath, and the palm of his false grip condensed magic, turning the cast material into a dark red ball of light, circling and emitting a hot airflow. The two officers picked up their shotguns, and pointed their muzzles at the place where the abnormal sound came, with intertwined vigilance and murderousness in their eyes. At this time, two red spots appeared in the forest, like two lanterns floating in the air, and then a huge black shadow broke into the vision of Edward and others, making their nerves more tense. Moonlight shines through the dense foliage, and the dark shadows in the forest are getting closer. The first to appear in the field of vision is a pair of huge fangs, which cannot be less than 10 feet long, visually reflecting the moonlight like polished ivory, and the upwardly curved arc reminds people of the sharp scimitar. With the sound of the tree breaking, the owner of the pair of fangs finally appeared completely across the river bank. It was a wild boar bigger than a mammoth colossus, covered in steel needles, hard and sharp flaming bristle, between the fangs a large, wide mouth with a protruding nostril spewing white mist. The lantern I saw in the forest just now is actually the bloodshot eyes of this monster, and his eyes show the wild animal nature. "This guy. Easy to raise a boar?" Edward asked his companion, a little guilty. "The razor boar is not that big." Martin Smith stared at the rapidly approaching behemoth, so terrified that he couldn't help trembling his teeth, and could hardly maintain his casting focus. "That guy. I'm afraid it's the legendary ... Prince Razor." Chapter 298 Flight. Hearing the name Prince of Razor, Edward's face instantly lost its blood, but he gritted his teeth and remained calm, insisting on chanting the last spell, Valor. The two magic missiles escaped Edward's fingertips, drawing a purple arc in the night sky and screaming at the king of boars across the river bank. "Yeah." Martin also released a spell that was already ready. The small flame flew out of his palm, and the volley expanded into a ball of fire that was as big as a wash basin, and the heat wave rushed to the Prince of Razor. Magic missiles and fireballs successively hit the Razor Prince, but they did not knock down the beast as Edward and Martin expected. The moment the missile and fireball touched the body of the Prince of the Razor, it was intercepted by a faint golden halo, which caused a slight magic ripple. The spell configuration collapsed, and it decomposed into the original and harmless original magic, and returned to it. The arms of the magic net. Edward took a breath, hurriedly backed away, his trembling fingers reaching into the storage bag, trying to take out the scroll that copied the precise cast. He was slightly relieved that the gunman beside him pulled the trigger at the right time, and the enchanted lead shot hit the Razor Prince like a storm, tearing its body enchantment and bursting blood. It is a pity that the bullets are too small compared to the huge and sturdy body of the Razor Prince. Both gunmen polished the clip in one breath, leaving only 8 shallow scars on the Razor Prince. Obviously, this level of damage could not knock down the Prince of Razor, but instead stimulated its fierce attack, dropping his head and glaring at the 4 people across the river bank. The beast's fierce gaze scared Edward back 2 more steps. As he tried to calm down and cast the precision cast, the Prince of the Razor suddenly howled loudly, and the harsh waves accompanied the fear aura like an invisible giant. Strangled the hearts of everyone across the river bank. Martin's legs kneeled softly on the ground, the runaway urine dripping down, soaking the crotch cold. Edward shuddered. Not only couldn't maintain his spellcast concentration, he couldn't even think. He turned around and ran into the jungle in a frustrated way, with only one thought in his mind: hurry up and escape. The farther you go, the better. Wait. Edward, don't leave me. Martin struggled to get up, chasing Edward in a panic. In an instant, there were only 2 gunmen left on the riverside who were shocked by the Prince of the Razor. When they recovered, the Razor Prince had strode across the river and appeared in front of them. The 2 looked at each other, and there was panic in their eyes, and they all turned around and ran away. The Razor Prince stared at the backs of the two, and scornfully sprayed a mist of white from his nostrils, inhaling deeply with a wide mouth. As if the hurricane was flat on the ground, the strong airflow firmly sucked the two gunmen, forcing them to fly back from the ground, screaming and dancing in the air. No matter how they struggled, they could not reverse their destiny. Eventually they were caught in the air before the Razor Prince. They stared desperately, watching the giant beast swallowing themselves. The last trace of consciousness disappeared into the dark abyss throat. Deep. The Razor Prince closed his jaws and chewed. The bones cracked in his mouth. 2 lines of blood poured along the wide corners of his mouth. The beast stretched out his neck, his throat bulged slightly, and the 2 chewed bodies slid down the esophagus. Unexpectedly, he licked his lips, and the Prince of Razors took a big step towards the depths of the woods, following the breath left by Edward and Martin. Edward ran out half a mile in one breath, until he was far away from the radiation range of the Prince of Razors' fear aura. He stopped breathing heavily, cold sweat soaked his back. Footsteps suddenly came from behind. Edward grasped the hilt alertly and looked back. It turned out that Martin Smith was catching up, and his lost face was covered with sweat, and there was a pungent smell of urine on his body. Edward couldn't help frowning and waved his hands in disgust, beckoning Martin not to approach him. "Edward, are you okay?" Martin squeezed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Prince Razor is so terrible. Gods. I actually imagined hunting this monster. It was so stupid. Let's leave this ghost place quickly. Do you still have a teleportation scroll?" "I only have one scroll of teleportation, and it has been stolen by the black-skinned imp." Edward patted his forehead depressedly. He also had the idea of hunting the Razor Prince, but after really witnessing the Razor Prince not long ago, he completely dispelled this ignorant thought. Nonetheless, he still has to face, looking down on Martin's virtuous and frightened virtue, almost like a water dog. "Ah, without teleportation, aren't we dead?" Martin widened his eyes in disappointment and complained in tears. "I reminded you a long time ago, if we return the same way this morning, how could it fall to today's end?" "Enough," Edward waved anxiously. "Apart from complaining, can't you do something more meaningful? You are a 5th level mage, and you should be prepared to fly. The Prince of Razor is cruel. After all, he can't fly. What should I do next without teaching me flying?" Martin swallowed and rubbed his palm awkwardly. "Sorry, I don't have any extra 3 spell slots to prepare for flying." "What are you talking about?" Edward couldn't believe his ears. "Don't prepare for flight? Is your brain full of paste? But I only have 2 3-ring spell slots, both of which are used to prepare for Fireball." "Who would have thought in advance that such a bad affair would happen?" Martin justified with a cry of sadness. "Who made you prepare for Fireball?" "Fireball has a fart." "You prepared 2 more? Like a pig brain like you? It should be relegated by Walter Lee for 3 years." Edward was about to collapse. Listening to him revealing the scars on his heart, Martin's lips were trembling, his face was blue and white, and he clenched his fists without saying a word. Edward took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In the current situation, Martin's useless waste cannot be expected, he can only find ways to escape from birth. After a little thought, Edward grasped the string of emerald magic pendants worn on his chest, chanted in a low voice to start the spell, and a glowing summoning array spread out in front of the ground. The map envelopes the area where the sand rises, and a large amount of soil is combined with spirits from other worlds, presenting a large earth element. Martin saw this scene with surprise in his eyes. "Yes, you can also summon large earth elements, which are suitable for fighting against the Prince of Razor." Edward glanced at him contemptuously, turned and lifted the emerald magic pendant, and communicated with the large earth element soul through this magic guide, ordering it to stop the Razor Prince who would soon catch up at any cost. After the explanation, Edward turned to the depths of the trees. Martin froze for a moment and quickly caught up. "Where are you going?" "Why not bring a large earth element as a bodyguard?" Edward was too lazy to care about Martin, and he rushed away. He knew clearly that the large-scale soil element moves slowly and can only exist in the main material world for at most 10 minutes, after which it will automatically decompose into sand. Taking a step back, even if the large earth element can stay in the main material world for a long time, it is not an opponent of the Razor Prince at all. Bringing this big man on the contrary will expose your own tracks. It is better to leave it here to block the Razor Prince and try to get as much escape time as possible for yourself. Martin glanced at the large earth element that remained in place, and then looked back at Edward's back away quickly. After a short hesitation, he made a choice and chased Edward. The two ran desperately in the dim forest until they were tired and their legs were sore before stopping to breathe. He regained his strength slightly, and fled in the woods in a panic. Just like this, I didn't know how long it had been, or where I was, and there was a wall deep in the front of the tree, which looked like a wooden house from a distance. Edward hesitated for a moment, and walked lightly towards the cabin, only to stop in front of the closed door. Martin caught up with a gasp, and looked up to see the wooden house, first widening his eyes in surprise, then cheering. "Great, Edward, we are saved. Don't be too happy first. God knows who is hiding in the house." Edward murmured cautiously, "No matter who he is, it will not be worse or more dangerous than Prince Razor." Struggling on the death line for a long time, Martin became a little nervous and shouted excitedly, "Ordinary people don't dare to live deep in the jungle where wild boars run wild. The owner of the cabin must be a druid or a ranger who hides from the world. Maybe he will take us to take refuge in the house, and even help us deal with the Prince of Razor. For sure." Edward listened to him saying this, and felt reasonable, so he raised his voice and shouted, "Excuse me. Is anyone home?" The echo lingered among the trees, but no one answered the wooden house. Edward called again, and the cabin was still silent. "It seems that the owner is not at home. Shall we go to hide first?" Martin went to the door. "Forget it, let's keep going, in case it gets stuck in the house by Prince Razor." Edward shook his head. "Whatever you want, I can't run anyway." Running aimlessly in the forest, even if he is not caught up by the Razor Prince, he will inevitably get lost. It is better to rest in this wooden house. As long as I can spare an hour for meditation, I can replace the 3-ring spell slot that I originally used to prepare for Fireball with flying. Martin's remarks prompted Edward to change his attitude and hold the door handle gently. The door was unlocked and slowly opened, and a musty smell came out. Edward frowned, and the probe peered into the room. There were no lights in the room, and the black hole reminded him of the beast's lair. But when I thought about it, the beast could not build a house, so he dared and walked in. Chapter 299 Forest Lodge. Martin followed Edward into the wood hut and looked around alertly. There is no furniture in the empty room, and there is no firing device such as a fireplace. It looks like an unfinished building. The room was very dim. Martin groped and walked to the opposite wall. He looked up inadvertently and saw a pale object hanging on the wall, emitting a faint phosphorus fire in the dim room. Martin reached out and touched the white object, which was cold and smooth to the touch, giving him a bad hunch. He rubbed his eyes and looked closer. It turned out to be a humanoid bone, nailed to the wall by a wooden wedge, and his empty eye socket stared straight at him. He couldn't help being scared and shouted. Edward was taken aback by him, looked back, and at a glance he saw that the skeleton on the wall was shaking violently, and his scalp felt numb. Skulls. Many skulls. Martin was so scared that his tongue knotted, his fingers trembling and pointing to the walls on both sides. Edward looked around and was shocked to find that there were bone shelves of different sizes hanging on the walls and ceiling, which were clearly human bones. This ghost place is very wrong. Edward felt horrified. No wonder I just thought the air in the room was very dirty. It turned out to be corrupt and bloody. I don't know how many people died here. Martin shuddered, turned his head and ran to the door, just wanting to escape from the haunted house covered with terror as soon as possible. However, he was unable to open the door despite his exertion. How? Why? Martin's teeth trembled. The door won't open. Edward hurried over and pushed Martin away, trying to knock open the door. However, the door didn't know when it was locked, and he hit 2 times in a row without moving. Edward had to give up hitting the door, and cold sweat flowed down the forehead, not knowing what to do for a while. "There are windows over there." Martin screamed and ran to the window, grabbing the curtains and tearing indiscriminately. "I don't know what kind of fabric this curtain is made of. It is smooth and soft to the touch, yet full of toughness." Martin hurriedly opened the curtains and tried to push the window. He was surprised to find that the window was not bolted and squeaked upwards, and the airflow poured into the cabin, bringing a trace of coolness. "Great. The windows can be opened." Martin held up the wooden window with both hands, intending to go back and tell Edward this good news. However, at the moment he turned his head, a large and powerful foot stomped down from above the eaves. The window fell forcefully and slammed into the back of Martin's head, causing him to fall to the ground, his eyes darkened and unconscious. Hearing the movement from the window, Edward hurriedly pulled out his saber and ran over. He saw a dark face hanging upside down from the window and grimaced at himself. It was the weird man who called himself Jack. "Damn kid." Edward gritted his teeth and thrust his sword at Jack's face. "Hey, it's too slow, too slow." Jack shook his head away, and the next moment his head popped out of the wall beside the window, still the look of a hippie smile. Edward was taken aback and instinctively stabbed past. Jack, however, withdrew his head and disappeared. The thin sword pierced the wall and fell half a foot. Edward hurriedly pulled out his saber, when Jack's head emerged from the window again, and he laughed at him. And when he stabbed with his sword, the funny and terrifying face retracted again and emerged through the wall. After so many times, every sword that Edward stabs failed. Little Jack seemed to be very keen on this thrilling game, and he shook his head back and forth and laughed endlessly. After being teased again and again, Edward was very annoyed, but what made him even more disturbed was the magical ability of Jake to move through the wall. At first he thought there was a dark hole in the wall, but after confirming it again and again, he realized that the wall was completely made of thick wood. The reason why Jack is able to move freely inside and outside the wall is because he is naturally good at 5 rings of through the wall. This wooden house allows him to come and go freely, but it is like a prison cage for Edward. Squeezing the panic and anxiety in his heart, Edward brandished his sword and pretended to poke at Jack's head protruding from the window, and when he shrank his head to dodge, suddenly his wrist twisted, and the blade of the sword turned towards the wall panel by the window. Almost at the same time, Jack's head popped out of the blank wall. As if he was actively facing the thin sword, Edward was stabbed in the face. Puff! Edward tried his best to stab at Jack's eyebrows, but the blade was bounced away, and only a shallow scar was drawn on his face. At this time, Edward remembered that the other party was a high-level goblin, and his sword was not forged by cold iron. Even if he guessed the laws of Jake's actions, he could not cause serious damage to it. Hee my smart friends, congratulations, you finally won me once. It's time to end this game. Little Jack wiped the blood on his face at random. His body came across the wall, grinned at Edward, and a black flame burst out of his mouth. Edward was caught off guard by the fireworks, and the burning smoke made his eyes sore that he couldn't see. He screamed and fell on the floor, tumbling desperately, trying to put out the fire. Jack lifted his hand and pressed against the wall, half of his arm slowly submerged into the wooden wall, fumbled a few times in it, then withdrew his arm, and a sharp dagger in his palm. He sticks out his tongue, licks the blade obsessively, and turns to Edward. At this point, Edward had just put out the fire, and his red and swollen tears kept flowing, but he still insisted on making a spellcasting gesture, trying to make the last stroke. No, this will not work. Little Jack shook his index finger and suddenly threw a dagger. A glint of yinxia flashed through the dim night sky. Dagger pierced Edward's right arm and nailed it to the floor. The blood flowed along the blade, and the floor was red. The severe pain from his arm made Edward almost fainted, and the casting process was interrupted. Jack Jolly walked towards Edward, but soon stopped and slowly turned to look at the corner. Martin's figure appeared in his field of vision, lying on the ground, holding his breath, and crawling to the window. "Oh, look at your poor face. It looks like a falling dog." Young Jack shook his head with his hands on his hips and sneered. Martin lifted his pale face, and when he looked at Jack, he shivered violently, then jumped with a scream, flew to the window, and desperately climbed out of the window. Little Jack walked to the window unhurriedly. At this time Martin's upper body had climbed out of the window, and his waist was still stuck in the window. Little Jack grabbed Martin's ankle and dragged him by the leg, no matter how hard he pedaled. Hearing hysterical wailing from outside the window, this psychologically distorted goblin couldn't keep his mouth closed. The two sides stalemated for a long time. Jack realized that Martin seemed to be desperate and gave up his struggle. He relaxed his strength a little and gave him the hope of having a chance to escape. He struggled hard again, and then he worked hard. The hope that Martin had just rekindled was extinguished. This cat and mouse game lasted for a long time. Little Jack gradually got bored, thinking about whether to spit fire, burning Martin's ass, squeezing out the last trace of survival in his body, thus bringing more for himself fun. I suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. A yellow turbid liquid flowed down Martin's two streams, emitting a pungent odor. "Oh, damn it!" Jack retracted his hand in disgust and took 2 steps back, lest Martin's incontinent urine splash on himself. Despite being frightened and tormented, Martin's desire to survive still seized the opportunity at this critical moment, struggling forward, and finally escaping from the window clamp, escaping from the cabin with a roll bar. "That's disgusting." Little Jack spit at Martin's staggering back, carrying his dagger, and turned to Edward. At noon, a hunting team of 10 people and 4 dogs walked through the jungle in the north of Wild Boar Island. At the forefront of the team are Catwoman Ranger and the young Major Thomas chap. Xiao Miao is responsible for tracking the huge wild boar hoofs seen along the way. Porshalo, while Chap looks down at the luminous map of the bronze magic mirror in his hand while he is on his way to confirm the location of his and his companions and walking track. Thomas, we set off at dawn and have been walking in the forest for most of the day. How long will it take to catch up with the fat pig? Declared the hound, raised his left hand to wipe the sweat, and asked a little impatiently, "You should ask Sister Meow about this question. She can judge the time when the Prince of Razor left based on the characteristics of her footprints. I have no such skills. I can only check the map to avoid getting lost." Thomas answered with a wry smile. "Where are we now?" Joan asked after him. "Northwest of Boar Island, deep in the Razor Valley." "Huh?" Thomas' eyes touched the mirror, and his complexion could not help changing. After reconfirming, he turned back to look at Joan, and he stopped talking. "What's wrong?" Joanne asked in surprise. "I just found out that we are approaching the green area on the map." "Green area ... You mean the dangerous area that Mr. Ueki specially marked on the map?" "Yes, in fact, the route we have walked so far this morning is almost straight to the core of the green area." Thomas looked dignified. "I just heard that you mentioned my name. Did you speak of my bad things in private?" The white ratman came and joked cheerfully. "Mr. Kai, Thomas just discovered a strange thing." Joan briefed Kai on the details of the navigation mirror. "It's a bit weird. The purpose of our trip is to track the Prince of the Razor." It was indeed down the trail of the hoof marks left by the Prince of the Razor, but the trace of the Prince of the Razor has not yet been seen. "Where is the Jack Brothers' hidden area?" Whispering to the rat Whiskers, his eyes full of confusion. Chapter 300 Mysterious Wreck. "Maybe this is just a coincidence," Dick said carelessly. "Is it really irrelevant?" Aoki shook his head. "I'm afraid this is not the case. Do you remember the set of weird footprints that Xiao Miao discovered yesterday afternoon?" She guessed that it was probably the footprints left by Jack, and these footprints happened to be near the hooves of Prince Razor. "If this is not a coincidence, then we are here. It's probably not a coincidence that it's going to the Jack's den." "Mr. Kai, are you suspecting that Jack Brothers and Prince Razor are together?" Thomas immediately denied his guess. "This is impossible. The Prince of Razors is a crazy beast with no reason at all. Normal people can't get along peacefully with this monster. let alone form an alliance. Brothers Jack is not a normal person, they are mysterious and evil goblins, they are perverted murderers, and they are not inferior to the Razor Prince in terms of madness. God knows whether a mad killer and a mad beast will be reached. Some kind of consensus. Squeaky retorts made Thomas speechless and barely squeeze out a smile, so he said with ease, even if the Jack brothers and the Razor Prince are allied, it just happens to blow them all away. Speak lightly. Aki rolled his eyes in disapproval. In his opinion, with the strength of himself and his companions, it is very difficult to deal with the Razor Prince alone, and if the Jack brothers are added, it is really hard to say which one is better. At this time, there was a sharp whistle in the forest in front, and Joan immediately heard the signal from Xiao Miao, and quickly reminded the companions beside him, Sister Miao seems to have found something. Come and see. A group of people accelerated their pace and quickly came to the place where the whistle sounded. They were surprised to find that the trees in front of them were torn by a hurricane. They broke a large area and cleaned up an open area of no less than 5 acres. There were broken wood chips and branches everywhere. There is no reason for this tornado to appear in the depths of the jungle. There is only a reasonable explanation for this messy scene. There was a fierce battle here. From the traces of the destruction of the trees, both sides of the warring parties are very large, and they have the power of terror. They can destroy the thick trees with a wave of their hands. Xiao Miao told his companions what he had guessed through investigating the scene. Joan leaned over to look at the traces on the ground and soon found the mark of the razor's hoof. In addition to this, there were no other visible footprints in the glade, which puzzled him. Sister Miao, one of the conflicts here must be the Prince of Razor, but I can't see who its opponent is. That's not enough for you to observe carefully. Moreover, the opponent of Prince Razor is not human at all. You don't even need to walk on your feet. If you want to find its footprints, you are destined to be disappointed. Xiao Miao smiled mysteriously and picked up a branch to sketch on the ground. Here, and do you see anything abnormal? Joan carefully observed under the guidance of Xiao Miao, and found that there was more or less a pile of fresh and damp sediment in the circled area, and the fallen leaves were far rarer than other places. This is indeed a bit abnormal, but what are the signs of vagueness? Joan couldn't think of an answer. These soils are actually an alternative footprint. We might as well use the groundhog as an analogy. This small animal is good at digging holes and burrowing holes. In order to avoid natural enemies, it rarely moves on the surface, and occasionally needs to leave the underground world. It will dig a tunnel to the ground, and the probe will come out through breathable. Xiao Miao explained to him in a low voice, Sister Miao, I often see groundhogs when I am in the country. There are indeed mounds of mud near the caves of groundhogs, but there are only mounds here, but no caves. This shows that the creatures that left these sands can move freely in the ground without digging a cave. And when it is exposed to the ground, it is a critical moment to launch an attack on the Prince of Razors. These sands are the traces left by the two sides fighting. Little Miao thought back. Sister Miao, what you said is too bizarre. I can't think of any creature that can freely shuttle up and down the ground without leaving tunnels and caves, unless the other party is good at sneaking underground. Thomas scratched his head and grinned. Good at sneaking underground. Thomas' unintentional words prompted Joan to be inspired, recalling the scene he saw not long ago, and falling into contemplation. I'm not guessing without evidence, just come with me and look at this and you will understand. Xiao Miao turned and walked to the corner opposite the open space, stopping in front of a large pile of sand. Joan and Thomas followed, and Vassar, Towns, Uki, Sister Castis, and the Dindle brothers all gathered, curiously watching the towering mound. Joan, did you find that? The sand looked like a broken statue. This is the head, this is the arm. Unfortunately, it has been destroyed and you can't see its original appearance. Rebecca circled the mound twice, but regretted it later. It's strange. Who built a huge clay sculpture deep in the jungle? If it's an idol set up by the indigenous people on the island for some kind of primitive sacrificial ceremony, why would it be destroyed by the Prince of Razor? Rebecca, this is probably not a religious ritual item, but the remains of a large earth element. Joan solemnly expressed the conclusion drawn after a long time of thinking. Someone once summoned a large earth element here to fight the Razor Prince, and the two sides immediately fought fiercely. Unfortunately, the large earth element is not an opponent of the Razor Prince after all, and was finally destroyed here, and the spirit returned to the earth element plane, leaving only the wreckage of mud. Large earth element. This requires at least 5 levels of monster summoning to be successfully summoned, but of all the casters participating in the hunting contest, no one is so high as to be able to cast 5 ring spells. Rebecca frowned. Question. It is not necessary to cast spells by yourself. Low-level casters can also summon large earth elements with the help of scrolls or mages. Thomas took the stubble and looked weird. I happen to know a person who has a magic pendant that can summon large earth elements. It must be Edward Gates. I have personally seen him use the jadeite pendant to summon large earth elements. Roger remembered this moment. Joan took a deep breath and turned to ask Xiao Meow, Sister Meow, did you find any blood on the scene? No blood stains were found. Neither the dogs nor I could smell any smell. Xiao Meow wrinkled his nose and said with a smile, it smells like urine. Someone urinates here not long ago. You don't have to say this kind of joke. Joan shook his head in tears. We'd better track down the Prince of Razor. Maybe we still have time to stop it from killing Edward. Xiao Meow put away her smile and whistled, calling the hound to lead the way and continue to advance deep into the jungle, followed by Joan and his party. The crowd walked somehow in the dense forest, and Xiao Meow stopped suddenly, looking around left and right.